Welcome, everyone. I'm going to call the 2025-2026 budget workshops to order. I've asked Commissioner Perkins to lead us in the prayer, and Commissioner Mobley is going to lead us in the pledge. If y'all would, please stand.
Let us pray. God, our Father in heaven, Lord, we come, dear God, thanking you for how you have blessed us and watched over and care for us. Thank you, God, for how you have blessed us to lay down last night and wake up this morning, feeling refreshed and rejuvenated. Now, God, we come this morning, God, we invite your presence to be in our meeting. Ask, God, that you give us the wisdom, the knowledge, understanding, dear God, to be able to handle the affairs of this community, dear God, handle the things that come before this board. And God, we shall make things better for this community and for our county, dear God. Help us to be good stewards, dear God, over the financial business of this community. Ask you to bless us in a mighty way, dear God. And God, if you're so blessed, we're so careful to give you the praise and the glory. For in Christ we pray. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Welcome, everyone. We'll try to keep this as painless as possible. So we're going to go by this. So up at 9 o'clock, we have Supervisor of Elections, Miss Jennifer Kinsey. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, you said painless as possible, so
Yep,
like I do every year. Are we good?
Be under tab 50.
No, we're not.
So with the back.
All the way in the back.
I'm all the way in the back.
All the way in the back.
Yeah.
So basically, you have an increase of, what's that?
28,800.
28,000?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
I tried to
have a
explain, I would try to explain what all of it was. Most of it you can see is salaries and the retirement. And then with the new law passed this summer, everybody that signs an initiative petition, not the candidate petitions, like the marijuana petition, the abortion petition, clean water petitions, we have to send everyone that signs a valid petition a letter that they have to say they really did sign that petition. If not, they have to turn it into election crimes in Tallahassee. And that's postage going to them and return postage that on the envelope going to the election crimes people. So that's going to raise we have to do the letter, the printing, the postage, that raises our budget quite a bit there. And the money for the petitions, we don't get to put in our general fund. They go into a separate account, so we don't get to use the money that we charge for petition fees. We're upping our petition price to like $2.90 per petition now. But that money will go into, it's called our special election account, so we can't use that money. So the money, you get the money back at the end of the year, but we have to have the money in our budget to pay for it on the top front end. So.
Commissioner White, you had a question.
Yeah, a while back, I don't remember, 2 or 3 years ago, we approved another position for you, and you said somebody was going to retire. Is that
Yeah,
happening
Tina's
yet?
in drop.
She's in drop?
Yeah, she's in drop, so. Unfortunately.
What's the
Well,
other?
Thad retired, so she's going to retire.
What's the other salaries line for?
Well, there's 4 positions plus me. I haven't increased the positions since then.
Now you got executive, regular.
Oh, executive's
other.
me.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
I'm asking about the other salaries.
You got executive, regular, and then other salaries. Is that part-time or poll workers, maybe?
No, executive's me. Regular salaries are the staff. That's under that line item regular.
But under regular, there's other salaries, 21,700.
Oh, I'm sorry, on this thing. Yeah, that's the poll workers and all that. Yeah, they're under other salaries.
I
Yeah.
got you. That's all I got, Chairman.
And there's only one election in the budget next year. So it's $20,000 for poll workers for an election.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other commissioners have any questions for Ms. Kinsey?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Perkins.
Ms. Kinsey, you were saying that the $2 something that you get to pay for the
petitions.
petitions, and you said, but you hold that in your account, but you send that back.
We're not allowed to put it in our general fund.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It has to go into a separate account that
Right.
we don't get to spend that money.
But you said,
So we have to have this money in our budget to pay for the petitions, but then you'll get that money back.
That's what I'm
It's called a special election account.
Okay.
And y'all get that. We turn that back every year.
Okay, that's what I want.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
But we need the money in our budget
Work.
pay for it up front. Yeah.
Right, I
Yeah.
understand.
Any other commissioners have any questions for Ms. Kinsey?
Mr. Chairman, I just have one.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Hale.
Has anything changed, say, with the equipment? I know there were some updates and some new equipment purchased recently, or I say recently, in the past years.
Yeah.
Is all that still
No,
working?
well, we've got to update some equipment, and me and Vicki were just talking. We have our backup server in the jail, one of them, and there's some updates that needs to be done. But I think I'm going to have enough money into this budget year that I can pay for most of that.
I got you.
So, yeah. And we've got a machinery account separate
Yeah, I seen
that we
that's why I
can't
was asking.
touch, and we have to update our voting machines, where the machine that scans the ballot. Those are going to have to be updated in a few years. So we keep putting money in there, and we don't touch that, and that'll pay for all our new voting equipment.
Okay, that's
So,
kind of where I was going. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
What happens if we go to one voting day and paper ballots?
Like we used to do?
Yeah.
Yeah. It'd be nice, yeah. We used to do it in one day, and it was easy, yeah.
A lot less expensive, too. I
It
would
was,
imagine.
yeah, it was. It was.
That's all I got, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hale. Anybody else? Thank you, Ms. Kinsey.
All righty. Thank
We'll
you.
let you slide for now.
I'll go with for now, okay. Remember, it's election year coming. Just saying.
Damn.
Thank y'all.
Yes, sir.
Good thing you ain't.
Welcome, Mr. Baker. Welcome. I think you are tab 47.
I am. So if you look at tab 47, that's where you'll see that if you add the 15,102 and the 17,125, it comes up to 32,227. It's where most of that is tied up. It's where that we follow the board as far as if y'all give a raise, we match the raise that y'all give. So this is tied to the 50 cent plus the 1%. And if y'all choose not to do that raise, then we still follow the board. It's where that the remainder of that is in our health insurance increases as y'all have had, as well as our small changes in the FRS. We do have $2,000 that's to help Eric with a couple books that are used very heavily by the public whenever they come in. So there's $2,000 for that. If you have any more questions on that part, I'll be glad to cover this part, and then if not, it's where I'll go over the IT budget that we have for my office.
I don't have any questions. Anybody got any questions about that? His raises follow what we do.
It's the IT budget is on tab 25, and it's the last page. Let me know when you get there.
See the last page out above 25?
Tab 25.
Last page of it?
Yes, sir. It'll be tab 25, the last page.
Okay.
It's the part of this that we get from y'all is the two orange lines in the top quarter. It's a total of 22,102 is what we're asking for. And again, most of that is tied up in salary increases and in insurance adjustments. It's where there is a little bit of difference in the professional services line, but that's pretty minimal. Whenever y'all look over that, I'll go over the other part.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Commissioner White.
This is for the IT budget,
Yes, sir.
and this includes picking up the county's part of that?
It is not. Greg's going to cover that part whenever it gets to that part.
Okay.
It's where this is just the clerk's part.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to ask that too once we get done. What other section you want? What other page you want to switch to?
The other part is I'm asking for $60,000, and it's for my courtside employees. whenever I say courtside employees, it's where that they're considered by the state to be state employees. However, the courtside employees, they get paid from our fines and fees. They don't get state benefits like other state employees do. They pretty much fall under the same line as the county employees, but they are considered state employees. This year they're giving us, we think, $12,000 to $14,000. It's where that didn't even cover that the insurance increases in our budget. It's where they get the county insurance just like the others do. But so with that being said, it's where that I'm asking that if y'all give an increase to your employees, that you would consider doing this for those employees as well. You have my commitment to you if you do this, that I will do everything within my power to take and not have to utilize those funds. I will use the funds that I would return at the end of the year or anything like that if my fines and fees come in higher than that. But I have no choice in being able to do that. It's just that I can't tell the person sitting on this side of the room, you're getting a raise, and this person over here, that you're not. If you have any questions about this, if you ask other small counties around us, I think every one of them would tell you that they're having to do the same thing because that's where the funds just aren't there. It's where that we get court fees to help with this, and we get traffic fees, all that sort of stuff. We get the fees for the recording and stuff that come in to help with that side. But it's where that if the fines and fees don't come in, which they are running short this year, it's where that it directly impacts my budget, and it's where that whenever my budget is going up and down, just because people in Miami-Dade are not taking and writing tickets, it directly impacts me, and I can't help that. It's where that as I said, we're going to try not to have to utilize these funds, but I have to budget them because if I don't budget them, I can't pay them. So just wanted to let you know that, and if you have any questions, I'll be glad to address that part as well. I'm trying to run as lean a ship as I can. I don't come and ask for a whole lot, but I am asking to at least have my employees treated equitably in between the two sides. So I don't know if you have any questions on that. Yes, where that.
Commissioner White.
Mr. Baker, I see a $200,000 reduction in revenue on recording.
Yes.
Why is that?
People aren't doing refinances and stuff because
this is part of. I got you. All right.
A lot of that is due to refinancing and stuff. You don't have a lot of the property sales around the county are also down. So those things all directly impact us. The thing that is up, but it's not as up as it was last year, is the passports, because we do get some funds from passports, and it's still strong, but it's where that is. All those things directly impact my budget, and so.
Well, that was a pretty big hit there, wasn't it?
Yes, it is.
That's all I had.
And again, we trying to keep it as close to the vest as we can, but it's.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Baker?
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, you're needing $60,000 above what's in here, or is it already included in here?
It's already included in the budget. It's
Okay.
It's in tab 23.
Tab 23. But if you don't approve it, it'll be taken out. It'll be line 4 down.
Yeah.
Mr. Baker, how many of those employees are on the court side?
We have 19.
19 of them?
However, a couple of them is where they have a small portion that is county funded, such as Felicia, that works with the VAB and stuff like that. So it's actually totals around 18.
Any other questions for Mr. Baker? Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. It's kind of hard to give the county employees the 1% and 50, the annual raises that we do, and then tell the folks that work on the court side that
Yes.
aren't considered state employees but are required by the state that they don't get the raise, and they work side by side.
Yeah, and you know, like the other state employees, is where they get state insurance and all that. Ours follows the same insurance y'all have.
But that's
It'd be
kind of,
nice
I
if
mean,
we could get.
That's statewide.
Yeah.
Same.
Yes, sir.
Every county.
For all the clerks' offices. Yes, sir.
Any other questions from Mr. Baker? I think we're good. We'll probably have some more questions when we get to the IT
Yes, sir.
transition stuff.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gamble, he texted me, said he was running late. I don't see Mr. Gamble. I don't know how you're late to getting money.
Money.
We can discuss that when he should.
Yeah, we can discuss that when he gets there. So I guess we'll skip him and we'll go to the sheriff's office. Sheriff, y'all ready? That's tab 48.
48.
Y'all ready?
Yep, I think so. Y'all ready?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna go with this front page that includes all the departments. We're asking for the 15 million, the 205, but then you start taking away the FDLE funding, which is 964, 145, and then 911 funding is 50,000, which brings down to 14,191, or 14,191. And then now the FDLE funding and then 911 comes directly to us to the sheriff's office. But then you still got to subtract the contract to the Branford for us to contract them for all services down in Branford. And also the 1708 and the 431 is for the school contract for the SROs and this analyst, which brings the actually we're asking for 14,191, but then when it all shakes out, when you subtract the 4217 and 431 to 13,701. And as you see in the taxi, the retirement obviously is, we have no control of that. Went up to 291, 129, and then the health insurance, obviously everybody increased a bit of 129, 654. Any questions on any of that so far?
I got a question, Sheriff. Is there a way the other departments list, if not employee names, employee numbers, to see kind of what their positions are paying? Is there a way that we could get
Yes, sir.
a copy of that?
Yes, sir.
So we kind of see what your expenses are for all the different types of positions you have?
Yes, sir.
Anybody got any? The 109,000 under machinery and equipment, that increase from 413.5 to 522.5. Is that what machinery? Is that automobiles or is that other types of equipment?
Yeah, anything over $1,000, but the biggest part of it is vehicles. As everybody knows, the vehicles they've pretty much not quite doubled in price, but we've, they're extremely high. The equipment's extremely high, so that's why we have to keep going up on the capital expenses.
So you're at about an 8% increase over last year is your request?
Well, it's no. Once you, we don't have it right here, but we can get it for you, Chairman. Is that once you subtract the school and the Branford, it will bring it down.
13,701, 569. Anyone have any questions for the sheriff while he's up there?
Well, I do. Sheriff, I see a lot of F-250s in the sheriff's department, diesel trucks. I mean, I don't know how many you got, but is there a reason why we're buying them?
Yes, sir. As you, our main reason is because of the hurricanes. As you know, and Heather she can tell you how many different departments that's come up here to help us out during our 3 or 4 hurricanes that we've had. We couldn't have made it without them. And so, my reason for that is to pay back, or not pay back for the state of Florida, but also for Suwannee County, because obviously, we pull a lot of trailers, a lot of equipment, and so forth in it. And if something did happen somewhere, I'd want to help out the other counties. In the FSA, we have basically a equipment list that we have to give them, yearly about, hey, we got X number of equipment, because we call, when we have these hurricanes, we call on the FSA and say, hey, we need X number of deputies, we need X number of equipment, all, and that's just basically my way of helping out not just Suwannee County, but the state of Florida, because we probably could have made it as well as we had through the other hurricanes if it hadn't been for the other sheriff's office coming here and helping us, and that's the reason for that, Commissioner.
Was that part of that increase in that line?
No, sir. No, sir.
It doesn't have anything to do with it?
No, sir.
And the only reason I ask that question is because it gets asked to me.
Yes, sir.
And
yes,
so,
sir. Yeah.
I'm just telling you what I get to hear.
Well, when you haul this equipment around and so forth, them half tons, they'll do a job for a while, but you're the equipment expert, you know that you got to have the right equipment to pull this stuff.
How many of those F-250 diesels do we have?
3.
3. Doing my math, Sheriff, I got you. You're asking for basically $820,000 increase, right? That's my I took the 13,701 minus the 12,886.25. Roughly $820,000. Might be 821. I rounded
From last year, you talking about?
Yeah, above last year's. That's without any of the assisted funding from state or school board or Brantford 911. I just did a 13.7 minus 1288. That's 820. Is my math right? So it's going to cost you $820,000 above last year to operate.
Yes, sir.
I would like to think we could do it cheaper than that, to be honest with you. 8% is pretty strong. I have another question. Sheriff, where is and you may not know the answer to this, but after Idalia, the board fronted roughly $295,000 for overtime. It's my understanding FEMA has reimbursed y'all for that.
Yes, sir.
Where are those funds coming back to the board?
Yes, they is. Yes, they will.
Do you know when? I think y'all have had them since maybe April.
This month, yes, this month. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Who was that? Perkins, Commissioner Perkins.
Sheriff, on your travel and per diem, it went up to $300,000. $300,000. Can you explain why the increase there for the travel and per diem? And what does all the traveling consist of?
Commissioner Perkins, I think it's $300.
Yes, $300, yeah.
Increase.
$87,100.
Yeah, it's total. It went up $300.
Okay.
But your question, what's the travel? Training,
the travel and
whatever.
things.
Yeah, what's the travel?
Yeah, the biggest thing is training and the different conferences that we go to.
Okay. For your different conferences, okay.
The communication, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
The communications part, is that radios and whatnot?
Yes, sir.
Is that just for buying new radios, or is that upkeep? Is that fees on towers? I mean,
That's phone service.
that's phone service?
That's phone. Cell and desk phone.
Chairman,
Yes, sir, Commissioner Marvin.
on the other salaries and wages, what all that?
That's 216,000.
Yes, sir.
Your third, on the front, very front page, the third line down. You got executive, regular, and then others, just like supervisor
I
had.
got you.
But I don't know what others is here.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah,
what the others,
well, I'm waiting on him.
Yeah, it's part-time employees.
part-time.
Yes, uh-huh.
Under the, I can't hardly read it, emergency response, I guess, emergency response something. The machinery there is 55,000, where last year it was 0. What is that? And is that the EOC or is that something different?
Yeah, that's the EOC, yes, sir.
What's the 55,000 for?
Well, they just never had any line item for any type of machinery in the past, Commissioner, and we just was adding that to it due to the fact of all the hurricanes and so forth we've had in the past to kind of help with any type of situation that may arise. And you on EOC now, Commissioner?
Sir?
Are you on the EOC budget right now?
Oh, well, yeah, I see it now, emergency response
Yeah.
plan. I guess that's it.
But while you're right there, Commissioner, let me kind of dive in just a second too. I think we had mentioned earlier about the EMPA grant. That's for salaries, and that's been approved. The EMPG grant has, at this point in time, has not. So we're kind of up in the air about whether they're going to fund that or not. So we got two different proposals here. Without the EMP, we're increase of $242,989, and if they do fund it, then you drop down to $196,304 for the emergency management.
Say that. So I see the 342,795, and when the EMPA grant and the FDLE salary grant and the EMPG grant, that comes to 231. You said something different. I'm trying to find that. What page are you on?
Is it page 48?
Noel, I'm
You're
not.
on your
Yeah, I'm
page.
on mine. I'm not sure what page it is on
I'm
yours.
on page 48.
Yeah, I'm on 48 on the bottom.
And I'm assuming that's the EOC budget in our book.
Yes, sir. Uh-huh.
So I heard they didn't do that with the EMPA grant. It was going forward as normal is what I was
Yes, sir. The EMPA grant has been approved. It's just we're just up in the air about the EMPG.
Okay.
Yeah.
Question mark on that.
So they haven't made a decision on yet at that point. So we're up in the air about that one there. So we're kind of two different proposals on that one there.
So if you don't get it, you're going to need that 46,000, correct?
No,
What you're saying?
You said if we don't get it.
If you don't get the grant,
Yeah, well, we know whether it be the total of 81,699 would be the difference.
but right now you're including it in here. You're getting it, correct?
No. If we're including it,
And I guess, is this included in the sheriff's budget or is this separate? How is this EOC stuff?
this is separate here.
Separate?
Yes, sir.
My question is, so you got 342, you're subtracting out those grants. So you're asking the county for 231 is correct? Is that what I'm seeing?
Well, without EMPG, I got 242.98.
Yeah, I get.
Yeah.
But right now it's included like you're getting it, and you're asking the county for 231. Am I
Yeah,
right?
That's what I
no,
see, yes.
No. We're-
Because you got a total of proposed $342,795, and then you took out the MPA grant, the FDLE salary grant, and the MPG grant. So you've taken those out like you're going to get them. And then it leaves a balance of $231,935. So my question is, if you don't get that grant, are you going to need that money from the county?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we will.
So that's a question mark right now.
Yes, sir.
All three.
No, on the bottom two. The salary grant's done, is
Yes,
it
sir,
not?
it
So
is,
it'd
yeah.
only be the EMPG grant.
Yes, sir, that's one grant.
I got $6,000 handwritten, not by me, but what's that $6,000 that's on my?
For the cert.
Cert?
Yeah.
That and the 46 is our normal match to that grant.
That's so the 6,000 is the cert match. We have to pay that.
No, not a match. The 6 and the 46 right above it.
Yeah.
The 46 is the match to the grants if everything happened normal.
I understand.
Right.
Sheriff, I got a question. On your salaries, regular salaries and wages, you got a $238,514 increase. I got that at about a 3.5% increase over last year, whereas the boards is less than that. Is there what? And I don't have. In your defense, I don't have a list of what your positions pay, so I don't know what that looks like. But is there a reason why your increase of pay rate would be higher than the board's?
No, because Michelle, we done the 1% and the 50 cent across the board, right?
Yes, but some of ours is a little different because the promotions were done this year that I had to calculate in. And then there's a little bit of money because when he hires people that have experience, they get paid 0.5% more. And if they have, you'll see the incentive also goes up depending on their experience.
Right.
So instead of it,
I think what would be helpful if we had like a position, what your pay scale was, because like you're saying that percentage could be, if you're top heavy, not saying you are, but if you're top heavy, well then they're going to get if you're doing a percentage of a raise, that's a higher dollar figure than if you're making. In other words, if you make $100,000 a year and you get a 1% pay raise, that's more money than if you're making $50,000 a year pay raise. That's just a dumb numbers I pulled out of the sky.
But we've done. I mean, we've followed the county as far as the 1%, 6%.
So y'all do the 1% and 50 cents as well.
Yeah, we follow that rule, yes, sir.
How did you manage to keep insurance and auto liability the same amount? Because mine sure didn't stay the same amount, I can tell you.
Well, we have through that Florida risk management.
We're under the FSA group
Yeah.
insurance. It went up a little bit, but we had some money, so we didn't have to increase.
Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah, so that Florida Sheriff Risk Management Program, which there, there's quite a few sheriff's offices that are insured by that, and which we just got through the sheriff's conference and all, and they've done us right on this one so far.
Sheriff, under law enforcement operating supplies, what is that? What's operating? What does that consist of?
Operating.
What are those?
Fuel, equipment, uniforms, vehicles, equipment under 1,000, clean supplies for jail and general supplies for jail.
Okay.
What's happening with the animal control? Are we just staying steady like we are? I mean, I'm just asking because, you know, I get a lot of phone calls over animal control, not bad, or some bad, some good, but
You're saying as far as the budget
as far
wise?
as, yeah, how are y'all got to build new dog pens, or is there anything going on there that we need to know about?
No, I mean, we got, we got the two full-time animal control, and then that one part-time, but, you know, Mary Lou, she pretty much pulls on, well, we can't work with so many hours, you know, because she's part-time and all. Then we have the receptionist there. You know, that it's been a couple, 2-3 years ago, they built that new addition for the dogs, and it varies, Commissioner, as far as, you know, sometimes they'll call them and say, hey, we're full, we got to do something, so we get a hold of these different pet rescue personnel from different places and all, and they help us out, and so forth. So it's, I mean, to answer your question, yes, they stay busy, and I mean,
sure.
and that it might be won't be long for me. Have to add another position there, but we're trying to stay steady with what we got.
Is there anything in law that says the county or the sheriff's department's got to run that animal control? Do you know?
No, because there's other counties that the county has it, which would be a good idea.
Well, no, I don't want it. I'm just saying, you know, I've talked to you about it before.
Yes, sir.
Why not turn that budget over to a nonprofit and let them run it?
That would be
I mean,
fine.
can it be done? I'm just asking because
Is there a state statute or something?
yeah. I mean, is there something in the law that says we got to do this animal control?
Yeah, I'm like you, Commissioner. That's one of the, you know, calls I get.
Yeah, yes,
Pretty
sir.
consistent.
Yeah, sir. I tell you what, I would definitely check on that and see. I mean, is that something you're
Well, I
in
don't
favor
know.
of?
Animal lovers love animals,
Yes, sir.
man. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And these nonprofits, I don't know how it works. I don't know. It's something we just have to look into.
We'll definitely look into it, Commissioner, and get back with you on it. Because I mean, like I say, and people are real passionate about their animals and their pets and so forth, and I understand that and all. And so, you know, that's why we try to stay on top of things and all. But a private organization, you know, they're going to be passionate too and all, and you know, they would do a good job.
Well, that's just something. You know, I've been talking to you about it a
Yes,
while.
sir.
I just think it's something we ought to look at.
Yes, and
I don't know if it works or not. I don't know if it's got to be done by law. And, you know, you'd have to sit down and think it through, but, I mean, it's worth looking at in my book.
We'll look into it and say yes, sir.
Did y'all mention, Mr. Chairman, did y'all mention corrections? Did y'all mention that a while ago?
No, sir. I don't even talk about corrections.
Are you fully staffed there, Sheriff and Corrections Department?
Yeah, we're full, Selena. We're just down one. We do pretty good there as far as keeping personnel there. We actually get a lot from the prison that want to jump from prison to us and all. So we stay. We're pretty fortunate there in the jail. Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
Does the corrections get the pay raise like the law enforcement does
Yes, sir.
from the state?
Yes, sir.
The part from the
Yes, sir.
state?
Yeah.
But dispatch does not.
Does not, no, sir. That's something there that we're gonna have to address also. I mean, maybe not right now, but probably later on we address about, because we need to get the pay up for our dispatchers and all. We've increased it quite a bit, you know, through the years since I've been here and all, but we need to work on that some more for us.
What's the dispatcher make?
Starting out with 32,000 now. It was 22 when I first started as when I got elected sheriff, so we went quite a bit. But then when you compare the different counties, you know, we're still below the different counties surrounding us.
How's the staff in that department?
How many are we down there? Two. We're down 2.
How many people do we have in dispatch total? I mean, if you were fully staffed, how many is that?
15.
15? And then I'm assuming there's somebody over that dispatch?
Yeah, Travis Meeks is.
That is included in
Yeah,
the
yes, sir.
15? Well, if you do 15 people times 32,000, I get some people make more than others. You come up with 480,000. There's an ask for 629,000. Are they just getting the 1% 50 cent, or we bumping somebody up, or are we increasing all of them's pay a little bit? I mean, I'm just asking.
We just done the 1%, 50 cent for the dispatchers. Yes, sir.
I really think, Sheriff, going forward, that it would be helpful for the board, this board or future boards, to see those salaries by position for all your departments, because it's kind of hard for us to wrap our hand. When we see, regular salaries and wages at $6.9 million, and we don't really know how many employees you have or what those positions pay. I mean, that's a big number for anybody to try to wrap their hand. I mean, we're throwing $6.9 million towards salaries, but we have no idea how many people that is, or what those positions pay. So we don't know what you're up against, but we know what you're asking for. So I think it's kind of hard. I mean, I don't know if maybe some of the board members would agree or disagree, but it's kind of hard for us to figure that number out to see what you're working with when all we see is the big number.
Okay, yes, sir.
Well, Mr. Chairman, for instance, on the dispatch division, and I'm not picking on you, Sheriff, but you just do the math, that's a 7% increase in salaries. Well, 1% and 50 cent ain't a 7% increase. So without looking at how many people you got and what they're making, it's hard for me to determine why you needing that 7%, if you see where I'm coming from. I agree with the chairman. It would sure be helpful if you could just look at, and I don't need names, I just, a list of positions and what they're paying.
Yeah, I'm not saying names at all, or even employee numbers. Just, hey, these are my positions, and I got 10 guys on patrol shift A, and here's guy number 1, guy number 2, guy number 3. They don't have to be. This isn't about who's getting paid what. It's about, hey, these are the people, the number of people he has to pay, and this is what he's having to pay him. Versus you just see these big numbers, and you're like, good Lord, how many people work for him? There's a lot of money, but I'm not saying you don't have that battle to fight. I'm saying it's hard for me to figure out what you're up against when all I see is the total request. It would just be a little more helpful.
Which the salaries, that's your biggest part of our budget. Like 80 some percent or more.
That's what I'm saying. So I don't know if you got 10 employees or if you got 5,000.
Yeah.
I don't know how many you got, or what you're having to pay. So like I say, it's a big pill. It's your biggest number, but I don't know anything about it.
Yes, sir.
We said
We
he
can
could get us that information. Could he get us that today at some point, or?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we get to.
And no names, no employee numbers. Just, hey, these are all my positions, and this is the nut I'm trying to crack.
Yeah,
right,
we'll get this. We'll get to this today for you, Commissioner.
We all just want to come back to the sheriff's later. Maybe we can get that this afternoon.
That's fine.
While we're.
Yes, sir.
Can we hit that wish list? Because there's some things that we probably need to really discuss, if you don't mind.
Can we do the wish list after we see the rest of that stuff? Kind of come back, hit the pause button on you?
Okay. All right.
I mean, we're not going to hit the wish list for anybody else. Not that I know of. Are we gonna do the wish list for any other department when we're going through the departments?
I thought we always just.
We always kind of did the wish list at the end, like, once we go through everybody's
Main.
needs, which is in their budget, then we circle back at the end. That's how we did it last year, am I wrong? We circle back and it's like, all right, you got X amount of dollars in contingency, and here are your asks. So can we just do that?
Okay.
Come back to it later? We're not gonna do it for anybody else either, only a wish list. All right, and then maybe we can get that, your
Yeah,
salary stuff, so we can kind of figure out,
Yes, sir.
see the nut you're trying to crack.
Yes, sir.
All right, who's up next? Mr. Gamble make it? Well, that's a 10% cut off of his salary,
Yeah.
his request.
Second that.
We'll do the airport. Mr. DeHame, tab 15. Y'all ready? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So our budget is actually going to go down a little bit. That's mainly due to a project that we have going on with the runway this year. So I anticipate that our purchasing and selling of fuel will decrease slightly. So both of those categories went down, and you will see an increase slightly in our wages, but that's with the addition of the part-time employee that you authorized for this year. So I carried that through to the next fiscal year.
You think your fuel purchases are going to decrease?
Yeah, it's going to be, they anticipate starting probably in March on the runway rehab. That's going to be the start of our prime flying season. So
How long will they be under construction?
it's looking at 90 days, possibly more.
So basically, you'll have 90 days. Is it the total runway or just part of it?
It's the whole runway.
So your
It's-
airport's going to be down for air traffic for 90 days? Is that
Yes,
what
sir.
you're telling me?
Except for Air Methods, we'll still be able to operate,
Well,
obviously.
yeah, they won't need the runway, so they,
Exactly.
yeah.
So we will get helicopter traffic, but still that won't affect avgas sales.
So those 90 days worth of fuel sales will be,
Yeah, that can be significant. Other than that, there's some readjustment of funds from different line items, but nothing significant.
Is your, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Is your vacant position, part-time position still open?
It is being processed through HR right now, sir.
Mr. Chairman,
yes, sir, Commissioner Hale.
Mr. John, is there any other projects going to be going on? And then I'm specifically asking, like some of the retention pond work or
There's a little bit, there's a
how cold?
parking lot renovation that's going to happen.
I don't care.
That should start at the end of this physical year, and that will affect some of the retention ponds, but nothing out on the airfield yet. I was going to seek another grant for that. That was something the engineer and I are talking about.
John,
Yes, sir.
when will your ALP be due? That's the airport layout plan, which is the design for everything, which really you're probably getting to. But when is that scheduled?
That's been pushed out till fiscal year 27. And that's a FAA thing. So as they dictate items that need to be addressed, which is pavement's always going to be first concern, they'll keep pushing that back. And as we are a more rural airport, they're not inclined to jump on that master plan ALP update to get that updated as much as they would be to get the pavement corrections made.
I know y'all know why I'm asking, but and then we can talk about it outside of that. I'm just
Yes, sir.
trying to get an idea when we might get that corrected. So, all right.
Anybody have any more questions for Mr. DeHame?
Guess all the hangars are rented out?
Yes, sir.
Without getting into the weeds with a lot of details, and this isn't budget related, but have you heard any from our friend up north? Did that go away?
No, sir. But with the way the FAA processes some things, it wouldn't surprise me if there was something to come back in the future. But I think that we have addressed everything accordingly, and that it'll be squashed rather quickly.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions?
I'm good.
Mr. Hay? Y'all good? We're good. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Economic Development, Mr. Norris up next.
Mr. Chairman, before Mr. Norris goes, I just wanted to bring some information to the commission. We've done some changing in the budget to realign some things. Economic development is part of that, trying to shift the numbers where the oversight would be. Another example would be under Mark's budget. We've shifted some things that was in administration to his budget for AC so that we can put the projects where the projects are and not put them under, the commission's budget or the administration's budget, but actually put them so for example, Mr. Norris's budget, he's got some line items that are inflated. That was me doing that. I think it should be where he does economic development. If it's an economic project, he needs to be engaged in that, not me that doesn't know what he's doing.
Well, I know you spoke to me about it. I think you spoke to multiple commissioners. I don't know which all ones, but in the analogy that we talked about was, Mr. Norris is essentially the county's car salesman, but Mr. Norris isn't over the upkeep of the cars that he's trying to sell. So whether it be, hey, I need staff to come mow this, or I need staff to whatever, well, staff's in the south end of the county, yet my customer's flying in tomorrow. So these new lines would give Mr. Norris some ability to maintain these parcels, these properties in which he's trying to, in lack of better words, sell.
Right. And just for the record, too, and this may sound wrong, but Mr. Norris did not want to grow his budget. I did. So, I think it's just shuffling numbers from one place to another. But
I hope this may eliminate some of the tension between ED and him not having the control to, polish the rock.
Right.
Whereas now, I know Mr. Norris,
he likes to polish that rock.
He likes a polished rock, but hopefully this will give you the ability to kind of, whether it be retention ponds need mowed or some herbicide work or something, to kind of do some polishing on the properties. I know maybe you didn't want that, but I think that it's probably in your best interest. So maybe Mr. Scott's kind of like the parent telling you, I know you don't want to do this, but it's going to be in your best interest that you have this control. So any other commissioners got anything to add to that on those additions to his budget for that maintenance?
I'll back you up on what I think was trying to be explained there. There's been times Jimmy and I have gone to show a piece of property, like you say, with little notice. And I'll be honest, it looked horrible. It does look bad. I wouldn't want to buy it.
Yeah, and it's not. We're not throwing blame at staff.
Right,
we're just saying, hey, it kind of gets lost in the weeds. We're busy mowing roads and doing stuff, and then he may have a 2-day notice that this guy's like, hey, I'm coming in.
That's right.
Thursday. Well, now it's logistically impossible to get staff out there with that short of a notice when all of their assets are potentially probably in District 5 like they normally are. But nonetheless, this will give you the ability to.
If it's a 2-day notice, I'm going to carry my tractor out there and mow it because we'll never get anybody out there. But you're right. But if it's something you can keep maintaining, keep your eye on, and keep it.
Yeah, we're out there more than anybody else, right? Because we're out there frequently looking at the property, and not just that property, but others that we work on. And so, sure, if that's the way the board wants to approach it, we're fine with that. We try to keep a pulse on what's going on out there. And
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Just for the publics, we're not just handing him a pot of money and he can go spend it any way he wants to. You still have to follow purchasing guidelines through the county just like everybody else, correct?
Yes, sir.
I just want. I don't want anybody to say, well, you just give Jimmy Norris a pile of money to spend however he wants to spend it, and it still has to come before board.
No, he still has to adhere to the procurement policy of the county. So if it's,
I'm aware of that, but I just want the public to be aware of that.
Yeah, nothing changes I'm aware of there, right? So the only thing, and again, those lines, were just kind of plugged in, so it's really going to be up to you guys to kind of decide what numbers you're comfortable with. Obviously on the mowing, we'll see what that looks like, keeping those properties mowed out there, and if that is including keeping up retention ponds. Again, we'll see what that looks like moving forward. I know there's been some conversations about doing something different with those, and so maybe this next year that happens.
Well, that's in your court too now, ain't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And also like on land acquisition and site development, when you look at land acquisition, we have no idea what that looks like. And these numbers, I think maybe Mr. Scott, or kind of come up with just kind of placeholders here. That is completely up to y'all. I don't know what has been previously put in those lines on the general revenue side for, property acquisition and site development. But whatever's the pleasure of the board certainly is fine with us. As you guys know, if we did find a piece of property, I doubt 50,000 is going to take care of it, but we don't know.
No, but it may give you
like.
the ability to pull money out of that for the time being, to put like a deposit on it or something with the board's blessing. Say, we'll just pull it out of there. In the meantime, the board can figure out, you could use that for a retainer potentially.
Sure.
Through Mr. Morrison and the board's approval, obviously.
Yeah, and again, it's completely kind of shifting this over is perfectly fine with us. It's just, it really is up to y'all what you want it to look like. So we're happy with whatever you want to put there. So, and if this, the way it is set up, is what you want to put there, then we're good.
Mr. Chairman, we do need to plan for whether we have it in this line item or another line item, but additional money for acquisition just for those opportunities that come forward, whether it's in contingency or we'll go ahead and put it in the budget. And just for the record too, is a lot of times you put money like that in a line item doesn't mean it has to be spent. That's just a placeholder for opportunities that come forward. And land acquisition is a good example. You may have others, site development and other things that you may not need anything this year, but next year you need a lot. So.
I think you hit on something that we were probably going to get on later when we get to the wish list, and that contingency is that, the board is aware that there's multiple departments that are needing new buildings, or updated or something, but, I don't know. We know that the brownfield property is DEP's hanging their head down low on us being able to use that. So where are we going to put them at, right? So if we don't start escrowing or putting some money away for land acquisition, our population's growing. Therefore, as bad as the conservatives like for government to grow, when your population grows, your government grows. That's just how you can limit the growth, but it's going to grow. Yeah, so, at some point you have to talk about the departments that need, or constitutionals. I say departments, constitutionals that need more buildings. You need to be planning for that. So I don't know where we put it. I don't think you have any of it in your budget on the county side, but I don't know that it all needs to go under ED, because all those aren't going to be economic development purchases. So I think some of that needs to go under the commission's, savings account, if you will. But you certainly don't want to have to finance every purchase, land purchase that comes up. You want to have some money tucked away for a 20-acre or a 30-acre parcel that comes available.
Well, you say it probably needs its own line item. We need to start something and just start putting it in there.
Land acquisition for, we have bought, since I've been on the board, we've bought a couple pieces of property that were good opportunities.
Yep. Mr. Chairman, I don't know they all need to go under ED. There was a 5-acre parcel that went right into the sawmill that just popped up. We got a cold call on that a couple of years ago, and it was like, do you want it? Well, yeah, we want it. That's at the entrance to the sawmill. Of course we want it. So that's a perfect example. Also, right now, the water tower, we're looking where that's going, and we kind of know what we're thinking there, but that's something that we're going to have to do a transaction on to acquire that piece to set the water tower on. So those are small pieces. It's not like going out and buying a couple hundred acres, but certainly things just arise, and we have to be able to address them. So.
Well, and I think it'd be fiscally responsible of this board to, hate to use the big word, but cut somewhere to be able to put money in a savings account for land acquisition, whether it be right of way or actually parcels or what. But at some point, we got to start putting some money away so that we're not financing everything, right, Nina?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir,
Can I make
Commissioner
a
White.
suggestion on
Yes,
that?
sir.
Why don't we sell some of the surplus land and put that in that budget?
I thought we had some momentum going there, but it's kind of died off lately on some of these surpluses.
I think some of the property, like someone said earlier, just kind of dying off.
And, well, I think property
Yeah.
purchases, the property, real estate market's declining, but then also, I think some of these parcels that we own, they're surpluses. There's a reason why we got them, tax deeds, and they're not worth, 5-10. They're landlocked.
very desirable.
They're not. They're in a floodplain, like we talked about out there off 16th in your district.
Yep.
There's several lots out there that are all in a floodplain, not worth a lot of money.
That's
But
right.
I would just like to direct any surplus sales go to that line item.
So I think we need
Where
to,
I'm coming from.
when we get to the board's budget, I think we need to create a line for land acquisitions like we did for economic development at some point and start putting some money there.
Yeah, we do have one.
We've got a line, we just need to put them out.
Just no
Yeah, we
money
do
in
have
it.
one because we moved some of that money over to. Yeah, we have a line, but it's not a lot in there.
Well, we'll get to that one when we get there, but remember that. I'll make a note.
But Travis, or Commissioner,
Yes, sir.
Chairman, how do we keep it clean that we keep, like you said, keep not all in economic development, maybe not all in just land sales, but maybe for future growth of some of these needs that you mentioned a few minutes ago? I don't know how to do that, but maybe Keith and Nina could help us. Because we just throw it all in one pot. I just don't want to be a confusion of where and how we're trying to use it.
Well, I think that if some of your departments or constitutionals want to contribute back,
Right.
then we could create their own line, which like we did with the sheriff.
Yeah, I like that.
With the sheriff, say, hey,
Yep.
anyone you give back to the board, we'll let you put in, your building fund or whatever. And he's, I don't think he's giving back a lot, but he's giving some back. And we didn't take it, we put it over there. So that would give them some incentive to know that, hey, if I start cutting money or saving money over the next 3 to 4 years, everything I save, I'm going to get back, albeit in a land purchase or a new building or something.
Yep.
But there's incentive there to be savvy.
I like it.
I don't know that answers your question,
No,
but
it keeps it clean. That's what I'm
yeah,
trying
so
to keep it clean and
yeah,
accurate, and we can keep a good, like you say.
so we can beat Mr. Gamble up when he gets up there, because I know he wants a new office. Asking him how much money is he giving back. I still don't see him here yet. I don't know where
So we
Mr.
take
Gamble's
it
at.
back.
He ain't getting much. But no, I
I think
like
he gets
that.
funded through the state anyway, or approved.
So back to we got off on a rabbit trail.
That's kind of what they're
ED,
heading to.
anybody have any questions for Mr. Norris?
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
I
sir.
do. Just one on the, let me find it again, I lost my place.
While you're looking,
Go ahead.
under your you got Crystal Tractor 9257. Am I looking at the right one?
Yes, sir.
What's that?
That's one of our incentive grants that they applied for. So that's already,
yeah, I know what it is now.
Yep.
I thought you were buying something from them. I was wondering why they got their own line. I was hung up.
No, those bottom several lines are all the rebates.
all grants.
Yep.
That mowing.
The economic initiatives, is that the grant program, or is that something else?
No, that was the program that, the board kind of created several years ago where we were adding $25,000 into that, and then whatever we don't spend on those grants that the chairman was just talking about, we roll that money back into that line. And then if we're close on a project, that we can help with to incentivize or close the door on a project, just like some of the stuff that's recently occurred, that line is what that is used for. And then we just roll it every year so we can, I think the vision was to kind of keep building that because when we first started, we have nothing to work with to help those companies if they need permit fees or if there's something we can expedite at water management or stuff like that, we can incentivize that, so.
Any other questions for Mr. Norris? Y'all want to leave tab 30 and go to 37, Tourist Development Council? Y'all good?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right. Tab 37.
This one is pretty simple, as you guys know. Tourist development tax, there is no money comes from general revenue to fund this department. It's all funded off the tourist development tax, so no locals pay this. It basically is money in and money out, and we can't spend what we don't have. Saying that, we've been under budget every single year by a substantial amount. We did increase this year $10,000. I can tell you last year our take was about $400,000, so we were about $50,000 under budget last year just on what we budgeted, and our expenditures were way under that. So the only line we did increase a little bit was on springs and trails. We put a little bit more money in that because with some of the acquisition that's coming with the county, and Mr. Chairman, you were part of that conversation, we were trying to help out a little bit with maintenance on.
So, Mr. Norris, with that being said, is there a way, can the TDC help fund some of the improvements like at Suwannee Springs when the county does that? I know that we had talked about the maintenance and stuff of it because it relates to the trail, but like I know Mr. Furry has to put up if we do the deal with Suwannee River Water Management, we're going to have to put up a gatehouse and kind of stuff. You can't use TDC funds, even though that. Can you use TDC? I mean, it's tourism driven, but can you use TDC funds for that?
You're starting to sound like the 911 office. We might need to defer to our attorney on that one. Not the way I read it. It basically is for advertising and marketing. It's pretty strict as to what we can do with it. We can't even really. A lot of times local folks will come in and want us to help support something or do it. We can't really do it just because of the way the statutes are written. I mean, we can check on it and see if the attorney thinks that something like that
I know how to make that work.
applies, but I don't think it does.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions for TDC's? In my opinion, TDC is pretty simple. The revenue is generated by the bed tax, and it pays for promoting the county,
yes,
which is governed by the TDC board, who are mostly comprised of members in the bed tax business.
People that collect it, as well as somebody from the county. Obviously, as the chairman, you serve. People from the city of Live Oak and from Brantford all serve, and they make recommendations. But yeah, the sole purpose of that is you take the money in and then you use that money to go market and advertise your community. That's what you're supposed to do with it, is go out and spend it in the market so that people come here and spend their money. And I think we've been pretty fortunate. We've seen good results with our marketing efforts. So.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Norris on tab 30 or 37? All right.
Thank you.
Good? Good. We're good. Thank you, Mr. Norris.
Yes, sir.
County, there she is. Extension Office, Ms. Saft, tab 13.
How are you, ma'am?
Just fine.
Good morning.
Good
How are
morning.
you? About need a step stool for you over there.
Just about. We have one at the 4-H banquet, so I can stand on it and see over the lectern.
I got a question for you, Ms. Saft.
Okay.
On your other salaries, it's not a lot of money, but it's a percentage-wise, it's a big increase. $16,750 up from $3,000 from this current year. Is that part-time? What is that?
So what had happened is we had a part-time position, and I asked Mr. Scott if I could do a contract position for that. It didn't pan out the way that I had hoped, and so we let that person go. and we tried to find someone, and we weren't able. But then for the first time, we've tried in the past to get a UF intern. So we were able to get a UF intern for the summer, which helped out, but that's not a guarantee every year. So we wanted to take the money that was in contract services and put it back into the part-time position. So if you look at the contract, you'll see the minus there.
Mr. Chairman, I got a question.
Commissioner White.
On your salary line, I'm not going to call any names, but there's one on here that's below minimum wage. Is that a typo or what? You're paying one person here, according to this, the 2025 rate was $10.70, and the new rate's $11.31.
That's because the county only pays a portion of their salary.
Understood now. I got you.
Makes sense.
IFAS pays or UF pays the other.
I got you.
She's just real conservative.
Well, I was sitting there looking at that going, how are you keeping somebody working for that? Man, how are you not violating the law doing that? But I understand now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
You're right, Commissioner Hale.
I'm just on the heels of how, I always ask this every year, staffing with you, I mean, with that position you just mentioned, are you full staff now, or?
We have been at full staff, except for the part-time position, for a couple of years now.
It's been good for y'all. Yeah, all right, just making sure.
Very excited about that.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Any other questions from Ms. Saff, Commissioner Perkins, Mobley?
No, sir.
All good? I think we're good.
Well, okay then.
And you're just pretty short and sweet, pretty simple.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Oh, here we go.
Fire, is Mr. Gamble here yet?
Sir, we just scratched that whole bunch.
Another percentage
Yeah.
cut.
Every 15 minutes is a
He's up to
percent.
about 4% now.
Morning.
Morning, sir. Tab.
morning, sir.
We're going to start with tab 12.
Sure.
Or Nina, Keith, do we need to do these in a different order, or is 12 fine, starting with 12?
12's fine.
12, yeah, 12's good. I'm sure you guys will have a lot of questions, but basically, if you skip to the end, the 19% increase in the overall budget, that's obviously for the FRS changes for all the employees, the raises for the employees, and that has the built-in 15 new positions also for the new Station 6 and the Dowling Park addition. So we moved a lot of money from this rescue budget, which is general fund. We shifted a lot of the expenses over to the fire fund, which is what the increase was for. So you'll see more when we get to the fire side, how a lot of those went up. But when you combine them, they were duplicated in both budgets. You'll see that after combining them and shifting them, we actually lowered every one of them pretty much. So,
Chief.
yep.
And there's probably a simple answer for this, but your work weeks are so screwy to me. So
Yes.
I'm looking at your overtime.
Yes.
You predicted 671,000, but it looks like you're projected at 1.2 million. But
Yep.
now you're requesting 707. Can you walk through and explain why
so-
those numbers are jumping around so much?
All
and
right,
what's going
so
on?
the overtime, if you go to current, so the overtime budget for last year is 671. That has the built-in 156 hours for every employee just based on the shift schedule, the way the schedules rotate, the FLSA overtime, plus whatever's projected for that we're going to spend to backfill, because we can't shut ambulances and fire trucks down. We have to put somebody in the seat. But what happens also, and the reason this looks so big, is this year we had a huge expense for Halloween, overtime for that, other deployments when we sent the crews down to Cedar Key for the hurricanes. So all of that comes out of that line, and as we get the money back throughout the year, it doesn't get to go back in there. It gets put in other places. So like we got a check for Halloween for $120,000. So add that back. We got the state check for $50,000 for the deployment at Cedar Key. You got to add that back. So on here, it looks bad, but if we were to add in all the checks we've received back.
Yeah. So Nina, Keith, have y'all analyzed what that looks like with the credits that he's getting back? What that real number is? Do we kind of know? I mean, in other words, is he?
We have revenue lines on the revenue side that should,
Tell me where that's at. That specific for his.
Tab 5.
Tab 5 blue dot.
Blue dot.
Now, what line is that under?
We'll have to go down to
Special events.
which is the park out there, the Hoover Lane, 125,000.
What line is that?
600-01. Is that what you're looking for? 342?
Second page after the blue dot. Every blue dot is behind the blue dot, the second page behind it,
Close to the bottom.
on the revenue side.
The blue dot, mine's the revenue. The blue dot on mine is the revenue page.
Right. And you go one
Page
behind
2 of the revenue, and it's the 1, 2, 3, third line up from the bottom on the second page of revenue.
I don't have a second page of revenue on it. Yes, well, yeah, it's just backwards.
Very good. I see.
I don't see what you're talking
It has jet
Go
fuel
reverse
truck at the
blue
top.
dot, Travis. Go behind the blue dot.
I got it.
Oh, I was going forward.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, and all that shows is what we predict at the beginning of the year that we'll bring in special events. But like I said, you see it says 125,
So I guess
but we've brought back in more than that.
that's my question. Is what
I've
does that?
been asking this.
If we add all that up, are we going forwards or are we going backwards on overtime? You see my question, Keith, Nina?
There should be 4 checks from the park. It's 4 checks from the park. I know Halloween was 119. Then you had Tipper and Friends, and you had the Slam Summer Jam or something.
And you also had some insurance proceeds.
Yep. And then the state is the reimbursement for the deployment for Hurricane Helene.
What is that one under?
That's in the mail. The check is coming.
Yeah.
It isn't. It hasn't been deposited yet.
I got you.
But plus his regular salaries aren't full staff. So you have to use overtime for those too until you get everyone hired.
Right. And that's what I was explaining. It's like we went a lot of the year,
I'm not criticizing that line item.
It would be nice to see when the checks come in that I've been there a bunch of times. I wish that line would go back up when we got a check in, but it just doesn't work that way.
I guess that's where I'm going with. I mean, I can't criticize you because I don't know what that net number looks like. I know what it's costing us, but I don't know what you're bringing it in. So my question would be is like, how is he doing on overtime? If he's paying these guys out at the festivals, which is legitimate, but then they're paying back. So does it wash, or is he still upside down, or when we're putting guys on the wall, as they say down in Gainesville, are they having to sit there for 8 hours of overtime, or like are we good or are we bad on overtime? Because that's not a net number. So I don't know how bad that is.
Net it. We wouldn't be able to net it, but we can.
You could get it closer than.
Yeah, we can get a list of revenues against it.
I mean, the only one you couldn't would be, I guess, the ambulance billing, because it'd be hard to track down how much each trip, what your expenses were for each trip.
Yeah.
So if you go to our salary worksheets, I don't know if you have, I'm sure you have that page in there. You can see, just follow any of the employees across. You'll see one of the columns there, that 156 overtime. That's the automatic. Just if they show up to work normal days, they make that much. And then if you were to slide to, what's that, page 1, 2, I guess it'd be the third page on the salary budget worksheet. Down at the bottom where it says regular overtime. So of the 671,348 of that is just their automatic just for coming to work. So realistically, then we're only budgeting maybe 300 and some thousand for unscheduled overtime, if you will. So the park, backfilling seats, people who are out hurt for extended periods of time.
So your 156 hours built-in overtime's at call it 360.
Yep, call it 360.
359, 782, 360.
Yep.
But
So you have to take that, if you were to take that out of, it's all in one line.
That's got to come out of the picture.
It comes out of the 671 overtime line.
But that's where I'm going with it. Your project, and I may be dumb, but your project is 1.2 million. If you back out that 360, you're still at 900 and something. So what I'm trying to get to is like at 900 and something projected hours, how much money came back in that was billable? Does that number come down to you're only 150,000 in actual overtime by putting guys in the seat because you have to?
No, it's going to be high.
Yeah,
and the reason it's going to be high, that's going to be a next year thing I want to address is, so we don't have floaters, what we call overhires. So let's say we put 3 people on every fire truck, but we're allowed to go down to 2 to keep the truck in service. So somebody can take off and we don't backfill their spot. There's a formula out there that I'm going to use. Again, that'll be next year stuff that I bring up, but where it gives a balance, whether it's cheaper to pay overtime or is it cheaper to hire more full-time people and allow you to drop staffing down to minimums. So.
But Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Commissioner Hale.
I guess the thing is, the number's not going to change because he's got to get staffed up. As far as budget-wise, it's just where you spend the money. And
pretty much.
In overtime or in.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner
You got
Hale.
21 vacant positions.
Well, this is the 15 that we're asking for next year.
So are you short them other?
No, those are at the time this was printed, those were vacant. They're not vacant now. I think I have 2 vacancies right now.
You got one on here that's it's at $37.60 an hour, and the rest of them are $17.20 straight down the line.
That's the newest. Those are all based on seniority when they hire somebody. So that's a day person. That's the new safety ops chief.
The $37 an hour is?
Yeah, he's a 40-hour employee. It's not a shift employee.
I gotcha.
So that's filled.
Yes, that's filled. So the only thing that's not filled, according the bottom 3 air method, the helicopter people yet. We're still interviewing, going through the training process and testing process for those positions, but the rest of ambulances, fire trucks are filled.
Well, out of curiosity, without you giving me the employee's name, because I don't care.
Okay.
But what position was that was vacant that you filled at that significantly higher rate? I guess you could say an admin employee.
That was the Division Chief of Operations Safety Officer, Chief Brian Gilbert.
Well, I didn't ask.
I know, but
I don't know.
He was here the other. I introduced him the other day after the last safety officer retired.
And that's just
that was filling
straight salary.
Yeah, I was just filling the seat.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hale. Commissioner White.
Did you get the grant for the new positions? Where are we at with that?
So both the grants are in, and just to give you some history on that, for example, do you remember the AFG grant for the radios that I put in? It was also a FEMA grant. I put that grant in December, and we still haven't heard for that yet. So I put in the SAFER grant for the 15 positions July.
Haven't heard yet.
So we haven't heard.
But we're funding them in the budget now, right?
Right now it's built, yes, to be funded. That was what the increase in the fire assessment's going to cover. And that SAFER grant's kind of like a plan B, if you will. So.
And the idea behind that is if we get the SAFER grant, that money goes to pay those positions going forward after the SAFER
after
grant.
year 4, yes. And then the money that we would collect on the increased thing will go towards capital outlay and building, getting our fire stations up to speed, replacing fire stations, trucks, whatever we got to do before that year 4 where we have to absorb 100% of those positions.
On your safety equipment.
Yep.
You're currently at 35,000. You're projected at 200, and you're asking for 103.
Yes.
So 103 requested over the 35 from last year. What is that got to do with Station 6? What is that?
Yep. So on that safety equipment line, I got it right here. That is So there's also been a lot, so in July, the state adopted new changes. Senate Bill, House Bill 929 requires fire department employers to purchase gear now that does not have PFAS in it, if you're familiar with PFAS, chemicals, cancer-causing stuff. It's a big thing happening in the whole state of Florida. It's causing a bunch of ruckus with a lot of fire departments. So basically, we have to buy the gear the firefighters wear. Currently, they spray chemicals on it to keep it, fire resistant, so it lasts longer and all that. Well, now there's they changed the law now where you can't use that anymore. So now, once the manufacturers started manufacturing gear that doesn't have that, now you have to buy that gear for your firefighters. You can't keep them in the, for lack of a better word, cancer-causing gear, right? There's a huge problem in safety now is, like, let's say you two are the two guys on the fire truck today. Handful of my guys have the new good gear, and the rest of them have the cancer gear, but the good gear doesn't allow you to go in the burning building as far. It doesn't protect you as far. So what happens is you're going in and you're both wearing two different levels. One guy's trying to keep up with the next person, get themselves burned because they don't realize they're in this gear. It's a mess. So what we had to do, the reason that jumped is I'm replacing all the old gear, getting everybody up to speed with the same gear, same level of protection, so that we can reduce that chance of the fire and be in line with the new state statute that was the new rule that's coming down the pipe. And then that 103 is up because the new 15 new positions, 15 sets of gear, $3,000 a set, roughly. So I'm going to have quotes here if you want to see exacts. But did that make sense?
How long does that last, that gear?
Well, it's supposed to last 10 years, but the new gear they're finding out, since it doesn't have the chemicals in it, the more it gets washed, the faster it breaks down. The more you go into fire, the more heat it gets exposed to, the faster it breaks down. Probably 3 to 5 years now. It depends on how busy you are. It depends how much you wear it. So in order to not have that expense, it's in the fire budget. We'll get to that. Right now they wear that gear on everything. Vehicle accidents, house fires, brush fires, things like that. Well, they don't have to wear that gear, but that's the only gear we give them. If I can provide them, it's in the budget to provide them with it's called a single layer set, so like a thinner gear, but like brush fire gear. They can then wear that now on vehicle accidents. They can wear that out on brush fires. That doesn't fall under the same little rules on the PFAS. They don't have to use their good gear, we'll call it, as much. We can get longer life out of it, help it, get it to last, things like that.
Well, and Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I guess what I'm hearing you say too is this new gear. Mm-hmm. Like you say, may only last a few years, but as technology gets better,
right,
we're going to be.
We were joking about it at lunch. Actually, I'm like, it seems like the way, like, whatever company can basically come up with disposable fire gear is probably going to be a billionaire in 10 years.
Wear it once and throw
it away. You go in that smoke, it's all the chemicals burning in your house, the hydrocarbons. Instead of trying to, wash it and decon it, send it off to special labs to have it tested every year. And
Interesting.
in our other salaries, that line is also all of our casual employees.
Now, your increase in machinery and equipment from 758 to 1,000,001, roughly?
Yep, so we can talk about that. I didn't know if that was going to be in the wish list stuff. So right off the bat, 418,000 of that is a rollover for the ambulances we rolled over last year, which still haven't been delivered. Now they're not going to be here till October, November, so we have to roll that 418 over again. That is there's 70,000 in there for the match for our fire truck grant. If you remember the $1.9 million ladder truck grant that I got a better truck for 1.3, was able to save 500 to get a second truck for McAlpin. Well, we need 70 to finish that project off. So that's what that is.
So say that again, 70,000?
The 70,000 is for the rest of the 500,000 that we saved that we rolled from the ladder truck grant for a new tanker pumper for McAlpin.
And those are on the option list, like in years past?
Yeah.
The option list has been the same as what's on the list?
And that was my next question is, on your wish list, historically we do those kind of at the end, but you've incorporated some of
it's all in here. The whole
everything
thing.
On your wish list is
It's
built
on
into
this
here?
budget.
Well, that's kind of cheating.
Well, you can take it out if you want. It's there. Figure show you right off the front.
You got McAlpin Fire Station.
Yep.
$1.2 million.
Yep. We're going to build a new one. As soon as you approve this budget, we're going to start construction on that whole new station.
My question on that one is you had 200 in there last year, which the board all agreed that we need to convert our most centrally located station that backs up pretty much every other station out of a mobile home.
Where'd the money come
more
from?
Permanent, yeah. But that $1 million you're adding to it, how much did you save on out of the construction of number 6?
So on the construction for that, I'm going to have, which is actually all that's in the fire side. Backing up, I got the check yesterday, so that $750,000 grant that we received back in 2020, we've got every penny of it. It's done. So did you get it? You should have got the check yesterday, actually. So the other $750,000, we're going to be able to finish and save about $500,000. I know last year you said I better move 250 over, and well, I can move a lot more than that. So, and we're going to take that 500,000, and you'll see in the fire side when we get to that budget that I have a little capital outlay for every fire station and what we're doing. I have a little bit for a new bathroom in Beachville. I have a little bit for workout in Dowling Park, things like that. So. That's in the fire budget, though. When we get to that, I'll show you.
Well, I guess my question would be, is that 1.2 million, and refresh my memory, some of his funds are generated from fire assessments, right?
Not in this one.
Not in this. Okay, so that 1.2 million, is it necessary? I don't think you can spend that in a fiscal year. I don't even think you'll spend half of it in a fiscal year. Do you need all of that now? Because where I'm going with that is not specifically from your department, but there's a whole big old wish list over here of over $5 million, and we got 2.5 to work with.
Right.
So is there a way that you could use less in that line item to increase our contingency to try to cover some of these others? I don't know what the wants and the realistic wants and needs are as far as timeline goes.
Yeah, I can help do whatever we need to do.
Do y'all see what I'm saying? Like, I'm okay with you doing it, but I'm just saying, if we escrow, could we give you $750
this year and $750 next year, maybe? Yeah.
And commit to the $750 next year already, but there may be another department that could use that $700 that they need to have it, and they can do it this year. I don't know how long.
And like I said, it's there. It's going to go. Hopefully, I can get it out for bid October 2nd, October 3rd. I don't know how long it'll take them to build it and when they'll have to pay for it. So I'm sure it will take probably over a 2-year cycle. So yeah.
Well, yeah. So that's exactly where I'm going. My position as a board member is I hate us funding projects at 100%, knowing they're a 3-year project, because then all it does is backlog everything else that.
Absolutely.
Could have used it.
You could have used it elsewhere, knowing that next year, I mean, there's no way you're going to have site work and design and surveys and all that done and build the building this year in 12 months.
I'm all for it.
I mean, I'm not trying to cut you any.
No,
but I'm just
I
saying,
understand.
like,
I
hey,
get it.
we can keep the ball rolling if everybody focuses on, hey, well, give me 700.
As long as we get a gentleman's agreement for it'll get the other half next year.
And I don't know why we couldn't. I mean, because we're going to show some really good faith with this other Station 6 being in. I don't know why we couldn't ask for $500,000 in a grant.
Or we're still going to ask for grant money.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
I'm just trying to find a way to get creative and with every department to say, all right, realistically, you're going to spend 1.2 million this year, and if the answer is no, it's like, all right, how much can we get the project going, and then use those monies other places to get other departments and keep everything kind of bouncing.
Yeah, if we want to make that
And if the other board
750 and
members
you
don't
want
like
to put
that
that
idea, then
towards
say no, leave it there. I mean, that's
whether
fine.
you give it to other people or it helps us roll back or lower rates, I mean, whatever you want to do.
950 in that line, correct? The 200
Because
you
he's
already
got the
had.
two. If you say 750, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarity, this is ad valorem taxes, not
This
not
is fire
service.
These
General-
funds aren't
yes.
restricted.
This is this is all.
Right. What is your number so I can pencil something in? What are you thinking?
Well, the 200 is what he's already got.
Yeah, there's 200. Yeah, it's already there.
So if you add 750 to it, that gives you 950.
Sounds great.
Is that, Mr. Chairman, is that what you was talking about?
Brian, to find out what you're going to spend it on.
Ken, I was just making some notes.
Or do you just want to do the 750?
Or do you just want to just keep that in the back of your head and decide at the end after you hear everybody else?
I was kind of leaning toward the 750 because I don't think he'll spend 750, and then knowing next year we need to give him
750.
So we need to add 550 to what the 200 he's
That's what I'm
already
trying to figure out.
got.
What number
So we're going to do
is that what you're
750
thinking?
total.
Okay.
I just don't like to put a whole bunch of money over there knowing there's no way you're going to spend it all when we got other departments that, and I don't know that their need is bigger than yours, but if we can get some other projects started and moving, and we can get more projects started if everybody shares some money versus we're giving it all to you and then everybody else has to wait. I'm just using you as an example, so don't take it personal. We give it all to you, well then these guys, they got to sit there and wait till it's their turn, so we're doing one project at a time versus if we spread it around, everybody can kind of get some money to get there, whether it's
Team
planning and
Suwannee, I'm
design
all
or
for it.
whatever.
Let's do it.
But you know, I mean, just honestly, Mr. Chairman, looking at it, if it, even going off what you're suggesting, if we could get that fire station fixed and going within 2 to 3 years, we're still far ahead.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I think if we leave 750 there and take the rest of it and put it back in general or contingency, then there's no way he's going to spend $750,000 in basically 13 months, 14 months, because you got 2 months left of fiscal
Sounds
year.
like a challenge.
Well, I'm sure you could, but on that project, how about that?
All right.
So can we leave it
Absolutely.
at 750?
You changing that now?
Yep.
Where are you putting the other 750?
Contingency.
Contingency.
Putting 750 on that line and the remainder of 450 back to contingency.
Yep.
450.
He's already
Yeah,
got
'cause it's
200.
1.2.
I'm taking.
But you were doing 750 total.
So we'll keep 750 on
So
the
it'd be
We'll put
1.2,
450.
1.2 less 550, wasn't it?
No, 1.2 minus 750. We're going to leave 750 in that line.
Yeah, leave it at 750.
But he's already got 200, correct?
I'm including that.
Oh, you're including it?
750
It's just going down from 1.2 to 750.
That's it. Just splitting it. basically.
I'm adding
Okay,
550,000.
I got you. I understood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that,
You taking that out of that 4?
Back to contingency right
Sorry?
now.
You taking that out of that 1.2?
Yep.
I think so, just to start off and
Yeah.
know where, I'm like Travis, just having a mindset.
Yeah, I mean, I'd just like to get more projects started versus everybody waiting their turn and it being, meanwhile, their walls start falling around them while they're waiting on their turn.
Yep.
But we can stretch our money along, kind of like amortizing equipment, like, hey,
So
Is
what
that
are
a
we adding to
consensus?
contingency?
is that a consensus?
450.
Is that a consensus?
I got consensus on that?
450, yeah.
To change that to 750 and 450 back to
450 back to contingency. Chief, I appreciate you understanding that. Thank you.
Like I said,
And I'm not saying we're going to spend that 450, but that gives us a higher number. I mean, I want to leave something in contingency. I don't know what that number is going to look like because we got to go through the wish list of all the departments later. But if we leave $1.5 million in contingency, I'm happy with that. But that 450 is more to work with later.
So is it safe to say we're done with the wish list 2 since it was already built into that list?
Do what?
Are we done with the wish list part of that too since it was built into there?
No.
No, we're going to come back to that?
Yeah, hold on a minute.
Just while y'all looking at all that, just real quick.
Yeah.
I know it's been a topic. Radios, we're good on all that.
No.
I was afraid of that.
There's a lot of things in motion. Waiting, they're rebuilding the towers now. We're waiting on the grants.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir. Commissioner Perkins.
Captain Miller,
Yes, sir.
how's that with the air methods? How that's playing in the role of helping us out with some of the finances for funding in your department?
Well, when it's up and running, when everything's up and running, it should, like I did in my presentation, it should give us about a $250,000 revenue stream back into salaries or into fire rescue or however it goes into, whether it's general fund, I think, to offset the cost of those 15 positions. That was the plan.
Okay.
Keith, Nina, to be clear, so that moves contingency to $3,048,090.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that?
$3,048,090.
Okay.
That's your new contingency amount.
Right.
Trying to add to it before we start murdering it.
I love it.
And then, before we leave,
Okay.
12, you, on your machinery and equipment, you got $1,081,000 in there. You're
Yep.
telling me now that includes everything on page
33 and 34.
your,
He's finishing up on 12.
Yeah.
no, does that include your fire department equipment detail
Nope.
or your
No.
fire
Just the
rescue
top
EMS?
half of that page. Just this
That's
one.
your $1,081,000.
That's the 4. Yep.
So that's 12 new LifePak heart monitors, which you told us in a board meeting here
Yep.
recently that you had 12 that were
Yeah,
obsolete.
they're obsolete. I mean, they're pretty. LifePak has an 8-year, basically, service life, and these are probably been in service for 12 to 15 now. I've been nursing them along.
So those are $541,000.
Yep, and that's buying them straight outright. That's not leasing them. We could lease them, but we're going to pay a whole lot more in the payments and interest. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I had it.
I'd rather own them.
Let's just do it. And then my plan is moving forward, so this doesn't sneak up on us again. Starting next year, we'll be building in some like capital outlay lines. So we can put a little bit of money, like you were just talking about, so that we can replace these 1 or 2 at a time instead of 12 at once. So.
Okay, and then your tanker trunk match, that's the $70,000 is would be the county's match on the grant?
It's our contribution, to that.
I'm running through this top line real quick so everybody knows what that $1,081,000 is before we leave.
Okay.
And then your equipment, number 2, equipment for special operations response, that is?
Yep, that's equipment needed for confined space, trench rescue type of things.
And that's $52,000.
Yep.
And then the 2 new ambulances rolled from 2024. That 418, that's not what you're rolling. That's your second half of the 2 new ambulances.
Yeah, that was actually in this year's budget. They were supposed to be here before this budget was
The
closed.
418 is?
Yeah, so that's just moving again 1 more year forward.
Yeah, so that wouldn't be. That's not a new. That's
No.
there. It's not.
That was actually. These were purchased. Chief Hand actually bought these. That's how old they.
So
that's how long we've been waiting on them.
Technically, your increase is the $1,081,000 minus the 418.
Correct.
Okay.
What's the trench stuff? What is that?
So like people putting in water lines, sewer lines,
I
things
get
like that.
What kind of equipment is it?
So you have to have special fin forms that go down, and then struts that you shoot out to hold them in place so that you can put people in the hole.
And how expensive is that?
They're expensive. I mean, the kit is, hold on. Got a couple quotes in here. So one of the kit, just for quote purposes, there's a 16-piece shore kit, $41,000 if you buy it from that company. And then I think the Hamatros were $52,000. So
how many trench rescues have we ever had to do?
Since I've been here, none. In my career, 4, 5. But the problem is, if you have one, or if we have one, and the chances are with construction and things, the equipment's come from Gainesville. The people are coming from Gainesville. The people are coming from Tallahassee, or the people are coming from Jacksonville. We actually are about to be the only tech rescue team in Region 2, which is all of North Florida. So once we get everything, yeah, we've already got rope, we got confined space, VMR, and half of the structural collapse stuff. So we just got to finish structural collapse and trench rescue. And then basically we'll be a tech rescue team for a big chunk of the state. Madison could call us, Hamilton could call us, Columbia could call us, anybody could. If they have somebody in a trench or in a confined space, in a silo.
Well, who do we call if we don't have that?
Gainesville.
Gainesville?
Yeah, and it takes 2 hours for them to get here, and usually the people are not well off when they get
I don't mean
here.
to
So.
sound bad here, but I get that benefits everybody else, but how does that help us? I mean, other than we can just.
Well, it gives us the opportunity out first. Obviously, we don't have to wait for our own citizens. Don't have to wait. So.
We're investing in the equipment.
And the training and the personnel.
And the training. So when we go help somebody else, is there anything in that for us?
Like a reimbursement?
Yeah.
Or something?
No, not on a day-to-day thing. If it was a deployment, then yeah, it would be a deployment like through the state, like when we sent the crews down. Yeah. Well, like when we sent the team down to Cedar Key, and they reimbursed us for that. If we put ourselves available with this equipment to be available as an asset, then we would get reimbursed that way.
What's the life expectancy on that equipment?
Pretty much career, unless you break it. Like it's gonna put it this way: the trench rescue stuff I started on in '98 in Lake County, they're still using today. So like you buy it, you maintain it, and other than some kind of catastrophic failure, it's not a big expense to replace. Like I said, it's just that initial we haven't had it, we got to get it type of thing.
You say we already got half of it?
We got more than half of it. The trench and a couple things in that packet is the only thing we're missing. So we've been able to get the rest of the stuff through different grants and stuff, things like that. So. And a lot of it, I didn't go into it, but so we dug, Chief White and I, we dug through budgets, and I found grant money from what we've had sitting in the budget since 2021. That's why we have if you look at the balance forward, it's pretty significant. And that's, health department grants from 2024. We got some refund checks from stuff back in 23 finally. So we went through the last few years. We went back a few years and combed through that budget looking for things where we can make cuts, where we can come up with money. And my goal next year is not to have anything close to that much of a balance forward. I'm going to spend this money.
Don't say that.
I'm going to spend, we come here, every month, and we hear they're like, we got all this money, we just can't get the work done. Oh, we're going to get this work done. We're going to spend this stuff.
Y'all got any more questions under tab 12? Probably safety. Chief, I think I'm on side with Commissioner White. That 52,000 is safe for now, but it might be on the radar for later if we got to have it. Is that safe to say, Commissioner White?
Yes, sir. Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm kind of like Commissioner White was saying, what's in it for us? Obviously, the first thing is saving the citizen's life. I get that. But if we're going through the certification process and we're going to be the only one in our region, is that something, I'm just asking, is that something we could reach out to these other smaller counties, like you say, Madison and maybe even Dixie that's over here somewhere, and say, hey guys, we're going to be this, we're going to have this. Maybe they build something into their budget to
you can,
because you're going to bill them for something, right?
No, it's just a service. This is a rescue service. It's nothing you bill for.
So
it just gives us the ability to help somebody if they get hurt.
I get it.
No, and obviously,
like
life
I said,
safety is important. But I'm kind of with Commissioner Hale and Commissioner White. But we have to look at it from a fiscal standpoint. Is what's the ROI for the taxpayer that's paying for this? So yeah, we want to be neighborly and we want to have this equipment to help others. But if there's no reimbursable expense, so then when you have to ask your citizens, how much of this stuff do y'all want to have and pay for? that we may need in the future, we may not. Again, it goes back to what we talked about with fire. I mean, there's a platinum level of service, there's gold, there's silver, there's bronze, but at the end of the day, it's on the backs of the taxpayer and what the consensus is out there in the public on what level they want, because each level comes with a price tag. So how much of this stuff do we want to have at our disposal for life saving? And if our neighbors call us, we can respond, but it'll be on the non-reimbursable, so it's on the backs of the taxpayer, I guess is what I'm saying.
Suwannee County.
And the county.
Well, maybe I shouldn't have explained it that way. It's not for them.
It's for
This
us.
is money that has been in our budget since 2021. We're just finally going to spend it.
Right.
That's all. For equipment that we need.
Shouldn't have told me that.
So.
No, I just want us to be mindful of the taxpayers and how much of this do we fund, And it's like the chairman said, you want the gold standard, platinum standards, I just think you got to have a balance. That's my
100%. So we'll let the 52 slide for now. We may need it later, Chief. But on your community paramedic, you went from 0 to 10.4 to 57.5. What's
Give me the line. Is that the equipment one?
No, 5400-01 on page. It's got page. It's on page 2.
Yep. So that we got more money. You know how that position's funded through the OPIT, right?
Correct.
So when
Correct.
we put in with them this year, we asked for more money and for equipment for the community paramedics. So that's for their equipment. So that's coming out of the money that the opioid settlements come in and on the revenue side.
So there's a revenue side that would balance with this, Keith, or at least offset.
Yep. Go to.
How much is coming in from the opioid settlement?
$236,320.
Is that the young lady I met the other day when y'all were down
Yes,
there?
Lieutenant Taylor. Yeah,
And I had a good talk with
Yes.
her. And, seems to be doing a lot of good with it.
Oh yeah, she's up to over 200 pages.
I've heard
now.
good things.
Yeah, 5, that second page with a
236K.
Yeah, that same area.
Yeah, and that funds her position too, on the position tab too, if you wanted to. So.
Anything else in tab 12, guys?
When does that funding?
18 years. So I
what
think
it
we're in year 6.
Okay.
Does that sound right? I think yeah.
Okay.
And when we get done with 34 and 33, we're going to take a 5-minute recess.
Yeah, I got some phone calls. Get to it.
So we're going to tab 34?
Correct. Which that's just the grant, EMS grant, isn't it?
This is yeah.
Yeah, this is the easy one.
Yeah.
It's nothing.
It's balanced.
Yeah.
Money in, go money out.
30.
But I can, if you have a specific question, I'd see it'd be easier for me to answer, and then.
What was your next tab?
33. Well, we just did 34.
33
It's just money in, money out.
Mr. Chairman, we're on 33, right?
Yes.
Your professional services line, one of the big...
That is the increase for the new fire assessment study that we talked about.
I'm assuming communication services, a big increase there is for the radios and stuff?
Let me get down to it.
I think he moved the communication services, didn't you?
Yep.
move that
So
one?
yeah. So a lot of these increases, if you ask, I'll tell you exactly. I can tell you. You tell me what line you want to know. I'll tell you what I moved and how it went down. Actually.
Well, I'm just looking at 80, 90, 83% increase.
Yep. So what happens is that same line used to be mirrored in the rescue side. So we took it all from there, and then combined them here and lowered them. So communications, for example, in this one, it's 20,000. It's currently 20,000, and then if you flipped back to what is that, 4,100? Flip back to here. It was 22,000, so a total of 42,000 last year. Where this year it's all on the fire side, and it is only 36,000.
Well,
so we combined them and reduced it overall by $6,000.
I understand that.
Okay.
My question would be, and maybe Keith and Nina answer this, I don't know, but if we had it the other way around for all these years, what was the mindset on why would we move it from out of that into fire?
They were just 50-50.
Yeah. Most of those expenses could be determined as fire expenses.
Which could be used by the restricted funds.
Right.
So that was kind of your advantage. So basically, you're increasing your expenses that could be labeled as fire because of the limitation on the fire restricted funds.
Correct.
Right.
That's the way he explained it.
Right, and that's with the new study, you'll see that most of that stuff that's in that 2610 line should be coming out of the fire line and funded through fire assessment funds.
The salary's still 27% though.
Right, and that went up obviously because of the 15 new positions too.
So for budgeting purposes, sounds like he's moved them into a line that's a little more.
Where it more, yeah.
Right.
Instead of general fund funding some of this stuff, it should be funded from the fire rescue or the fire budget.
Right.
Like utility services thing?
Right, yeah. I mean, that's the utility services for a fire station. Should be paid for from the fire budget.
Chief, on line 6200-06, your McAlpin Fire Station number 2, phase 1.
Yep.
You got 304,485. I know some of that's left over from number 6, but
yeah, that's all.
Didn't we just leave 750? So now you got 750
Yes.
plus this 300,000.
Yes.
So you still have $1 million.
Correct. That's why I was telling you.
You gave up so easy.
Yeah, he knew he had another 300 in his pocket. Well,
I told you at the beginning there was 500,000.
I was just seeing if he was going to BS me, and he did.
I did not. You asked. I said yes.
The white flag so quick. Yeah, that's fine. Do what you got to do.
You want to move that to? We can move that to Dowling Park edition, which I already have there. That you can see there. That's just the 500 that's left over from Station 6. I broke up into those 5 stations for projects.
Taylor store site.
He done throwed the Lake County on us, boys.
Lake County 101 budget in there.
He's been through some bigger budgets than we have, I'm quite sure.
Well, no, but I appreciate it though. I mean, the fact that it's there. I mean,
It's right there.
I love it. But yeah.
So it still goes back. We left you 750, but now you're back to $1 million.
That thing be done with it now.
Yeah, I just don't think you can do it 12 months, 14 months.
No, but I could. But so here's my thought process. Let's just say the Dowling Park. There's $100,000 in that, right? Well, what if that comes back and it's 200? Then I can just move. We can move it from that line up to there. It's still.
And the addition at Dowling Park is to be able to accommodate the third person on staff.
To accommodate the 4th person, yeah, and make it just an overall better facility. Since we're going to be there for a long time.
Is Dowling Park the smallest, like living quarters? Is that the smallest station we got? I haven't been to all of them.
Yeah, no, it's where they actually live.
Yeah,
yes.
It's the smallest.
Bunk beds. I think that room is like 15 by 12 or something like that.
So you have to.
Yeah.
This not multi-sex then.
No, and there's only one bathroom. Well, you know, because it was built way back in the day. It wasn't built to live in. It was built for volunteer response. When
Commissioner White.
What's the plan on these water tankers and fire engines that we had leased for 10 years? We're on 8 of 10 payments on that thing.
Yep.
Are those zero buyouts on those leases, or is that?
Yeah, they're just 10 payments. Once we pay the last one, that's ours.
But is that something we got to necessarily replace real quick? Or
No. So, like for example, that tanker, or an average tanker, you should probably get 20, 25 years out of. You know, a frontline engine, frontline for probably 8 to 10, depending on how busy you are. Then you can move it into reserve status for about 2 or 3 years before you need to replace it. Most departments can get about 15 years out of an engine.
Your machinery and equipment on fire, 118,000.
Yep.
Is that for what's that?
That's the wish list, everything. So that is to start replacing brush trucks for wildfires. So we have some pretty old brush trucks, and if you were to go buy just a brush truck from a fire truck place, it's going to be $200,000. So what we want to do is we want to start cycling our 3/4 ton pickup trucks, buy them, staff uses them for a couple years, and then we buy a skid unit. Then we move it from staff to battalion chief response to now we take the bed off, we put a flat bed on, skid unit, and then we can beat this thing up, in the woods for another 5 or 10 years. And by doing it that way, we can buy, a couple skid units or a skid unit and a couple pickup trucks every year and have a rotation replacement plan.
So that I'm clear.
Mm-hmm. But anyway, this one here is for a fire marshal vehicle. Currently in a big box truck, 3/4 ton, that can be moved down to brush truck level.
On his budget, when y'all sat down and y'all did all this, are you using your revenue sides with the current fire assessment or the proposed preliminary?
This whole thing is built based on the new preliminary.
So if the preliminary rate
doesn't go through,
I
guess we're changing all.
You got to figure out what you're taking out of here.
Yep.
That was just my question. If this was proposed based on the preliminary rate, or if this was somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, and if we got a cut, then we'll find it. We'll figure out a way.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Perkins.
On safety and equipment, it got an increase of 143%. You're at now at $121,665. On safety and equipment.
Yep. That is for the fire gear, the single layer brush fire gear I was telling you about earlier. That if we get this, instead of wearing that expensive gear, that hot stuff out in the woods for brush fires and vehicle accidents, they can wear this stuff that's only $1,000.
It doesn't have to be treated like the other equipment. It doesn't have to be treated like the other equipment.
No. They can use it more. It's cheaper to replace.
And you build in some contingency in here as well, right?
Yep.
So you're building a savings account with your contingency. You got an extra 200,000. Well, 160.
Yeah, we went up from only having 40,000 last year to.
I mean, I think that's probably a good idea. I mean, since I've been on the board, that contingency, and Commissioner Hale and White too, has dwindled down some because of the low fire assessment. You were robbing out of that every year.
Right.
It's been steadily on the downward trend. So I don't think you're trying to hide money there, because that 40,000 where it was at last year is significantly lower than it was 5 years ago. Like significant.
And again, that's assuming we move 500,000 over from save out of the station, because we found out yesterday we need a whole new well out 6, by the way.
A new well where?
6.
At the new station, 6.
What happened with the old well? It ain't big enough, or it collapsed, or what?
Something is going on with the casing, and whoever replaced the pump that's in there, you couldn't get a normal size pump through because of some reason. So they put a 1 horse on like a 1-inch line and I don't know, I'm not a well guy, but we needed to upgrade the well to a bigger pump, so that's why we started looking at it for the fire sprinkler system.
Sounds like the casing got bent.
That's what they were thinking, something wrong with the casing.
So you, at that point, you can't put the same size pump down the hole.
Right.
You gotta drill a new hole. I've had it happen.
Well, yesterday was the first time I ever heard of something like that, so at least you did.
Y'all got any other questions for Chief under 33?
On that building, at Station 5, $10,000 pole barn, how big was that?
That was just I took that 500,000. I just divvied it up. I don't have a specific. I just earmarked it. It may only be a $3,000 carport.
I get you.
So.
I do have one correction to make note of for the town of Branford on the revenue side, the fire services. I think y'all just agreed to 80,000, and we had 42,000 in there, so that was just a typo. On the
38,000.
Yeah, so it's an additional 38,000 on the revenue side.
You had 42 in there, and that's going to what?
It should be 80,000.
And that gets added to this contingency.
And you dumped that, yeah, you put that addition to the contingency.
38,000 is added to the contingency as well because of that.
And how much contingency?
38.
For the fire contingency. It'll be 246, 278 would be the new number for the contingency. 246, 278.
You're just making money by the minute, ain't you?
You just got to look for it. It's right there. Ain't that right, Nina?
Yeah.
Poor Nina.
You just bought that 80,000.
Chief, when you do your fire study, your new fire study, are you, I know we've always used the same firm over and over and over and over for many years. You're going to think out, see what somebody else says this time around? Okay.
Of course.
We had the same discussion.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, then I'm not criticizing. I just, every now and then you want to get a different opinion, or at least I do.
Yeah, and when it gets time to doing all that, I'll give the board a lot of updates because I feel like you guys should be involved pretty heavily in that. So.
Any other questions for the chief?
Break time.
All right, we're going to take what time is it?
11:10.
It's 11:10, so we're going to take a 5-minute recess, come back at 11:15. We just finished fire and rescue, which was tab 12, 34, and 33. Is Mr. Gamble here?
He's here.
Yes, sir. You can turn your mic on.
Just one quick thing before we finish fire and rescue.
Miss Betty first.
Page 12.
Which section?
12. 12 and page 12.
Mr. Gamble, I'm going to let Miss Betty go next. She's got, I guess Hamilton County's doing this too.
Okay.
Is that all right with you?
Sorry.
That's good. We'll let Miss so she can go over to Hamilton County.
You want to do that and circle back to this?
You can.
Well, I didn't know what you were saying.
He's got something under section 12 on the fire department.
Okay, let's let Miss Betty go, then we'll come back to that.
All right, sounds great.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you, and thank you for bumping me up a little bit.
Tab 40.
It's not their budget meeting, but it is their board meeting, and I do have a presentation I need to do with them. So we're on tab 40.
Yes, ma'am.
And you'll notice that included with this will be the whole library system, which also includes Hamilton, Madison County, the region, and Suwannee. Hamilton and Madison County funds their libraries completely. I do present to their budget meetings, so usually I just go over Suwannee and the regional with you all, unless you have questions. So I'd like to kind of start off with a little bit about where our revenue comes from. And with the 3-county library system, our revenue comes from local, which would be the Board of County Commissioners, the state fines and fees and donations that we receive at the library, including funds from the Friends of the Library, and also federal, which is our E-rate income, and it's funded at 90% via the federal monies that we receive. What you will find also, I need to point out that the transfer in from BCC, that basically a lot of that is passed through. We are allowed to use expenses for personnel, finance, maintenance, and any other services that the county provides as pass-through, and we use that figure because the state will also reimburse us with a match because the county has incurred those expenses. So I just wanted to point that out because you see that's a large figure. We can go to the expense pages. There are a couple of, couple of increases that probably you may be wondering about. 300% for shipping charges, and that is that our shipping charges has gone up. We don't get as much of a break with the shipping charges anymore. 100% on the motor fuels, and the reason that's gone up is because we have our employees use their automobiles less. You'll find that on the line for travel and reimbursement, that basically is going down. So that's why that's increased. Machinery and equipment. I probably should have held off on this one because that has to do with the automation upgrade, which is what you'll be considering at the end. But I do need to let you know that those funds are not necessarily local funds. Those are state contingency funds. And in the library's contingency budget, which runs, if I'm not mistaken, about $1 million or so, Ms. Nina, about $1 million or so, people do, and that's for the whole system. People do question why that's there and if it could be spent for something else. And they are state funds that roll over, and they have to be spent by law on public libraries.
Miss Betty, where are you at on that? Where's that at?
That's on the expense
Yes, ma'am.
sheet. It's over on the second page of the expense sheet for Suwannee. Down at the bottom, it'll say machinery
Oh,
and
I see it
equipment.
now. I see it now.
So what I did was, I did fill the form out with regards to the automation upgrade increase, but that's where those funds would come from, which basically are state funds. If you have any questions, I can address those, but I just want to remind everyone that when you spend your local dollars for the public library, in the application that you allow me to make each year, the state determines how much they will give back to us. This year, or this past year, it was $1.39 on every dollar that you spent. Everybody's looking confused.
Well, because this is broke out in so many parts.
It is, but don't look at Hamilton.
Just look at Suwannee.
And just look at Suwannee and the regional. The regional is funded specifically by the state with some contributions from each county. Suwannee County provides about $60,000. Hamilton and Madison provides $50,000 for that, and the rest is funded via the state. And the reason that is because these positions are positions that function for all of the counties. The director's position, the technical services department, and the cataloging and processing department.
Miss Betty, the Allen Park Library, I know the air conditioner's out there. And I see what you got in there to cover it. Have you got bids on that yet? Was that enough to replace that? I guess it just completely went out, the air conditioner?
It did, and it's been out, for
a while.
For a while. He was going to come before me so that he was going to lay the groundwork for it, but you want to come up and address that?
I just want to make sure that's a lot of money for an air conditioner, but.
Well, what happened was the original air conditioner was a high energy efficient superconductor kind of air conditioner, and to replace it with a like kind that was parts that we could get parts available for was another, well, it was at $195,000.
Holy cow.
Yeah. So what I did was I reached out to the same company who did the install, and the install on a unit to come in with a more simplified version. Actually went to a chiller type system and reduced the controls, the complexity of the controls, and then we got down to, what was it, the $147,000.
How big a building are we talking about?
This is
Darling Park.
Darling
Yes,
Park
ma'am.
Library.
How many square feet?
I want to say it's about 7,000 total.
That's still a lot of money.
It is a lot, but what it does is it has the climate control and the humidity control and all that built in. It's all zoned out. I don't know why it was engineered the way it was, sir. I'm just trying to give you the option to bring it back the way it was. It's not.
In your budget?
No. Miss Betty was going to use it in her budget, and the reason behind that is because of the pass-through funds that she gets a match on the back side of this. So we don't get it this year, but she gets that next year in a match towards
2 years out.
in 2 years back on her budget, and that's why we brought it to you in her budget, not mine.
So do we have the money now to replace the air conditioner?
That's the request of you in her budget.
She's put it in her budget.
Actually, you had the same question I had, and
Yes.
that was, why does it cost so much? But
And that's under a Sourcewell contract, so that is our pre-contracted, our procured product.
And this is the only option?
This is the only option unless you're going to go in there and completely reduct and everything else, and now you're going to drive the cost of this up.
How much of it would be less than
we can.
And you can talk about building a small house for what?
That's what I can understand. How come a 7,500, 8,000 square foot building, it costs $165,000 to put an air conditioner in? There's people's houses that are 8,000 square foot, and this.
Trust me, I understand.
We could buy 3 mobile homes for people.
When you do
for the price of the air conditioner.
When you do the engineering to get the humidity control and get all that in place,
Ricky's raising the hand back there.
it's what's driving it up. It's all. If you don't put the humidity control in there, we had this problem in the Live Oak Library when the first Debbie came through. When the first Debbie came through, they had straight air conditioning in there. We could never drop the relative humidity below 80% in that building, and we had mildew and mold problems in the building.
Is that due to the content, the books, the inventory? I mean,
Yes, you're not getting enough run time. There's a lot of things, a lot of moving parts are not happening. So when we finally got humidity control in the building after the fact, we now maintain a 70% relative humidity, which holds all that in check.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Commissioner Perkins.
Mr. Hart.
Yes.
I know what the cost of ACs now has gone very high because of the type freon they're using and all the other components in there. They have driven it up. We have seen the increase in the cost of it, even on the residential side. But how many have you reached out and got other bids from other companies? How many bids you get?
Well, I got the original from the original the original installer to replace with an in-kind which was components again that we could buy. That was the problem with the unit we have now. We can't get components for it. It was a special built.
What, York?
No, it was called Cool US, and it was a specially designed system for that building when it was originally installed.
I'm not being, because I don't know, and I'll ask either one of y'all, when you say that building, I mean.
The library.
I understand that, but I mean, what makes that building so specific to this type of unit?
That particular unit was designed by a company in Central Florida that did all the engineering, they did all the programming, they did all the space. This is a computer. This is not a house air conditioner, okay? It's a computer that cools a building.
That's a hybrid unit.
It is, yes, it is. It's there's a lot to it, and now that company has folded. We can't get parts for it, and the original owner is the only one who owns the programming for the whole thing. I've had 3 different companies in here. This has been going on for a year. We've had 3 different companies in here, and none of them can work on them. And this is from Siemens to, who was it, Comfort Temp, who was the original installer. They can't even work on it.
Why couldn't we put 4 mini splits in there?
Well,
I mean, that's a whole lot cheaper.
You're gonna have
they got humidity controls on them.
Put a system in.
I don't know, man. I got a hard time with that.
I mean, however y'all want to proceed with this, if y'all want to get an engineer in here to come in here, because it's beyond my scope to go in there and tell you what is exactly what we need. I could sit there and tell you, yes, we can do it. I'm an AC guy by trade. I'm going to tell you, I can do the square footage, I can do the math. But I can't guarantee you that it's going to do what it's supposed to do in there.
And I do need to comment on the need and for humidity control, because I've had to do mold remediation in some other libraries, and by the time you do that 2 or 3 times.
Well, and again, and I'll ask, I mean, I mentioned it, but I guess, is that specific to the content in the building? Is that what those books, they create mold, they draw moisture, I guess?
They're all factors.
Well, books and also the computers now, too. Not just the books, but the books, that's mainly because it's paper.
Right.
Well, a lot of that you get that air.
And once it spreads, you have to get rid of the collection and rebuild.
And so it's completely out right now. You have no air conditioning.
Well,
they have some fixes.
We have been getting them by maintaining temperature. We're not maintaining humidity. We're maintaining temperature right now is all we're doing.
And so for us to go out to bid, you're going to have engineering to get that, other than just going to the straight Sourcewell contract.
Yes, sir.
How long would that take?
My luck with engineers here recently, it'll take you another 6 to 8 months to get an engineer to come in.
And what estimated cost on engineering, any idea?
I would imagine 40 to 50,000.
God, I went to school. I should have went to school.
I did too, brother. I went to the wrong school.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Commissioner Perkins.
Mr. Dillon, maybe you try reaching out to any of those companies, those firms that manufacture those units to see if they can manufacture something to fit the building, to meet our requirements. Without having to go through an engineer and reach out to a manufacturer.
With my experience that we just ran into with a specially designed unit, I am so far away from messing with that. I want something that I know is somebody who's been there. I'd rather go with a name brand unit knowing that I can go to them and say, hey, I need a motor. I bought one motor for this last unit. It was the last one in the continental United States because they came out of Germany, and it was $3,500 for a motor. It was a blower motor.
Well, that's why I think you need to go with something that's more simplified.
Well, that's why I went with what I gave you, the 145. We went to a chiller system. We were changing the system completely from what it is, from a heat pump to a chiller system. Now, here is the upside to a chiller system. Standard air conditioning now, we used to get 12 to 14 years out of a system. Now you're looking at 7 to 8. All right, that's with the new systems that are out there, and it's the design. With a chiller system, we're looking at 20 years. That's a plus. Now, is it a great plus? No, I don't know that there's a great option right here, but I'm giving you what we've came up with, and done the research behind it.
So you feel like you're at a dead end, this is where it's at, that's all we got?
I hit a wall with this one, and I hate to tell you this, but me and Miss Betty's had this conversation. and
The ductwork that's in the building, why would it have to be changed just to change the system?
If you put multiple units in there, you would change the layout of it. Now, we're actually able to use the existing ductwork with the system, the way we're trying to set it up. They're actually going to use the same air handler cabinet and come back in and put new coils in that cabinet and new blowers in it.
So that unit you're purchasing would be calibrated to be able to use the ductwork you got, so you'd be able to unload the system or put the system into a bind.
Right. The benefit to a chiller system is you can actually take the blower fans and you can slow them way, way down, and you can actually extract moisture out of the air by running the fan slower. With a Freon system, you can't do that. If you do that with Freon, what you're going to do is you're going to ice up coils. You're going to have all kind of other problems that go in with that. And that was one of the reasons why going with a chiller system. That and the life of it, because you're already talking over $100,000 on a unit.
That's crazy.
That's insane.
So using that chiller system, cooling tower, you have more
No
water
cooling
running.
tower. This is a water over air system. It has an air cooled condenser on it instead of a water cooled condenser.
It's a big unit.
Mr. Gamble, was you going to say something about this?
I was just going to tell you how we got there. When we originally started doing this project, we were running short of funds, and we started a huge campaign to go do fundraising. Our biggest donor was Frank Hershaw, who owns a statewide dealership, Train ACs, in Kentucky, and he donated $125,000 to the Dowling Park Library. So the first thing we wanted to do when we went in and started looking at this, of course, we want to buy a Train air conditioner, because that's who just donated $125,000 to our building. When we met with the architects and the engineers, the way they designed the building to meet the needs of the library, Train couldn't provide us a system. There was nobody else that could. Now, I don't know if that's right or wrong. We were going by the design of the architect and the engineer, which was North Florida Professional Services that did the design work. Don't know if it was the right system or wrong system, but that was the one that was recommended at the time to meet the needs that we needed. And even the man that donated $125,000 for us, we couldn't even go find what we needed in him with all of Train. So it wasn't for lack of looking and trying. It was just at 2014, 15, 16 when we were building it, that were the options on the table, and I can promise you it didn't cost that much when we did it then, or it wouldn't have probably got done. So that was all I was going to add.
Thank you.
I was out there a couple months ago giving a speech. It was not pleasant.
I mean, this library is in my district, and I hear a lot about the lack of air out there, but I also don't like just throwing $165,000 at it. I mean, that is a ton of money for an air conditioner. Is there any way we can go back to North Florida Professional Services and say, hey, y'all designed this thing. You got the plans. Y'all were the engineer. We got a problem. Give us an alternative outside of $165,000.
Or $50,000 for engineering.
I can go to them and see what they say.
I mean,
but I got the specs and all from them, and they kept going back to the same place that we're at. Right?
I'm not saying I want to take the money out of her budget. I mean, I want to leave some money there because it needs to be replaced. It's broke. It don't work. So they have these portable units out there that obviously aren't that efficient. And we're paying rent on them, I assume. We're renting those.
Well, I purchased one to save that money because for what I bought the one that I have in there for, in 2 weeks' time, I would have paid for it in rental. So I bought one and we installed it ourselves.
Well, I mean, I think the patrons of the library out there will appreciate us trying to get air in them, and I think they would also be appreciative of us not just saying, okay, they said they wanted 165, sign the check.
Right.
So, I mean, I think that we need to do a little more due diligence here and say, hey, North Florida, y'all need to get over here like yesterday and look at this and pull those plans up and see. And it's not North Florida's fault. I'm not casting shade on them, but just since they were the engineer and get them back over here and say, hey, what's plan B here? Because plan A, 10 years, Mr. Gamble? How old's the library?
It hasn't been 10 years.
I believe it was 2015 to 16 when we were building.
9 years old, and we got a $165,000 problem staring us in the face, which shouldn't happen.
We've had issues along getting to this point.
Mr. Meeks?
The ACU has been down for a year plus?
Yeah.
Is there a mold or mildew problem that exists?
There is a humidity, not a mold yet, but there is a high humidity issue
So
in there.
if you looked at a more conventional system, could you also look at installing a dehumidifier?
Right.
Well, I guess anything's possible. Now, I mean, how will that look and how will that fit in what you have? You got a footprint you got to work in.
We just have some residential homes that have, because of their type of construction with moisture, have also installed.
I got one. I mean, that's a problem in my house, same thing.
Yeah.
But dehumidifier solved the issue.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering if a conventional air system with it, like Ron's talking about, a dehumidifier, ain't a whole lot less expensive solution.
How, and I don't disagree. How hard would it be, Mark, for us just to get someone to come out and that's in that business and look at giving us a quote on something like that?
It's an ask. It's an ask. I mean, I've had 3 different companies out here looking at it, and I'm always back at the same place. So, I mean, you know.
I know somebody will chop down.
Yeah.
I went with the original installer up front because I figured, hey, these are the people ought to know about this system, right? And they actually sent somebody from Gainesville here 4 times. I've hit Siemens in here. Siemens did the same thing.
So, to keep this moving along,
We can leave the money in there, but just.
I'm gonna take a recess. Perkins is over here making a side deal.
This commission.
Maybe he's talking to the air conditioning guy. I don't know.
Well, I want to call somebody too that I know is in the business. I want to ask somebody as well. But yeah,
I think we ought to ask some more questions for sure.
Yeah.
So let me ask you, guys, so we don't get hung up on this. If we left $100,000 in that line, knowing that it may take more to come out of contingency, obviously I think the trend of the board here is trying to build our contingency up.
Sure. I'm good with that.
So can we leave 100 there and take 65 out of that, and let's back up and punt? Let's talk to North Florida. I'm gonna reach out to an air. Huh?
Contingency this wouldn't get added back to yours.
If it comes from the library's contingency, but what I was going to suggest is that if the county does that, and then some of the match can come from the library's contingency, what you put in, I'm going to get reimbursed anyway because it's considered operational money, so the state will reimburse me $1.39 for.
I guess that's what I'm saying. So if she's at 165 built into her budget, which I'm assuming that 165 would have come from Suwannee County, right?
Because it's a Dallin Park library.
It's our responsibility.
Well, the 165 she builds into her budget under the Suwannee library, but she's had this money in her contingency for years and years.
She had 10,000 in there last year, it says. In machinery and equipment, and it's going from 10,000 to 160.
That's what we spent.
This is all.
Right. That's what we spent from contingency last year. But the library's contingency gets close to $1 million. That's overall, though, because the state allows us to roll it over. I inherited a system that says from year to year, the state decides what kind of money you get reimbursed, so that you need some money in order to be able to keep your libraries at least halfway whole until better time comes. So that's why we've been allowed to keep that.
We fund her $1.9 million, but she gives us back $800,000 in the same year to show the state that she's.
Well, how do you so that difference there? How do you not put the 65 back on our contingency if that's not dollar for dollar match?
Well, I mean, y'all can do whatever you want. I was just letting you know the history. You can put that 65 if you want her to do that. Now, when the state looks at it, she may be dinged for that 65 2 years from now, right?
Well, 2 years from now, right, you don't get the match for it.
But if we have to give it, what I'm saying though is if we had to pull it back out and give it back to her because we figured out later 3 months from now that there's no other option, and we did talk to North Florida, we give it back to her, then you would show the state that you got it back.
Yeah, it would count.
It would count then.
Right.
So my point is, if we put the 65 in our contingency, and we do find an alternative option that's 100, then it's win-win. We found a cheaper option. The board got 65 back into contingency. If we strike out and don't find a cheaper option, then we give her the 65 back, and it counts. Am I wrong?
No, you're right. If you're giving it as a local, if you put that 65,000 in 2 years out, it's matched
So
via the state.
Do I got consensus on that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we're going to change that to 100 and put 65. And Mr. Durham, can we reach out to North Florida this afternoon and say, hey,
I will.
we need y'all to get to Dowling Park Library and figure out a cheaper option or a different option or a option, or what are our options?
And I'm no air conditioner guy, but I can tell you what I had to do at my house, and I had the same issue. It was put a dehumidifier in. So it's a conventional system, but it has a dehumidifier now, which solves the moisture problem, which was a whole lot less expensive than changing the whole air conditioning system.
Right, and it has to be able to accommodate that. I've had dehumidifiers in another library that I'm now renovating. There were different ones in different places. But now I'm having to redo, this is in Madison County in Greenville. Now I'm having to go back revisit that because the mold pretty much just took over. The dehumidifier couldn't do what it needed to do to keep it whole.
Well, we're not,
So I'm assuming
Mr. Chairman, I don't
that's
think
strong.
we're refusing to do it. We're just putting that money in our contingency instead of hers, and if she needs it back, I think everybody's in
So as long as
consensus.
it's local funds, I mean, it's not like a transfer of state funds to it, right?
Right.
Okay.
No, it would be local funds. It's the same stance I took with the chief. Like, hey, I don't want to give you $2 million to build a building that I know you can't build in 12 months. So we're going to take some of that back, and then hopefully you can find it cheaper. And if you can't, then we're not going to take. I know we're not going to take our contingency to zero. We'll give you the 65 back.
Okay.
If we got to take it from the chief again.
I'm working on that.
He said okay, so hey.
So let's add that. Let's do that.
Okay.
Let's leave it out at 100.
All right.
What's that new number?
I ain't got there.
Was that in?
$3,113,090.
Okay. Y'all have any other questions for Miss Betty?
I'm good.
And really, the only thing
The
we need to
regional library is there, but it's pretty straightforward. I think I explained that.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I think. Are y'all good with Miss Betty? Y'all good with Miss Betty?
It's good, Miss Betty, yeah.
Miss Betty, thank you. Drive careful to Hamilton County.
Thank you.
Chief Commissioner Hale's got something for you.
Yep.
Under tab what?
12.
Tab 12?
Tab 12, we go, there's two page 12s here, but they're all 12. Go to that second page. EMC contingency.
EMS contingency?
Yep. I asked him in our break, he's okay with it. I'd like to move another 50,000 out of that, out of that contingency into our contingency.
So you're going to take 660 and make it 610?
Yep. Unless he's good with 660, round it off.
No,
Just
you
make
mean
it 600.
I mean.
Just
yeah,
make it
that's what I mean,
600 flat.
Yep.
60,320.
60,320.
Thank you.
Now, board, we're building our contingency. That doesn't mean that you get to murder it later.
So what's that, 510?
Is that consensus?
Y'all got consensus to take?
Yes, to take that, make it to even 600,000.
Even 600,000 in his EMS contingency.
Okay.
3,173,410.
I didn't do the math yet.
Should be.
$3,173,410.
Yes, sir.
Y'all see the trend here, right?
So
We're
that's
going up.
That's a total of 510, right?
Huh?
Excuse me.
That we take in total, 510, rough? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Just so I know.
Yes, sir.
Anything else for me?
No, but I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Gamble, I think we got after Mr. What time is it?
You'll need a lunch.
After Mr. Gamble, we're going to recess for lunch. Mr. Gamble, do you have watch batteries in your budget?
Say what? Watch batteries. Well, hey, I was doing something for y'all. So yesterday I was going through y'all's budget and saw where y'all had pretty tough time coming up today. So this morning at 5 o'clock, me and a couple of my field guys did emergency reassessment of 5 randomly picked properties. And I'll be glad to tell y'all that we have come up with enough money to cover the shortfalls y'all have.
Including watch batteries.
Including watch batteries.
There you go.
No, we had something unpredicted this morning we couldn't get out of, so I'm glad to be here. Easy budget, you can turn to page, not a page number, this page.
You're on tab 49.
49.
This one right here shows you all the increases on one page for the year.
Okay.
All of it, that one right there. Other than salary and any contract increase that we have for our services that are provided, mapping, website, GSA, which is the Canvas system. Those are our only increases. Yep, of course, health insurance, same increases y'all are looking at. Pay raises, health insurance, FICA, retirement. Sir?
Show that page again.
No.
Tab 49.
Justification.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Justification sheet, right?
And this has been approved by the state already?
Yeah. Honestly, it's a waste of y'all's time. I mean, unless y'all find something really in there y'all don't like that I say I have to have, we're going to wind up at the governor's office. But I don't think it's going that far. There's nothing in there that I'm asking for this year. There is one thing that's not showing up on this. I'll just give y'all a heads up on it. I had a full-time position, still have the position, but I had a guy go out on sick leave a couple years ago with cancer. And at the same time, another guy had resigned. I didn't have time to hire a full-time employee, so I reached out to one that had recently retired and hired him back full-time. When I did my new budget for the next year, which is the one we're in now, instead of putting it back at a 40-hour position, I put it back at his regular hours. So then I had to go back when I submit it back this year because my guy's back from cancer, the part-time guy's gone, and I done put it back a full-time. The department caught it when I sent them my budget. They're like, there's no justification for it. I know it's a full-time employee, but I went back and looked. It was just my fault for not carrying it last year. So it went from 24 hours to 40 hours, but it was already at 40 hours the year before. I just had an emergency with a guy going out and needed to make ends meet. But other than that, there's nothing in there. And two, just for public information, I know DOJ has hit everybody and asked for reports. We submitted ours. I put it on a spreadsheet, goes back from 2020 all the way to current day. It shows all the ad valorem taxes coming in from water management and the Board of County Commissioners, all the ad valorem that comes in. And it gives a breakdown of everything that we got and then everything that we turn back to the county on a spreadsheet with all the backup information. Got it upon request if any of y'all want to see it or want a copy of it. It's the same thing y'all get every year. All I did was pull what they asked for and put it in a spreadsheet for them.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Gamble?
I think you kind of answered. I'd just like asking of all departments, but are you fully staffed now, Ricky? Everything's...
The answer is no, but we're not asking for anything. The biggest problem that I have is we're required by statute to make it around the county once every 5 years. It takes us about 6.5. You add an employee, they build more houses. It just takes longer, so you need another employee. We've looked at different things to try to speed that up instead of putting an employee in. And I guess while we're talking about this is something that Greg, any other departments that want to talk about it, this would be a good time to talk about it. The mapping system that you used it a lot during the hurricane. The Eagle View is who provides it for us. See, currently we get a flyover once every 3 years. And then the state provides us a free one once every 3 years. So now you're getting 2 flyovers every 3 years. Well, we worked out with them this year. That's part of the increase you see in here to add a 3rd flyover. So you're getting 1 every year. What that's going to enable us to do, not on residential properties or properties with dwellings, but these vast amounts of ag land that I have to send a guy out there every day to go look and say, yep, it's still a hayfield, yeah, it's still a cow field, but that's all he's doing all day, every day. They can now go in there, pull these flyovers that are done every winter, so the foliage is off the trees, and see, oh, yep, that's still hayfield, yep, still got cows on it. Doing it once every 3 years, I can't do that. I got to send them out there. And so instead of trying to add more staff, we're looking at more ways of doing it like this. And then plus, once we have that flyover, those 3-year flyers are flyovers that under Eagle View, also negotiated with them this year, unlimited users in that system. Now, there's some details in that contract that, of course, you would have to sit down with and the attorney sit down to go with over it. But that gives the Sheriff's Office, Public Works, Parks and Rec, anybody that is marking culverts, marking stop signs, marking anything that y'all want to keep track of, you can set your own database up and everything's going to be connected through Eagle View, but you're the only one that has access to it. Sheriff's Office can do the same thing. Come in and set up whatever need they would be. And it basically any department in the county can do it. And you're going to have up to not real-time data, but real-time annual data coming in instead of looking at one that's 3 years old. And then those will be archived in the system and on the website. Because, you know, when I was on the board, we hired a guy to go around and find all the culverts. Well, great, he found them all. What records did he leave for us to have the next guy go find them? So it's stuff like that it'll be available and at hardly any charge to the county, because I think the way we've got it worked out, we're going to pick up the bulk of it.
Mr. Gamble, is there, and I ask because I don't know, but through the state and them approving your budget, is there a way for you, for instance, if you were to, are you allowed to give back funds to the board?
I give back every year.
Yeah, and then start escrowing for your future building needs? Is there a way for us to do that?
Yeah, I mean, I turned back. So the way we do our budget, and I just found this out the other day, I think I'm the only one in the county that does this way, aren't we? So our last quarterly draw, I think, let's say this year, I'm turning back $150,000, and my last quarterly draw is going to be $250,000. Then I only request $100,000. So by the end of the fiscal year, y'all have already got the money back. I mean, it just so happens what I'm turning back this year almost equals my increase. So, I mean, it's almost a net zero budget increase for you. And it's not that we had 10% of fluff. It's just we bust our butts throughout the year to make sure that we don't spend anything that we don't have to.
Well, and I guess that's where I'm going with it, is if we could get every constitutional and every department head to not inflate or fluff their budget, but yet focus on the pennies, on saving it, and start escrowing, trying to find creative ways where we can maybe pull our belt a little tighter and figure out ways to handle this growth that the county's experiencing without just at one day, hey, I need a new building. Well, how much money? None. Yeah. I need you need to build me a new building. Well, where are we going to get $5 million from?
I think it's unrealistic to ask them to have no kind of reserve in their budget, though. They got to have 5%, 10%, whatever the magic number is. But, I mean, yeah, I don't mind. I mean, it goes back to y'all to give you the head start for the coming year's budget. So, I mean, in the past, we've asked for some of it to be set aside for IT, because we knew we had some IT projects going and we had a decent return. So we sent half of it back to board and requested for y'all to put the other half into IT. If y'all want to start a line item for a new building, I mean, do it. Well, I have, once we send it back to y'all, it's out of our hands, and we do it by the last day of September.
I just think that if we don't start talking about this stuff, start thinking about it, then it's not going to be right on this board to leave it in the leave it on somebody else's doorstep down the road. I mean, you're not the only one that's busting at the seams. Other constitutionals are too, and other departments are too, and then hell, the county for that matter. But if we don't start, I don't want us to get into a habit of, we're going to get some money back from this one, and not allow us to go spend it on this. No, let's once we give it to you, I want to quit depending on it coming back, and let's start escrowing for future needs and capital improvement.
Well, that's what I seek to get at, because I believe right now, y'all use it to front end your budget for the coming year, basically, don't we? So it's coming back knowing, okay, before taxes start coming back in November, this is going to get us from October 1st to November 1.
Well, it's hard to count on the exact amount.
Right, it is, because I mean, I've had years where I turn back, like I had to go back and look at that sheet, $17,000 one year because we had some unexpected. I think I needed a couple trucks or something, but by statute we have to turn it back.
No, I understand, but and then we may just switch money around for 60 or 90 days until that other stuff comes in. But if we put it back where we got it from or where we want it to be, I mean,
you can make it work.
Number one, I think that if you have like-minded people, that would hopefully get them to focus on their cost and watching their cost, because they know that anything that they save is going to go back to them at some point in the future. And I mean, we may not build a new, he may be out of office when we build a new building, but at least he can hang his hat on. Hey, I ended up saving $500,000 over the time I was in office toward the building.
Y'all aren't planning on building one in the next 4 or 8 years, are you?
No.
Okay, good.
So you got time. So you got time to save up money.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
And the sheriff's deal, he turns his money back to us, but we got a line item in our budget, right, that holds that money.
It just goes back to general.
The same thing we could do with him, could we not? Or any of the constitutionals, for that fact.
But they have to give it back, though. They can't.
No, I get it, but we can hold it in our line item like we do for the sheriff.
The only way it goes to any other line other than y'all's general fund is if I come in here and request y'all to do it and y'all grant my request. I can't make you do it. Y'all have to grant it.
But I think that's a good idea, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
I mean, I think that if we can start a trend of when constitutionals or department heads, maybe not department heads because a lot of them are operating out of general, but if our constitutionals will start a trend that, hey, any money that we can save and give back, that's going to go to my capital improvement fund earmarked for me. Well, maybe that'll create some energy toward, hey, let's cut. I'm going to focus on cutting costs, not I'll just ask for more money next year to cover that, new computer or whatever it is.
Yeah.
I
think just
incentive.
Human nature tells you if I give it back, they're just going to blow it somewhere else. Not saying y'all, I'm just saying in general.
But that's why.
But if they see it going to a line item for their office or their improvements, they might, but let's stick a little bit aside because the board's not going to give me no extra. I got to pull out of that.
How do y'all know what the plan is, though?
What do you mean?
Size building for each?
He's just talking about it.
We don't, but if he gives back $100,000 over the next 5 years, well, I'm not saying he could do 100, but if he did 50 or if he did 250, it's all going to come back to his office at some point.
I will say this. The tax collector's office is busting at the seams. When I came in 2021, we were too, but we went through and scanned 50 or 60 filing cabinets into the system, and that opened up 2 big offices for us. So we've got room to grow. At this point in the near future, we're not looking at growing. We're looking at incorporating smarter ways to work and not harder ways to work.
Right, but at some point,
oh yeah,
it's like let's don't wait till it's raining and decide we need a raincoat.
I get what you're saying.
Start saving for a raincoat today, because at some point it's going to rain.
Previous boards did that to us.
Yeah,
y'all did.
Yeah. I wasn't going to say it, but I was thinking.
Hey, we did what we had to do. Y'all do what y'all got to do.
So is that something?
Can we start building those in for our constitutionals? I mean, I know the sheriff already has one, but can other constitutionals make each constitutional have a capital improvement
line?
And once y'all put it there, just don't say it has to stay there. If I build up $200,000 or $300,000 in it and have no needs coming up, y'all can transfer it back into general fund and use it for a project you got.
Does the clerk need it?
So you want one for each?
I would think so, to keep it clean.
A separate line?
Yeah, keep it separate.
Right, Sharon doesn't give back money, but but we can do it for the other four.
I'm just trying to think of ways to get creative, and let's start focusing on saving money instead of spending money. It's an idea. It might have been a crappy one.
Do y'all have any other questions directed to the budget? On that case, an old man told me one time, if you don't say it in a meeting, it never happened.
Same guy talking.
I don't have a lot of opportunities to speak in a meeting no more. I want to say something that's probably a little controversy, but I feel it in my heart. I fully support what Governor DeSantis is doing on property taxes. And if I got a phone call from him tomorrow to ask me to help him put myself out of a job, I'd do it. And I'm going to tell you all that because what I see happening in the office is not your fault. It's not my fault. But it's laws that are coming down from Tallahassee and rules that are coming through the Department of Revenue that hurt people. Now, that being said, I do not ever think they'll come up with a way to completely eliminate property taxes. They tried it before when Marco Rubio, I believe, was in the Florida House. I can't remember the exact number, was it 29%, 39% sales tax? It's not going to happen. Too much money going out for too many essential services. But I do think that there's something they can do for homestead reform. You got people, and I'll just give you an example. Let's call it a heritage homestead property. And I'm making that term up. It doesn't exist. But, I mean, everybody in this room have a grandma and grandpa at some point. Well, let's say grandma and grandpa have a farm. And they're grandfathered in under their homestead exemption, been a homestead for close to 100 years. Grandma and grandpa die. You lose their cap. It comes to market value. That heritage homestead property that might have had a $1,500 tax bill could wind up with a $7,000 tax bill, $15,000 tax bill. And they say that's not possible in Suwannee County. Well, I'm telling you it is. With the values that we're seeing, what people are coming in and paying for a piece of property, Franklin, go ask a gentleman down in your district. He mailed us in an ag application that got returned to him because it said that our office had moved, returned to sender. Well, he got his tax bill for, I think, a 150-acre pine tree farm, $15,000 tax bill. Now, he brought it in, and he had it postmarked, and we were able to correct it for him. But those numbers are coming if they don't do some kind of reform. And I know that's how the county lives, is off that budget. But I'm saying if I don't know where y'all stand on it, and I'm not asking you where you stand on it. I've had so many people asking me about it that I just wanted to use this public forum today to get up here and say it. I mean, I don't want to be without a job, but I've seen, man, when you watch a 70-year-old lady about to lose her house over $3,000 in back taxes, it weighs on you, and you want to help them. But, man, when you look at a list that's this long, you can't help everybody. And the laws don't allow you. You want to be compassionate for them, but there's laws that you take an oath to uphold. You don't agree with some of them, but you still took the oath to uphold them. And so I just tell y'all that. Any of y'all got DeSantis' number? You can get me on that committee. I would appreciate it. But if y'all don't have anything else, y'all have a great day. I know y'all got a tough job ahead of you. I don't envy it. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Perkins.
Mark, come back and give us a thumb up on getting with professional services. Mark, on getting with them.
Mark what? He's going to get with professional services?
Yeah, he's already got with them and give a thumbs up, but he's got with them.
You taught us professional services already?
I've already contacted them. They're going to get back with me and send somebody else.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Y'all got anything else? Can we recess for lunch?
We can.
So we're going to recess. It's 12:20. We're going to recess for an hour, and let's just call it an hour and 20 minutes. That way it gives everybody time to get there and back.
Okay.
So we'll be back here.
Get through all that before the board meeting?
That's true. We'll do an hour. 1 hour. We'll be back here at 1:20. 2025-2026 budget workshop back to order. Welcome back from lunch. We have up next maintenance, Mr. Mark Durham, tab. I think we'll start on tab 9, which is custodial.
Yes. And Commissioner White just pointed out an oversight on my part on the custodial overtime. It's the same as it was prior year, not the actual usage. So that was at 6,000. Is that correct, Mr. White?
Well, it was current's 2,000, projected was 12, and requested was 15.
Yeah, no, we're going back to the 2,000.
Why was the I'm sorry, Mr. Durham, why was the 10,000 X, were you short on built?
I'm sorry?
You requested 2,000 and you're at 12,000 already.
That was all the storms. They were working through all those hurricanes and everything.
Okay.
So the 15 you want to get rid of.
Yeah, and go back to the
2,000.
2,000.
So that's adding 13 back to contingency?
Yeah.
What was it on that, on this overtime salary?
On custodians.
Yeah.
On tab 9. Yep.
Okay,
Overtime salary.
So you go back to 2,000.
Where's that new number there?
$3,186,410. Yeah. Okay. Y'all have any other questions for? I mean, custodial's pretty cut and dry.
Yeah.
Y'all have any other questions for Mr. Durham in regards to the custodial? I do not.
I'm good.
Tab 10, maintenance. I got a question, Mr. Durham.
Okay.
On the economic development building improvements, 140,000.
Yes, sir.
What all are we? I mean,
We're just initiating that right now. We're just getting into it. So we've got some drawings and stuff put together, and we're starting to get some materials. We're trying to be as cost effective as we could on it and do as much in-house as we could. And so that's where we're at right now, changing the siding. And actually, we have a meeting, when is it, Thursday, Greg, with Mr. Norris and himself over the final on that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Commissioner White.
Another HVAC for $125,000. Admin, it says.
That's out of
Public
Works.
Yeah, that's out at Public Works. That's monies that were set back by the prior administration. It's more than HVAC, though. It's a renovation of that whole facility.
Mr. Chairman, I should have started this before Mark started. We've shifted money back in his budget on projects that have been set aside for a while. Out at administration, we've got every time I walk in that building, my nose runs and everything. We got some issues there that's got to be fixed. We got some ladies out there now that has got some strong concerns about what's going on out there, so we need to.
I was aware of the HVAC
Okay.
problem. It's been there for a while.
Right.
I was looking at 125,000. I'm saying, my gosh, man.
Yeah, we're looking at a roof insulation, ceiling work. I mean,
Yeah, because that thing sweated bad.
the whole 9 yards
Yeah.
on that, and that's what that money just was laid out. Its name just was named HVAC.
I understand.
So that's not a $125 air conditioner. That's
No, sir. Not even close. Not even close.
Can we change the name to Admin Addition? I don't know.
Or admin
Well, actually,
rehab.
it's actually Public Works.
Public Works Rehab.
Public Works Rehab, that would probably be a more adequate name, yes, sir.
Rehab and miscellaneous repair.
We can all go there and get rehabilitated.
There you go.
Come join us, Nina.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
The courthouse window replacements, that's been taken care of.
It's
right?
underway now, yes, sir.
But I mean, there's zero money in here requested, so you got enough?
Well, what I did was I just said if we're not done by this coming year, we'll just roll that money into next year and finish the project.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir, Commissioner Perkins.
so with that 400,000 there, you then additional 100,000 coming from the judges.
That is correct.
So it'd be a total of 500,000.
That is correct.
Okay.
And Mr. Durham, I know we talked about this before, but the low bidder was significantly lower. Have you talked to them again and made sure that number's going to cover it?
Yes, sir. We've gone through all that and actually verified things through the engineer and everything else that make sure that we're all adequate, and talked with council on it also.
Okay.
And that was including all of the wood that may need to be changed, so we'll have no change order coming back up, unforeseen thing that come pop back up.
That's, yes, sir.
Okay.
Your before Commissioner asked, or Commissioner Perkins asked, that Douglas Center HVAC, we gonna?
I've already asked.
Where we at on that? That's missed.
Well, actually, it's funny that's in my budget, but that's not my project. It's the engineering's done. We did the last sit down on the 100% last Thursday. Was that right, Jason?
Yes, sir.
Last Thursday, and we're waiting on the final to come back from them, and then ready to go out for bid, right?
Mm-hmm. So the HVAC will be addressed through the grant that we got from the state. And I think we're covered under budget on that. What I would like to do with this is kind of hold that back for the cultural center, that the other grant we have to build the community center. I think we'll probably be coming up short on that. So if we could keep this placeholder and use for that project if needed. The air conditioner will be covered on the other grant.
Now, you did have some money that was set aside already, but whether that was already in escrow, that I think Mr. Fleming put in there, Commissioner Fleming put it back in there.
I thought this was that.
That is it.
Mm-hmm. Same.
We've been
adding to it. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. And if I may, there's actually another line in there also that was bleacher improvements that can actually be put in that pot of money too. You see it there, Jason? Mm-hmm. That was all about the improvements, and then they got the grant money to move forward with, a larger scope of project.
Now, the bleachers are just going to be repaired and not replaced, right?
Correct.
Yes. Okay.
And that was in the scope of this jerk, wasn't it, Jason? That's what I thought.
Mm-hmm. We can cover that.
Okay.
So if we don't need that money when we start that other community center, then, we'll
turn
it back to you, or you can hold it in contingency and wait and see, however you want to do that.
How much do you think that the community building you're saying is going to be over? How much?
The prices are just coming in high, the estimates from the architect, so I don't know.
That's on the 3 design builds, so there's 2 other ones too?
Yes. The Brantford, John Hill Park, and Douglas Center, the Cultural Center.
There's 3 of those.
Mm-hmm. That's one of them.
Cool.
That's what this money would.
Well, the only thing that I would say to that would be, if Douglas is coming in potentially over budget, so is John Hill Park more than likely, and the third one's down in Brantford, right?
Yeah.
So I would say if we're going to placehold $470,000, my opinion would be to change it from Douglas Center HVAC to all 3 of those facilities.
Mm-hmm. So that'd be fine. We just found out, we were going to talk about it later, but the Brantford Community Center, we got some additional funding for that, it looks like, for that. So I think we'll be good down there. We're covered there.
Well, then John Hill Park
and
Douglas
potentially
Center are going to potentially be short to do. So I would say, we want to see those projects completed, but I would say just change the wording from Douglas Center to HVAC to
either one.
John Hill Park / Douglas Center Community Center.
I'd be good with that.
And do you want to leave that in my budget, or do you want to put that back into where they can utilize it? I mean, it doesn't matter.
Well, the construction, it goes back again to that same discussion we had with the chief. Is the construction going to be completed this year?
All those will be completed September 26th. So, yeah, there's some ARPA money.
So then I would say just change the names and leave them in.
What do you want to call it?
Douglas Center and John Hill Park Community Centers.
Community Centers, yeah.
So leave it at the 470.
I don't know. I don't know how. I haven't been talking to them. So how over are they going to be?
We're going to make it work. Just leave that amount. I think we're fine between the 2 of them.
So 235, either way, we'll finish them.
Give or take, yeah. And the city, they're contributing, I think, $100,000 that they had some money from Pilgrims, so they're going to chip in a little bit as well.
Mr. Perkins, you good with that? Just changing the name from Douglas to Douglas / John Hill Park?
Yeah.
Over
Because
to
it's going to be both
wherever.
of them in town, yeah.
What about the rest of y'all?
Let's get the work done.
We got $1 million something toward each one of those. If we're 175 and 300 short, then that gets us there and gets both of those projects completed. So I'm fine with leaving that.
Mr. Chairman, one other thing.
Commissioner White.
Professional services, why did it go from 7,800 to 35,000?
Well, it actually went from 0 to that because I had never had a line for professional services before, and so I'm just establishing a placeholder for that.
So that's for engineering?
For engineering and things like that, yes, sir.
And this is a part of moving stuff into the right budget, so it's under,
yes, sir.
I'm assuming, just like you've been doing the rest of them?
Yes, sir.
Putting them where they're supposed to be?
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming contractual services, same thing?
Well, contractual services in maintenance is, yeah, like we have Johnson Controls comes and does our stuff, and that's just, we've had that for years.
Yeah. That's all we got, Jeremy.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to restate, which we stated before, and Vice Chair White alluded to it just a minute ago. What we really try to do is put these projects in the departments that's going to make it happen and hold them accountable. And, you know, Mr. Bowe for years been talking about you can't get anything done. We're shifting gears now. So things are beginning to happen, and I just want to make sure everybody's, you know, when you look at your budget, you know you're responsible. So if it's in somebody else's budget, sometimes you don't remember it's your project.
No wonder you wanted to throw that out of your budget.
I know I just look kind of crazy, but I do have a few items that I would like to bring to the board's attention. The courthouse dome, for one. This was a Helene damage. There has been a petition towards FEMA placed with it, but right now the budgetary numbers we're looking at on that is around $335,000 to fix that dome. And also the passenger depot roof. All these have taken so long because they're ancient, and trying to find the materials and the people who can do the work has become a logistics problem. The tiles on that roof alone at this point, they're looking at around $40,000 just to do the patch on that roof, just because of the nature of what it is. I'm just making y'all aware that that's where these are looking like they're coming in at. And one last thing, y'all recently took under your wing the train depot. The train depot had some issues involved with it already. There was a fire suppression valve in it that was defective. The system was red tagged, and I had to make it work. And that valve cost $12,000 to be installed. There is HVAC systems on that building that were put in the 80s. There's 4 of them. And those are standard HVAC systems, so I'm looking at probably around 10 grand a piece. And so we're looking at $40,000 there, and we're doing that work in-house if it's done that way now. We've got that. The electrical bill for a year, I went back and did a little work on it. Electric bill for that building for a year was almost $6,000. We just did some step replacement where Lockhart and them are at, or Locklear is at, because it was a safety concern. That steps was $750, and we built those in-house, so that would have been a $1,500 set of steps if we would have went out with it. And
get in the weeds, come on.
That's pretty much it. But I just want to make you aware, those are costs that are incurred in that building, and now we're having insulation issues that they knew were there underneath the building. The old insulation's falling out. The historic commission, is that right?
Yes.
They're having it removed, but it still needs insulation. So just be aware that those issues are there, and it needs a vapor barrier and that there.
Can you do spray foam underneath it?
That would be my recommendation, to do closed cell isonine underneath that building. However, we also need to make sure we're doing a termite inspection. I spoke with the pest control company on that. You will not get a replacement warranty, you will only get a retreat warranty on that if you do that. So that's something that we're looking at. The decks all the way around the outside of that and the deck on the end where people rent need to be replaced. They're that bad. And we ran some numbers. I had Paul run some numbers, and we're probably looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of $120,000 to $140,000 to redo all those decks. And that's not stained. That's just wood replacement and labor. That's just to install. I don't know what a demo cost is going to cost on it.
Right. Chairman, question. Is that building, is it marked or is it recorded as a historic building?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's good. I mean, that's not bad because that meeting we were in, there's federal and state dollars for
Yes,
these
sir.
type repairs, and they have money in their bank account.
There is, and when you talk with your grant people, one of the things, though, is they really tie your hands on a lot of that stuff. So a job that normally would cost $20,000 usually costs $60,000 to $80,000 because they tie your hands.
Well, when you go back to that dome, Lafayette County just had theirs redone at their courthouse.
Yeah.
How did they fund that? Do you know?
I do not know how they funded that. And the numbers that I got, I actually used the piggyback contract that the school board's been using because when I first started going into this, the engineers from the insurance company came and looked at it and they gave me a quote of $57,000 just to do the engineering on it. And I was told by another engineer that we have in-house, which is Will Rutherford. He went and looked at it. He said, engineering's not needed. We can just overlay it. And he was correct.
I'd still like to talk to those folks.
I don't know. I can make a phone call and find out who did that. I think they replaced their whole dome, though. I think they pulled it off and redid the whole part underneath
Put
it.
it back up.
Yeah. And I actually thought about that originally and see, what would a prefabbed piece cost like that, and those numbers went way up. So just an FYI for y'all.
So you're talking about train depot, 120 to 140, another 40K for air conditioning. What else is over you said?
Well, those are needs that it has. I just did the valve on the fire suppression at 12. Of course, then your utilities. What else did I have on there?
Decks.
The decks. That was what he just touted as the decks. And that's just getting started. When you get in there, you're going to find other things. That's just a skim, a walk over it. So this was what goes through my mind, sirs, and y'all use it for what it's worth. It's just my opinion. My opinion is, what do we want to do with this building? What is our plan? Because right now, the plan that we have that I see isn't going to benefit the county as a whole, and that's just an opinion.
Well, I mean, I don't disagree with you. I think at some point you have to say, all right, we're pumping a bunch of money. You're going to have to punch a whole bunch of money in this thing.
Yeah.
And there again, it goes back to what's the ROI on that? Well, there ain't one. But with it being marked as a historical building, I mean, are there any options with CRA or anybody like that we could, obviously you're not renting it and going to get that money back with the rent that you're doing. So, it beautifies, I guess, it's historical to downtown Live Oak and I guess contributes to the whole Heritage Square concept. But how much is that worth?
And something I think about is how much modernization can we do to it and still stay in that historic? There is a level that you can do. We did it to the passenger depot. We did a portion there and kept it in the historic grant funding. So again, it's something just to think about. And I just wanted to make sure that I couldn't, in good conscience, not share that information with y'all.
Yeah, I mean, you could easily hit $300,000 in repairs.
I sure could.
And you still got an old historical building.
Yes, sir.
With no termite protection.
Again, I think that those gentlemen that spoke the other day at that meeting we were at, I mean, they had some full funding, they had some partial funding, they had some matching dollar amounts that they worked with. I mean, think we need to at least explore it and talk to them.
Sure, if you give me some contact information, I'd be more than happy to reach out and touch base with them.
We can do that. Yeah.
Y'all got any more questions for Mr. Durham?
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
I'll get that to you, Mr. Mark.
Okay, thank you, Don.
Parks and Rec, Mr. Rosner. We're going to start it with tab 41.
Where are we going?
Tab 41.
I already got one question out of the gate here.
Yes, sir.
That $12,000 balance forward from Duke Energy to the town of Brantford, I thought they was going to do a sign or something with that money. And
So that money is allocated to a certain project. We just haven't assigned it to that project yet to do, so we just haven't completed that project.
I thought they gave that to us like 2 years ago.
Is that old Parks and Rec director, I think?
5th District.
Don't even start.
Okay. So we got a project to do with that money?
Yeah, I need to dig a little deeper into the exact details of it. Obviously, a transition, I've been
I understand
trying to
that.
keep up with a lot of things.
I get it.
I didn't have
I marked something on this one, but I don't see it.
overall 3% increase. I'm looking for something to throw at you, but I can't find it. I mean, I don't have any questions. I don't.
Mr. Chairman, I did have something for Nina, just a question, I guess, or clarification. On the revenue side for the Douglas grant, you have it as 670. And I was thinking, and I could be wrong, but I was thinking it was 840. And then our match is, we're going to have to add a match of 170 to that, but they're going to reimburse us for up to 840. So I was thinking we just needed to adjust that number.
Well, now, wait a minute. Let me go to the grant expense side.
Because the total amount of the grant was $1 million.
On the grant page, I believe it's correct at the 840.
840 for the grant cost, but we're only going to get back in 670.
I think it was $1 million in the grant agreement, but we had to match 25%, which was the 170. So you got the 840 plus the 170. But we can get together offline and look at the grant agreement.
Grant form. I think Alden and I talked about this.
Well, I don't know about the grant form, but
Yeah, here it is.
we can look at the grant agreement.
This is the cultural historic.
Correct.
Yes.
Grant 840, counties match 170. So I put 840 in the COP expense.
It'll be,
Are you saying it's going to be 840 and 170 to do it?
correct.
Okay. And then how much do we have to match this 170?
Yeah. They'll reimburse us 840. We're going to spend the $1 million, the combined.
They're going to reimburse us 840.
They're only going to reimburse 840, correct?
But we're going to spend
$1 million,
$1 million,
10, whatever
11, 10, 101.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I did that incorrect on that form I turned into you, Nina.
That's okay, Alden. I'll take the rap for you.
So is 170 covered in his budget?
It is.
So if I bump up the expense to, yeah, the revenue will turn into 840.
Right.
Expense will go up to 170. So it's the same it is now, but just higher numbers.
those changes would be those revisions that you have? I can guess.
Okay, I don't know what exactly that you provided them and for those changes.
Alden had a revision the week we sent out the budget books. And there was a couple of lines that had zeros on, but he put some numbers in. You found it real quick. Overall, it was an increase of $63,494. And it was
What department is that under?
7210. He had increased his repair and maintenance to 28,000, or reduced it to 28,000, which is that second page, I think, 7210.
Yes, 7210. Repairs and maintenance on buildings?
Vehicle and equipment. It's currently 35,000. He reduced it to 28,000.
Oh, there it is. I see
You
it.
reduced it to 28?
Yes. And then that property development, 2 lines up, clearing. He had initially put 0 in there. He revised it to 24,000. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And on that same page, down to the boat ramp improvements, and I'll put all this in the changes to whenever I give them to you after the meeting. He had 25,000 in the current year. He had 0 for next year, but he's carrying over that 25,000.
So that net, that's the 60 or 70?
Well, there's also that computer software. He's increasing to 22,500.
Well, I see in his machinery and equipment line, he zeroed it out as well.
Yeah, I don't see any of that.
I didn't put anything in that budget. I was under the impression that we turned in all our machinery and equipment forms into Nina, and then once whatever got approved from
That goes on the wish list, I'm assuming, is what that is.
That was what I was operating under. If that was incorrect, I'm not sure.
I think you've got stuff on the wish list.
He does, I'm just wondering, is that why he zeroed out the machinery and equipment line?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
He wants new, yeah.
Page 41, Don.
See them, yeah.
There's 40, page 40. It's all 41.
What's those three? It's 50.
It is all 41.
Yeah, I'm like, I went to 7210.
74.
Are you on next one?
And he's got a couple of salary line changes too, which sort of.
There's about 3 pages of it.
Okay, so everything you just said is 49,500.
Yeah, there's a couple of salary line changes too. Under 7,800.
Okay, this is 7210, 49,500.
Yeah.
49.5.
Which this is going to come out of our contingency and get
Yeah.
sent to him.
So how much you taking off contingency?
49.5,
Alden, we're trying to build it.
except for plus a little bit. We're fixing
Yeah,
to
plus
do
some
the rest.
salary lines too.
He's been hanging out with Dan.
7,800.
Yeah. Department 7,800, he's
You sure you want to go back there and find some?
increasing that other salaries line to 15,000 from where it's currently 9,000.
Yeah, I'm not sure how it got dropped to 9. I wanted to keep it the same as the current year.
7,800. Okay, what do you want for salaries? For total? It says VICA and everything in it.
Right, the other salaries line is increasing back to 15,000, where it was before.
Other salaries.
1,300 line.
Concessions.
Yeah.
7,800.
So that doesn't affect anything. Does it affect FICA or anything?
Yeah, it will affect FICA and Medicare
Okay,
too.
what's the other?
FICA will be changed to 2,170,
Good Lord.
Medicare?
and Medicare changed to 507.
Plus retirement.
That's the new amounts. Commissioner Ryan had mentioned that these changes to our meeting.
6,000.
What was that FICA change again, Keith? What was your FICA again?
2170.
6,459.
What's the total number?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's correct. And I've got a total figure.
What's that?
Hopefully it's going to be,
I have one more salary change too.
Keith,
Well, I'm taking them one at a time.
55,959 so far. Okay, what's the
Yeah, I didn't know the best way to address it too.
I know, we're addressing it. What's the next one?
Back to Department 7240. The other salaries line in there, changing it from 33,000 to back to 40,000, up to 40,000.
Which is what it was last year.
Correct.
Most all of these aren't new. It's just somehow they got zeroed and you're taking them back to what they were last year.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, the original budget he had turned in was less.
Yeah, it was 10% less.
FICA,
FICA, new amount is 6,380,
Medicare.
and Medicare new amount is 1,492.
I was wondering how your overall budget was
I was going to pat you on the back.
10.3% less than what it was last year.
I'm
Look
gonna
at-
fire Jason.
I was like, look at this guy. Man, we thought Furry was
Sitting there
good.
going, what was Furry doing?
I ain't running Furry off.
Had his budget over there.
So now we're going the other way, Alden.
Yes, man.
So what's the,
The overall change is 63,494.
63,494?
Yeah, which would reduce the contingency by that amount.
Let's see if I get that.
And that's, you're saying that's the change of just what got zeroed out, but how does that compare to?
Of all these I just mentioned, the total is 63,494.
Okay.
Now that's spread among several of those 7210, 7240.
Yes.
So
What's the,
that's the total. But
I understand total of what was zeroed out. What's the total versus last year's request, this year's change?
yeah, I was going to ask
He's
them.
1,758,750 now is his new expense total.
So what's that percentage of increase now?
It's down.
3122916.
Yeah, 3,122,916.
Well, say that again?
Yeah.
3,122,916 would be the new contingency.
Contingency, okay.
3 million what?
122,
Yep.
916.
And just compared to his last year's budget with the addition of the 63,000, he's still down 7% over last year.
That's what I wanted. That's the number. So good job. Still,
Way to go.
still less
But
than
you
Mr.
ain't done his
Furry.
wish list yet.
I ain't seen his wish list yet.
Might not be none.
Anybody have any more questions for Mr. Rosner? Nope.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, guys.
That was tab 9, right? No,
Or, tab 9.
41.
41,
You
you
got anything
6.
on 6? What's 6?
I think 6 is town of Branford.
I got a question on that one.
No, I don't know why.
Tab 6.
I don't know why.
Spend that much money doing there?
South County Recreation is 70,000. You still going to do that this year?
It's part of that funding agreement.
But remember when they were asking about their percentage of increase? Was that taken care of in this, or?
A 3% annual increase? No, that's not reflected in this. Remember we had talked about Branford had requested their 3% increase?
So the 70,000 is the 3% increase on that? So
We didn't pay them the 3%
Probably.
for last year and this coming year.
Yeah. It's in the agreement, it's an
I didn't know
annual.
nothing about it. No 3%.
It was in the agreement.
So
So
would've-
do we owe them this
Yes.
year and next year?
This year and last year.
So we owe them 2,100 right now. And then this will come up to 72. Oh, no, I gotta do 3% on that. So next year will be 74,263.
So how much?
What does it change that line to?
74,263.
So you're going to have to take 4263 off of contingency too?
Oh, just the 4263.
That's what I said. 4263.
Yeah.
Does it feel like it's payback time? This morning you were doing good, Chairman.
Alden comes in here and
Blowed it up.
Okay, minus 4263.
well, at least the other numbers are not as big.
I gotta remember that. I don't
So there was a 3% escalation clause, basically 3% a year
Forever?
to Brantford.
Yep.
I guess to account for inflation, which is 2.7, 2.9% today.
That's half their city budget.
3418653.
Yeah. Plus the staff that's down there doing the work.
Okay.
What's the new contingency number?
3,118,653.
So that's 6. 18, tab 18.
Correct. How did you get by with a salaries and wage increase of 0?
Former director of that.
This Coliseum part-time.
That should have probably been adjusted according to whatever the 1% and then the 50 cent. I'm not sure why.
One of our part-time workers.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think we need to worry about.
I'm pretty sure he can absorb.
I think you can find that.
Hours.
Probably minimal.
I was just wondering how he did it, nobody else could.
Did they get it? 1%, not 50%?
I think the salary amount that was in there for the current year was not the hourly rate that he had for my budget last year.
He's got 1,300 hours.
Or wasn't there two people?
No, just the one.
Two part-timers?
He wouldn't get 1% and 50%?
Yeah, it's calculated in there from his current year's annual or his hourly rate.
Yeah, but why does the 26 rate look the same?
Why would it be the
as
same?
25? There's a formula. See how the new rate is the
Oh,
same
I
as
see what you're
the...
saying.
Okay, so we gotta fix that. Wait, let's see what we got. Oh, well, I can do it right here, can't I? Or you're gonna do it? Mm-hmm. Which is 1580.
No more than that. No more than what that is. I wouldn't take that out of contingency. I'd sit there and I'd take that out of repairs, maintenance, or
He can
professional
absorb it.
services or something. That's not. That's not enough money to take out
Let's
of
see what it is.
contingency.
We'll take it out of there, but I'm trying to get a total for us.
I mean, it's gonna be less than
We can figure it out.
$1,000, right?
Maybe, I can
Yeah.
get that.
Less than 600.
He can cover it in his budget.
He can find that. One less with that.
He's just updating this payroll worksheet.
I know, but I'm trying to speed up. Type faster.
All right, that changes annual salary to 20,542.
20,000.
20,542.
$1,273.
Mandatory, Medicare,
298.
retirement.
No retirement.
Oh, well, it's in here.
Oh, I'm sorry. 2,882. I was looking at health insurance.
2,882.
Yeah, I mean, it's less than $1,000. Good on 18.
1,030.
Good on
Take out
18.
your maintenance.
1,030.
1,030. Which is 4,600. This is plus 1,030.
You're just old.
Okay. Back on track.
Y'all good? I need to play the Jeopardy song. All right. Are we moving along?
This is real-time calculation.
You good?
Yes, sir. You
All right.
guys good?
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Meeks, 911 address in tab 27.
Repair and maintenance, 4,600.
Same kind of crowd.
No.
These funds are pretty much restricted, right?
Everything is grant funded. Comes nothing from general revenue. Well, state funded, state and grant. Well, I figured somebody may question that 197,000, but that's the follow-up. The grant paperwork is in there. The PSAP funds.
So, Ms. Payne, who checks that, I guess?
What?
Like when you get audited to make sure that those funds are staying where they're supposed to be since they're restricted?
If we get audited, Nina.
Like Powell and Jones checks that, or?
Yes,
And they'll
sir.
have a 911 board at the state.
Yeah, and we have the
level.
state emergency communications board that they keep an eye on all of that.
Go to the microphone, please.
So you got 600, you'll have 652,653 basically in your contingency, but you can only use that for certain.
Yes, sir. Correct. Like, I mean, for instance, the maintenance up in dispatch, we can't even use that. We have to do a grant to pay for our maintenance of the 911 system.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Commissioner
I
Hale.
ask her this every year. Is there any discussion, is there any discussion within that State Department of the way these can be used to help
No, sir.
offset some of the costs that we provide areas for them, this, that? It's just crazy. I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, I can't hear Ms. Payne. If she could step up to the microphone, it'd be helpful.
She said she was going to contribute some to 184th Street. No.
Afraid we take her whole contingency.
He asked everybody else. He might as well ask her too.
And Mr. Meeks, our communications director, he requested, recently we did an additional $18,000 for dispatch salaries. He's requested $50,000, so I did include that. The only thing with that I will say is that kind of money, it has to come out of your current year revenues. It cannot come out of carry forward. So that's something you can't promise every year. So for that going towards salaries, he wanted to bring the dispatchers, their minimum salary up to the $32,000, which is what he's planning to do with that.
You're saying you can't fund that every year.
I mean, hopefully we can, but it's not something, since it has to come out of current year revenues, you can't
Can't pull it out of contingency.
promise it, yeah.
Gotcha.
Well, now that makes me ask another question. So, not that Mr. Meeks would do this, but when you give your $50,000 to him, how do you know that he doesn't use the funds
We don't.
to buy chairs,
And
so to
that's something
speak,
else that's been brought up.
or to put a window unit in the thing, and then you say you get audited, and you say,
That's
"Well, I
something
gave it to
else.
him." Why?
Yeah, it would be nice if we had a way that we could track that, say, in the past several years, if that money has not went to dispatch. For instance, where has that money gone?
Well, I guess I'm just asking, like, if your funds are restricted,
Once,
but
we've
you're allowed to
given
give it to law enforcement,
Yeah,
or some of it.
it would be nice if we did have a way that we could track.
But does Powell and Jones or anybody ever ask, like, hey, you gave that 50, where's the proof that? I mean, would be hard for him. It'd be an accounting nightmare for him to say, this is the 50, and I put it toward Johnny's salary or what, you know. Just a question.
Yeah.
So technically, you could give it to us, and I could say, hey, well, we did use it for.
Seems like it would be easy.
Where the checks and balances.
I mean, call takers.
You got a lot of money in your contingency, but you can't really do much with it.
Like we did last year, we did the whole system refresh out of contingency. We were able to do that. It was $137,000. So there's certain things, if we can spend it out of that, we do.
Fair enough. Y'all got any questions under 911?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yours is pretty easy. It's not a lot of discretionary stuff in there. 29, building department.
Building department, those revenues are very similar in that the building department is an enterprise fund, so that the monies that come into the building department to prepare their budget off of is based on the number of permits and the revenues that we receive.
Mr. Meeks, under education and training, from 900 to 10,000. What's that about?
We do have some additional education that will be explored, but we also are going to be doing some exploration in AI with doing like some virtual assistant stuff. There's ways to feed that building code in and actually have some with our new building permit system. There's ways to initiate some automated stuff that can be accessed online for code specific questions and things like that.
Okay. I don't have a lot of questions. I mean, your overall request is pretty much the same as it was last year, although your contingency's fallen a little bit. But anybody got any questions for Mr. Meeks on the building department? Can we move to code enforcement?
Which they're right behind the building department.
Same tab,
Yep.
right behind it.
2411.
Communication services up 200%. What's that?
You have some additional communication, some additional lines. There's some mobile services that are now associated with the vehicle with code enforcement. You have some tablets that have been added that have Wi-Fi cellular capabilities in the field, which we've kind of explained some. It goes with the building department, but code enforcement have integrated through the new program system so that when our inspectors and code enforcement officers are in the field, they actually have access to their files and can print certain things in the field, notices and COs and CCs in the field. So they do have that mobile capabilities now.
Are you sure your office supplies isn't a typo? You had 5,000 and you projected 5,000, but your requested 500. Down 90%. I mean, I appreciate you saving money, but I'm afraid you might have missed a zero there.
It might have been. I mean, I'm looking at the actual handwritten side, and that was 5,000. So
that's Nina messed that up.
2411, 5100.
Oh, I'm in building department.
Hit the wrong button and you're in the wrong department. All right, so
But
he's got 50,000 in contingency, so let's not mess with our contingency over $4,500.
We've got revenues there, and then we've also got a way moving forward this year that we'll be gaining some additional revenues.
With some code enforcement fines and such.
Some fines and some inspections and things like that with the drone.
So you can make up to 4,500 somewhere?
Yes.
If you can't, be mad at Keith. Anybody have any more questions for code enforcement?
Is the current contingency not enough there, though?
Yeah, that's what they say. They take it down.
You are going to do, okay.
Yeah, he's going, and with code, some expected revenue from code enforcement this year, he's going to absorb the 4,500.
No, I'm talking about the request for,
The contingency?
yeah. Last page, am I looking at
The
that wrong?
50,000?
Yeah.
I guess the question is, why do y'all need 50,000 in your contingency? Is that right?
Yeah.
He got his, that was his big double cut.
That was we had $25,000, two $25,000 fines. We had that as $50,000 that came in. So we used that as contingency. We could use those funds for purchase of equipment or anything throughout the year unforeseen.
So if Robin crashes the drone, you can fix it.
There you go.
Right. Any more questions for code enforcement? It's pretty simple. Planning and zoning, 31. Y'all keep it up over there, Lefties?
Hold it.
I'm moving a little quicker.
I think really the only increases we had was some with legal fees and advertising expenses.
How about on you, Mr. Chairman?
What's that, Commissioner Perkins? I'm sorry.
I see what your professional service, you was $500. Now you do $100,000.
$100 for $650.
On your professional services. You had an increase, double.
Oh, my bad.
No.
From 4,000 to
100,000,
5,200.
Huh?
From 4,000 to 5,200.
That's the legal
Wait a
fees.
minute. Never mind.
It's professional service legal fees.
I mean, communication
No.
shows a big jump, but it ain't no big
I got the
number.
wrong one.
You're on the wrong tab.
Yeah, I'm on the wrong one. That's okay. I missed
He's
that.
looking at something different.
Yeah, I did
He's
overlook.
Communication line was a line of communication we didn't have prior.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, but it ain't no big money to speak of.
It's 3.3% increase overall budget request. Okay. Can we go to tab 17? Y'all good with 31? Tab 17. Veteran services. Probably another simple one. Oh, we got a 12% increase. What we got here, Meeks? Communication again?
Communication, there was a line of service that was added there, as well as for cell phone and mobile tablet.
Most of that's your salaries and taxes. Good.
Retirement, yeah.
Is Miss Hoffmeister mostly working the field?
She's about 50%, 50-50. She's if she's in the office, and then about half the time, and then in the field half the time.
Never met her. You should bring her to a county commissioner meeting. I've never seen her.
She came one time, yeah.
Well, she was here one time before, but
She came back and updated me on a veteran that
yeah.
No, I mean, I'm sure she's, I've never met her.
She came in here?
We'll have her come give you guys a presentation.
Presentation, that's even better.
She helps out with code enforcement too, though.
as well. Yeah,
Oh, well, then maybe I have met her in a vest. She wear a vest sometimes?
she does.
Never mind, take that back.
She has extensive background in the military, is military police, so it's valuable for us. She
Keep robbing straight.
I met her there.
All right.
Good there.
Y'all good on 17?
Yep.
All right, thank you, Mr. Meeks.
Yes, sir, no problem.
Board of County Commissioners, tab 5.
Cut it.
What do you say?
He said, cut it. What he said? Cut it.
Okay. Is that, I'm sorry, Mr. Scott,
Yes, sir.
is that the chiller on line 4603, the last digits?
Yes.
Is that the jail? Where's that at?
It's the jail court, really the courthouse. Actually, Mark can answer this better. It's actually a generator to keep things going.
Wait, Mark. A $900,000 generator?
No, it's.
Here he comes.
I think we've been escrowing $300,000 every year for a total of $900,000. I think we need a few more. I'll let Mark respond to that.
He's right.
So it's for a generator?
Yeah, it was a generator back previous administration had started for the cooling system in the jail and the courthouse for the chillers. And we were going to reach out to North Florida since they were the ones who originally did the electrical engineering on the courthouse and get with them. I actually have a thought that may help us conserve a little bit of generator funds. The jail is fixing to need a generator also, so why not use one generator to power it all up? That was my thought on it, so we were going to run that by them to find out what their thoughts were.
Nina, we've got 900,000, but wasn't it 300,000 more we were going to add? We just have some in escrow set in a bank account somewhere, the 900,000?
Oh, that's it right there on that line.
This new 300 is
There's 900, 3 years of it.
Yeah, 3 years, but it's not new. But the 900 isn't new money. We had 900 already. We're going to add another 300,000 to make it 1.2.
We didn't have 900 already.
Where you been putting it?
That 3 times 3 is 900.
Right. For the past 3 years, we've been doing it, right?
This is year 3 next year.
This is the conglomeration of those three.
But yes, but this shows that we've got 900,000. I mean, is that, are we ready to spend it? We got it set to the side. It's not new money.
$1 million though. We're still short.
Well, those numbers, who knows after COVID and everything hit, when all this started, we don't know where we're at right now. But we will find out very shortly. We'll get a budgetary figure on it.
Yeah. But it's not, we're losing $600,000 in the budget like this.
Not a chiller, a generator.
Additional 3.
A generator that will run the jail and the chillers instead of just the jail.
Mr. Scott,
Yes.
on line 6400-56, that Esri GIS software / service, I know
Yes.
that's our licenses and subscriptions to that, but
Right.
what about the positions for the GIS? Where are we at on that?
So we've been talking to vendors possibly about contracting out the service, getting our people on board and going forward with trying to see who on staff can take it and run with it. Or if we try to hire a GIS position, you're looking at a large salary. We think we can start out by doing it contractually. I know that different staff, fire rescue, public works, parks, others can utilize this. As Ricky mentioned earlier, you've got resources there. We're in the process now of just kind of accumulating ideas and suggestions on where we go from departments. But my take is, contracting out with the service is going to be more cost effective initially until we can get into it, until we really know what we need and what we want to go after. Any other thoughts, Jason, that you have? But Mandy, do we have a placeholder for that? Yes. Okay. So we need to either add some money to this line item for contractual services, or somewhere. We really haven't, I guess, plugged that in. I know we've been doing some homework on that, but I'm not sure how far we've gotten, to be honest with you.
We contracted with someone, it was around 20,000.
Contractually, if we did it, it'd be about 20,000 to add to that.
Does that need to go in this department, or road and bridge, or where would you put that?
I'd put it under Dan's, because he's got more creative than the rest of us. He probably absorbed that right away because he'd be using it more. He's awful quiet back there.
What are we adding, 200,000?
Trying to figure out if that's a good thing or you're
Contractual service.
Board, before we just take that out of contingency and put it over there, can we do? I mean,
we can do a little more legwork on that
I'm hoping
first.
that when we get down here toward the end, we're going to be conservative on our contingency. But knowing that if we're conservative and we get to the point where you need 15 or 25 after we've negotiated and met with some of these folks, knowing that we have it, or having to find it within the budget versus just taking it off the top, we don't really know if that's enough.
Right.
I mean, back to my whole, we don't really know. I hate to put 20 over there and it be 32, or I put 20 over there and it's only 12.
Yeah, we can bring it back later. That's not a problem at all. And we really need to know, we really need to have, at staff level, have some conversation really what we want now. And we're just in the process now of meeting with vendors about that.
Well, I think that's a conversation we need to try to expedite, because if we learned anything from the storms that hit us, is that information, when it's there, is invaluable.
Right.
Yes, ma'am?
Yep. We do have a quote for 20,000.
We have one quote for 20,000. Yeah. Is that local vendor or
no?
Yes, sir, Commissioner.
I'm just on the GIS. We're talking the GIS and all. I'm just trying to understand the importance of getting it up and going and all that. But could that be a full-time position once we're there? I mean, is that something that each department would use, and we could split that cost up? I mean, how do we keep doing that going forward? I mean, that's just.
The answer to the question is yes.
I think it's worth an agenda item for a future board meeting to discuss. I mean, I think if we make sure that stuff is very proprietary, so make sure that when we go to start contracting with a contractor, that they're not holding the information and licenses, making sure that either we have bought the license and they're working under our license, so when we fire them and hire our own, or no longer use them and we have our own person, all of that work that was done is proprietary ours.
Agreed.
So Mandy's nodding her head. Is that what we got?
Also, this should be under IT at some point down the road, where we all can tap into that. All of y'all can tap into that.
Anybody got any questions?
So look, I need clarity in my head, at least, on the chiller. So we've been putting $300,000 a year for this is the third year for that. Is it the current third year, or this coming?
This is the third year.
Okay, so but the 900,000 should be 300,000 additional, not 900,000. We're not asking for 900,000 this year. That money is in an escrow somewhere else, correct?
This current budget should have probably said 600,000.
Okay.
Current budget we're in, but it only said 3, so you have to catch up to 3 years, 369 for next year, 900,000. We don't have any more money anywhere but that line.
Okay. So it wasn't an escrow before, now it'll be an escrow.
It's been in escrow for a couple of years.
I think that's why he's asking. Because
Makes it look like we're asking for 900 this year, we're only asking for 300.
Next year.
Well, when Randy Harris was here is when we started that, if I'm correct. Escrowing that $300,000.
Right.
You've been here 2 years?
Yes, sir.
We did it here, this will be the 3rd year.
Yeah.
Right.
So I think that, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So you would be adding another 3, you'd be at 1.2, is that correct?
No, we're still on 3rd year, 300, but.
I would think so.
That's what I'm saying.
Right. Right.
This budget year we're in now should have been 900. The one we're going to next should have been 1.2.
Right. But if we haven't been setting that aside and just been rolling.
What it should be, or
Right.
I always thought it would have been.
I'm confused.
So is it 900 or 1.2
We've got 900 in the budget for next year.
cumulative?
Total.
Total.
Okay.
Is it?
So this is-
we're
yeah,
back
this
to
is the
Mark's
escrow.
budget? Wasn't it in Mark's budget? Where is it?
Here, I got it last year.
It was, yes, I think.
But that's the escrow money, the cumulative is 900,000.
What tab is that under?
Tab 5. I'm glad you brought your book, Commissioner White. You're very prepared.
I got every book.
My wife gets in hang on that.
This is the 900,000 is. what's in
Blue
there?
dot.
Yeah, there's no other escrow line or anything else anywhere else. That's just that's it right there. It's the 900.
No, it should be under expenses.
I mean, if it should be 1.2, it's 2 years ago that it didn't happen or whatever.
Gotta be getting close right there somewhere. Well, we'll go back, there's 300 right there. We'll go back one more page. No, this way.
It's not because we didn't do the budget, the new budget, so.
No, it's Stone Center. I'm sorry.
Where's
So
that?
for 9900-05, that's gonna be your 9900-05.
What's revenue?
Well, that line would change that, would it?
We're under the board.
Chiller.
Are we under the board?
Hold on a second.
4600-03. 4600-03. There it is. 4600-03.
That's chiller.
Last year you had 200. Well, that's the line that's on this. That's the line.
That's what I say, the line shouldn't change.
4600-03.
That's all jacked up.
Them numbers are all off too.
Last year's budget under 4,600, oh, that's 23, ain't it? No wonder I grabbed the wrong book.
I'm about to say my book's yellow. Why is yours? But he's got 2023's book, and there was
There was 300,000.
So if you did 300 in this one, or 24 and 325, it'd be 9.
That's right.
Oh, that's right.
Right.
That's right.
So we're out 300.
Well, you just didn't. In 23, it was 300. You got 24, 25.
I think the 900's right, but the
Whoever
projected.
built the budget back in 23 didn't roll one of them, is what you're saying.
I think the 900 number's right.
It is right.
I do too.
Y'all got any more questions on that one?
No, but we're not putting nothing else there. We're gonna wait and see, right? We're not trying to.
We'll wait and see.
Yes,
You got 900,000 there.
that's what I'm saying.
Or y'all need more?
I think we'll wait and see.
We're going to tab 11.
Yes, sir.
IT tab 11.
Actually, county administration is at 11.
I'm sorry, county administration tab 11. Yeah, I said the right tab, wrong name.
So, one thing you'll notice on the salaries, over the past couple of years, we've reconfigured where people are located. With the changes, staff changes we've had, trying to get those numbers where they need to be, the right categories. Also, we, on the...
Commissioner White.
Go ahead. On the, do we have it in administration, the land acquisition, or do we have it in county commission? Okay, never mind. I'm sorry.
I just got a question on the health insurance. Everybody else has been putting in a 10% increase. There's a 28.72% increase in this line.
I think it's reflective of the salaries, and I think we added a position. Historically, I've not taken health insurance, so that might be because of that.
Well, I think you also add, I guess the percentage would be the same. It shouldn't matter.
That's what I would think.
I see your increase on regular salaries, but that's because you've added a position.
Right. So the percentage will increase when we've got more users than you would before.
And that's the biggest increase I see there.
Yeah, it's mostly, I mean, we added a position over there, so it's a significant increase.
Well, they added county, assistant county.
Now, Mr. Scott, when you transferred admin and separated admin and public works, some of those positions stayed at public works and some, like, you have a new hired admin. Is that a new position or is that one that transferred?
That's a new position.
So you added 2 new positions on the administrative side.
I can't keep track of what we did last year.
Well, one's sitting beside you.
Right. So I'm not sure where. Before we had pieces and parts scattered everywhere of people. Now we brought them everybody together in either public works or admin. Manny would know better about where people were before.
Well, I think before everybody was kind of commingled into one and everybody just kind of did different things. But now with the separation, like the ones that work out at public works are under public works now, and not like, well, they do some admin, they do what.
Right.
So now we kind of separate them, but what we're seeing here in some of these salaries is
just clean.
It's the separation, and it's
right.
If you work here, you work for this department. If you work there, you work for that department, not
right.
Back
exactly.
and forth.
Exactly.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for that under tab 11? No, y'all good down there?
Yeah. Yes.
All right, let's go to tab 22, county IT.
Let's go back to the board's budget just for one item that when we shifted some money out for land acquisition for economic development, we had $50,000 less in the land acquisition than when we split it. We just need to make sure you're aware of that, so that when we go back and ask for money later for acquisition, we know there's $50,000 less this year than last year. If you want to put it somewhere this year, that's fine. If you want to just hold in your contingency until later, until we know we need it, where we need it to utilize it, then we can do that later. But just information, if that makes any sense. Follow the bounce and ball? Okay. All right, thanks.
I got you. Clear as mud. Tab 22.
Okay. Okay, so I made an executive decision a couple weeks ago that to eliminate the position for IT. We've got county clerk's office doing our IT for us now. In my opinion, we need to just hold that budget as it is. We'll be needing to do some upgrades on some servers and things. We're not looking to add staff, but Vicki gave me some numbers today of some upgrades we need to make to we just need to make some upgrades. So I'd rather just hold that number there, as a whole for now, and then, after Vicki and I spend some time together, other staff, we can kind of get a better feel for that. Maybe by the budget hearings, we can maybe adjust those down some. I was prepared today to suggest we take a salary out of that budget, but I need more information. Sit down with Vicki to kind of look and see what. I mean, it won't be salaries; it'll be something different. But we need to make some improvements on some equipment.
Well, due to the timing of the change and the newness of all of this transition, can we just leave the county IT department? I mean, that's not a big budget, right, considering the whole book of business the county does. Right. It's relatively one of the smaller ones. Can we leave it like it is, and as we transition, are you able to pull? In other words, I don't expect the clerk's office to pay for our software upgrades on our firewalls. Right. But can you pull money out of this, yes, and then maybe reimburse or pay them back as they spend money on our stuff, and then maybe this time next year, we're like, all right, this is working. Yes. We're going to transition and let them incorporate that into their budget, because, like you said, you just made this decision in the last few weeks, and right, they haven't had time to wrap their hands around what it would look like for them over a whole budget year either. Agreed. Basically, what we do is just, if they give us an invoice, we'll just pay it out of our budget. Out of this department. Right. Agreed. Does that work for y'all, clerk? Okay. So we'll just keep this county IT department as you have it here, unless y'all have any questions. And then over this next year, transition one way or the other, assuming we're going toward the one-stop shop with county IT. Yeah. I think we can be more conservative with our numbers and dollars this way. Well, definitely. There's purchasing power. Right. Y'all good? Y'all good with that?
Yeah. Okay. So what do we do with the personnel that was there?
Pardon?
The personnel.
They're no longer with the county.
Okay.
He eliminated the position.
Y'all can have a sidebar later.
I'll move to Ms. Vicki's staff or something.
Yeah, we just eliminated the county's position.
Okay.
So. Tab 38, Road and Bridge, Ms. Flanagan. This is where we hear about 184th Street.
What tab?
What'd you flip? They should tab
38.
184.
Just really pay no mind. Just continue with what you're doing on 80th Terrace. Just keep doing it.
Believe it or not, we're still working on plans for 184th. So looking at options. So basically, for the roadway budget.
38.
Yeah, tab 38. We're looking at a 2.74% increase. We're trying to do some training and things in-house to decrease some of our cost. Part of that is signals and signs, and also some training for a shop person to be able to do additional repairs on rescue equipment, that kind of thing. So that should bring in some more revenue. So we're trying to tweak things. We're trying to be conservative. Basically, the big item that I considered asking a lot for was the equipment line, but we've left it like it was last year with hopes that on the wish list tomorrow, you guys can decide on a dollar amount that you're willing to put towards fleet replacement. Recently, we had talked about possibly leasing through Enterprise Fleet, that kind of thing. We've got over 43 vehicles that are over 25 years old. Over 20 years old. We've got 25 that are over 20 years old, 25 years old. So anyway, we've got an aging fleet. So that's going to be the big ask, actually, is tomorrow. The items that I'd like for equipment can be covered in the equipment budget that's shown.
Mr. Chairman, one thing before Brenda wraps up, we need some guidance, or from me, I do. We've got, for years, we've had $308,000 in line item for 71st Street ditch. That was a ditch that was after Tropical Debbie. There was some erosion where water ran downhill, and then it was our job to fix that, and we didn't fix it to the landowner specifications. However, our staff has looked at it and feel like it's functional, doing the job it needed to. At one time, I think it was rebid to redo it. The number was higher than what we wanted to allocate at the time. And just need some guidance. If we're good with what it is now and move on, that would be my recommendation. I haven't heard any of our other staff suggest we do anything different. But was a board's decision back then, and that is y'all's call on how you move forward with that.
This is the one out at the lake?
Yes, sir. This runs into Peacock Lake.
So, I guess I would defer that to I think that's Mobley's district. I would defer that, but I do know that, and I had a note here too, like, are we rolling this again? How much longer are we going to roll this?
Right.
That was my note. But that's $308,000 has been sitting there for many moons. Yep. So if we're doing it,
yeah, they're new ones.
But if we're not, if everybody's looked at it on our side and said it's okay, I would defer to Commissioner Mobley before I say, hey, let's add that $308 back to contingency, because it's been sitting there for 6, 7, 8 years.
Right. Agreed.
So
I ain't really got a lot of slack on it either, so.
Okay.
That's another one of those projects. We're getting better at it, but that's another one that's been sitting there for years.
Right. And again, we did it one time. There was different opinions, and so
then they got
Dom's, but
there's a whole deal.
Okay.
So what's your recommendation?
My recommendation is put the money toward contingency. I think we're done from my standpoint. We need some legal opinion down the road if that's our ditch or somebody else's ditch, because we're from time to time going out there and weed eating and stuff, and even that's not done well enough. So,
Commissioner Mobley, are you okay with that 308 going back to contingency?
I'll be good with it.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Commissioner White.
The mine excavator lease, year 1 of 5, is that a new one?
Yes.
For the mine?
Yes.
I had a note on that one too. Is that one of those long arm extension excavators? We can get deeper.
Well, what we got going on there, just so everybody knows, is if we get the survey, we'll have a new lease there to be able to get up on top and mine the top rock and stay out of the hole as much. So that's the reason for the new excavator, is to be able to get up there and mine, and be able to mine at the bottom too. Which, what was it, year or two? Last year we agreed to keep an excavator. We bought it out.
Right.
And agreed to go with that excavator for a year. So we've been a year without a payment, and this is This is the new one for that, to replace that one. And I think they got one down there they can surplus.
Right, I think so.
That's true.
So back to the 308,000, are we moving that back to?
We're putting that on contingency. I came up with $3,426,653.
$3,426,653.
That's what I got.
Correct.
Ms. Flanagan.
Yes.
We got 1.8 in road projects to be determined. We're going to talk about that at a future board meeting, county commissioner meeting, but that's in the kitty for whatever kind of road projects.
Howard, that paving box we bought, while we're here, I want to bring it up. That was never intended to be a commercial paving box, as I recall.
That's my understanding.
So does anybody know what the condition of that thing is now? Because we paved several many roads with it now.
I've not heard any complaints from Gene, but
I mean, it's been doing a good job. I just know it was not.
He didn't ask for it when we discussed new equipment either, so I'm assuming that it's still functioning satisfactorily.
Well, I'd like for somebody to ask him, is it efficient enough? Because I would like to see more roads paved, and this is just coming from me. I would love to see a full-time paving crew. So I don't know if we need to do something with the equipment, make that more efficient, what we need to do there, but that's the only way I can see we're ever going to get anywhere close to catching up on paving roads in this county.
So I think a couple of things would be required. Additional equipment, plus we don't have a full team that is only construction. We borrow from other groups, so we use some of Mike's guys when we're doing construction. So we would need potentially a couple of other people, or for instance, a skid steer does the work of 2 hand shovels. So, I mean, there's a way that it can be done.
We probably don't need to address it in the budget here, but I would just like for somebody to have that discussion with Gene and his crew or whoever to see what that looks like.
But I mean, I agree, but I would like to have that information as we're doing the budget, though, just to know what we're going to put there. I mean, a couple of people, 2 people, or 4, you know, I mean, what does it really take? Because I agree with Commissioner White. I mean, we've got the monies there. We've got some equipment. Is it efficient enough, like you're saying? And we're pulling them off of other projects, so we start falling behind there, trying to get something done here. But I agree with everything he said. I'd love to know what that would take.
The other part is whenever you do a paving job, the preparation for the pavement is actually the longest part of the job. So it's building the base and making sure that's correct.
Well, and I've had some conversations with Gene on that as well. Like, I've got a road that we're going to get to here before long that doesn't really need base work. It just needs to be paved over. So
that would be easy.
I think we got to look at it a road by road basis. Do we really need to tear up the whole road to repave it, or do we just need to repave it? You know, and that's kind of what I wanted them to try on this one road, is not tearing that all the way down, redoing the base, because there's no dips in the road, it's flat. So just put a pave on top of it.
Overlay.
Cut that expense down and still have a good road.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
If I remember right, when I was talking to Gene about the paving box itself, and talk about, I think you had brought up before about maybe getting a wider one, a bigger one. He and I had that discussion. If I remember right, again, I'm getting old, so I may not remember everything, but I think he said if we go too wide, it makes it more cumbersome to operate. But we'll certainly talk to Gene and get an idea, maybe even do that today to get an idea. But a lot depends, like Brenda mentioned about the equipment. If we get, depends on what happens tomorrow on equipment, you know, like she said, one one skid steer eliminates or can do a job of 2 people. So we maybe can just shuffle people around from even the mower max, doing that using that machine as opposed to what the guys are doing frees up people doing different things. So before we look at that necessarily adding positions, we may can reconfigure positions. But the thing I want to say too is we don't have people just waiting on something to do today. There's plenty of things to do, so if we need to add some positions to make the paving go faster, certainly we can do that. But we'll bring back more information, try and do it tonight and bring it back to you tomorrow before we get started on the wish list.
Well, where I'm headed with this is we got money budgeted to do paving with.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not Gene and they're doing a great job. I mean,
Right.
a fabulous job. We just can't get the work done as fast as we're budgeting the money to do it.
Gotcha.
And that's what I would like to see is if we're going to budget $1 million a year or $2 million a year, whatever that number is can we get that accomplished in that 12 months?
Okay.
How many positions do we got still when we eliminated the mowing and contracted that out?
We've reconfigured those positions too, and really haven't eliminated any positions. We just didn't feel some doing that piece of it. Let us look at that and bring that to y'all tomorrow. Brenda, that work for you?
Yes, sir.
One other thing while we're talking about this budget, something we may want to do is take that 308 from the ditch and put it into dragline escrow. That way we're not tapping into that somewhere else, but just a thought. All the same money just shuffled around, but.
Well, a couple things. Back to the road paving thing. I mean, I agree with everybody up here, and I think you hit on it, but with what Commissioner White said, a full-time paving, we all got roads in our district that are paved, we've patched to death with cold patch. I mean, I don't know why we can't take some of the guys that were on the mowing crew or the right-of-way crew and transition them over into full-time yet. Maybe they're only paving 10 or 11 foot wide lanes with our machine, but that's better than nothing.
Yep.
I mean, a lot of these little dinky paved roads are crumbling to pieces, but if we can just go across them and overlay them, and maybe everybody only gets a half a mile or a mile in each district. But meanwhile, what is there now is even less more tomorrow. So the quicker that we can expedite and get some of this stuff overlaid, it'll be a lot less base work and patchwork before we overlay.
Agreed.
So I think we need to expedite. I mean, I know I got Allison Road that's just potholed to death, and that's never going to get DOT funded ever because of the traffic count.
Good in Garrison.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, we all got them. I'm just using mine because I'm familiar with it. But anyway, and then lost my other one. There's another one. How soon or how bad are we going to need a new drag line if we're going to start mining the top rock? Do we need that? Is that going to save us some time? I'm not a dirt guy, Commissioner White.
Well, I mean, the drag line, it can be fixed and still used. I guess are they repairing the one since we got it out of the hole again? How's that going?
It's going well.
I mean, it's still usable.
They're working on the next.
At some point, you're going to have to replace it. I don't know when, but at some point, it's got to be replaced.
So you got 100 in there. Do you need to put 200? Another
You need
200?
about, The cost of the drag line's not as expensive as moving and reassembling the drag line. You can buy a drag line for $150,000 to $200,000, but by the time you transport it and put it back together, you're at $500,000.
That's crazy.
Okay. So can we take 200 off of contingency and put back toward the drag line?
Or you could take the 200 or the 300.
That's what I'm talking about.
Put 100.
Well, I'd already added 308 to contingency.
Oh, okay.
From the 71st ditch. So you're going to take 200 of that 308?
If you want to take 200 of that and move it to the drag line and put the rest back in contingency, I mean, that's
Can we do that? Got consensus? I had added a 308 and got that $3,426,000, so we're going to take 200 out of that and put toward the drag line escrow, which is line 9900-01.
And just for clarity, for clerk staff, and not pick on anybody, but we're going to take each year, take that money and set it aside so that amount grows every year, right?
So you're going to start asking for 200 a year.
I'm actively searching for a drag line, so that.
We used to add to the drag line until they ran out of money one year and we had to take money back out from it.
Yeah. And it may happen again, I don't know, but.
How many years can you dig with that on that top you're talking about?
I don't know. I don't know what the split would be between, because they use the underwater rock when they're
So
paving
next
roads.
year will be 300,000.
And the others on the dirt roads.
I guess.
Yeah, we're going to add the 200 to the 100.
So,
Yes. Have 300 in escrow now.
right. But in next year's budget, it wouldn't be 500,000. It'd be that escrow money we put somewhere else, right? Or
It'll be 400.
We'll just build on that line.
just build on that line, and that.
Well, I mean, it's going to be whatever y'all say put to it.
Well, and here's my plan.
100 a year or two, whatever you.
Here's my plan on the mine is to get started on the top and see how much of that we're using and versus how much we're actually using that drag line. And if we're using it 50-50, you're cutting half the time off that drag line, so it may last another 5 or 10 years because you're not working on it every day.
Right.
So I'd rather wait. Let's get this top piece going. You can escrow the money. That's fine, but if it were, it may not be necessary. I don't know.
It might be a 10-year problem instead of a 3-year
That's
problem.
right.
Okay.
Commissioner White, you think that excavator can move enough rock to keep everything flowing?
What's that?
You think that excavator can move enough rock to keep everything flowing?
Oh, yeah, because you're going to just be using the top for dirt roads, and they'll drag line underwater for a paved road,
Okay.
because that's better rock.
Okay.
But on a dirt road, you don't need that underwater rock.
Okay.
Mr. Hancock?
What's the expected life of the new lease down there?
I have no idea, Mr. Poe. I'd have to do some math on that to see, but I think, if I'm not wrong, I'm speaking off memory, we pay, that's set up in an kind of like an installment, like you borrow money. It's on a 10-year payout, so, and a 15 or 20 years to dig it. So that's what the plan is going forward right now with that new piece that we're adding.
Now, I was wondering, with the new excavator, is it the longer boom? I mean, is it a 30
Yes, sir.
boom? Or
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So that'll give you
What's the max you can do down there now?
60 feet.
60?
You can do 30 feet underwater and 30 feet above, so it's 60 feet total.
Okay. So
But the piece we're in now
Get
is,
you on dry rock.
right.
Okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
All right, we good on road and bridge?
Yeah, what'd you have to subtract that? What'd you come out with your?
I came out with $3,226,653.
That's right, okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
we're going back. We was kind of talking about the getting the roads paved quicker and faster, efficient, all that stuff. I'm just thinking about without adding new employees, if we went to somewhere like wall staff, and a lot of times they have people who have worked in that field too. Somebody can find folks that worked in those fields. Would it be somebody advisable maybe use somebody like that to help? The county would have to absorb the pay, and all that pay for them there, because the wall staff cover all the workers' comp and all that stuff as well. That's something that we might look into. Anything? I mean, they're just
We can look at it as an option. If you got a different guy every day, it'd be hard to get the efficiency, because he's going to be, by the end of the day, he'll learn what he's supposed to be doing. I don't know. I've never used, temps to do that kind of work.
Yeah.
So
you have some of them have found that they, at whatever profession you're doing, they do have some knowledge of it. So I was just wondering, I think Adams Columbia have a heavy turnover of guys.
we can look at that as an option.
I just want to throw it out there because we were talking about getting those roads paved quicker.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Just when we get closer, maybe check with them, see if they have specialized employees that they offer. All right, we done with 38?
Just one other thing, the line, where's the painting, the line painting on the
108,
roads?
180, 180,000, 108,000, it's all there somewhere.
Past several years, we increase that, and we go over the budget every year. I mean, part of the problem is getting the company here to paint. I don't want to speak out of turn, but I mean, Brenda's got more first-hand experience with that. But you know, when we get them here painting, we keep them going until they won't paint anymore. And again, just for clarity, we've gone over that budget line item every year just because there's more need. Also, we've been painting just center lines to stretch it further because we're so far behind. This year we've painted at least the white lines on the side, if you got opinions about that, share with us. We've tried to be as conservative as we can and just do the center lines so we have something to follow. But obviously the white lines it doubles the price, but it makes it a better product when we get done.
Well, I mean, I got several roads in my district I know is lacking on that as well. So my question is, do we have enough budgeted for that?
Right. If we had 200,000, we'd spend all that too. So, I mean, it's one of those things that we would never run out of striping to do, I'm sure. I think we got, 230 this year in the budget?
185.
How much?
185. You only raised it $10,000.
Okay. I mean, if we increased it 25,000, that we wouldn't be hurting us. I mean, we could use every bit of that.
I'll just leave that up to the board. It just came to my mind because I get complaints about it all the time on the striping on the roads. So. I really want to make a concentrated effort on roads.
Right.
In this county.
What's been the mayonnaise?
Amen.
So are you willing to go up to 200,000?
I am personally. That's up to the other four to decide.
I'm good with that. Take 15.
Yeah, but that ain't gonna hurt nothing.
So you're going 15 more?
Add 15 to road striping.
The vegetation control right-of-way, you took that out to do the mower max, correct?
Yes, well, we actually kept that line item, but we just changed the name.
Well, I still don't think it's a bad idea to do it anyway. But
We changed the line item to vegetation control because when we get the mower max, it's supposed to be here next month. And if it works out the way we hope, we may sort of shift what we purchase this coming year, so it may be another mower max rather than the same amount of tractors we've had in the past. So that's why it's kind of a vague label there, is because we're trying to make sure that we're doing the most effective thing as far as our purchase.
We're going to add 15,000 to road striping?
Yes, ma'am.
Yep, and we took it out of contingency. So it should leave our contingency at $3,211,653. Correct, Keith?
Yes. Wait a minute.
$3,211,653.
So we sent 308 over there, we just sent 300 back or something?
Huh?
250. We
I
sent
didn't even see that.
15 back.
Commissioner Hill, that's striping for, Commissioner Hill, that's striping for roads that have already been chip sealed.
I got you. Okay.
So that's why there's a small amount that we're phasing away
Are there
from
chip
that.
seal roads that have striping?
Yep.
32116.
Must not be in District 3.
I got one, but it's
Yeah, of
fading
course.
quick.
Of course you do.
I know Second Street Railroad is not striped.
But that's why there's such a small number, is that,
Commissioner White got it all last year.
there you
We're
go.
working on it this year.
That's what you want to add to it.
Cat here. You gotta watch this cat.
I was gonna say we should take that. I don't need.
Are we done with 38? We gotta keep moving. Y'all done with 38?
I'm ready.
Move on.
Thank you, Ms. Flanagan.
You ready for 44?
44, solid waste.
Okay, so The numbers that you've looked at in solid waste reflect the new approach as far as the things that we're looking at, the proposed method. And so that's considering revamping the collection sites, compactors, those kind of things, trying to save on the long run. But we're also still looking at other ways to save. But this is just where we are today.
Does your is your revenue
Does not reflect the new,
does not reflect the proposed?
does not.
So there's no. This is the revenues are based off of last year's.
Correct. So it will actually be better than what you're looking at.
Those huge.
But I mean, without getting into a debate about solid waste, we still, I mean, we don't know what our long-term future looks like.
That's correct.
Going left or going right.
Correct.
Yeah, we have a variety of meetings set up with folks that could help us until we know, can bring back a recommendation on what direction to go. Just kind of status quo until we can see what our numbers based on options.
Yeah, I mean, it's just hard to dive off into this budget right here
Yes,
when we don't know if we're going left or going right, and it's nobody's fault, but we're just kind of at the fork in the road.
Yes.
And
we've got
numbers
more
aren't big
options.
increases.
We chase some rabbits on different options. We've got more options ahead of us, and we can go back and fine tune what we've already been doing. But again, we'll in the next. I guess we have a meeting in August. By the 1st of September, we'll have a better idea of where our options lie. We hope we got it, and we're a year away from our contract, but still, one opportunity opens up, another one closes up. So anyway, it's been frustrating for y'all, I know, but
well, it's like the chairman said, you don't. At this point, you have no clue of what to do.
Right.
I mean, all you can really do is status quo until you figure it out, and that's where we are.
Right.
There's just no good answer to it.
Yeah, I mean, without knowing what way we're going, I can't dissect this budget. So just kind of in a holding pattern here, but the numbers don't look terrible.
No.
We just kind of have to hold tight until we figure out if we're going left or right, and then we can dissect the budget.
Okay.
Agreed.
I'm good with 44. 45. I mean, if y'all are good with 44?
Yes. I don't see why 45 is probably going to be any different.
It's not.
No, I mean, they're one and the same.
There's one item on here, item number 4600-02, the leachate tank replacement. We're showing it as getting completed this year. They're supposed to start on it on September 9th. That may or may not get completed, so part of that may actually bleed into next year, but it's about to start. That
3450.
Yes.
3450.
Line item 4600-02.
Because you thought it'd be finished.
We thought it would be finished before October 1, but due to the vendor scheduling, they won't be able to start until September 9th. So
We're going to have to roll it again.
that's,
What's that, like 6 years?
so,
I know it's been 5 because I've been a commissioner that long.
but we actually do have a vendor and we do have a schedule now, so that's, that's where we are.
I'm kind of good with this one too. It's another one of those. I mean, nothing's changed, so
Until we know more.
in a holding pattern until we figure out if we're going left or right.
Yes, sir. Any questions?
You got any questions on 45?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Until we know what our long-term path is for solid waste, it's kind of hard to dive into this. We don't know. Thank you. What the long-term goal or what long-term direction is going to look like here. So kind of in a holding pattern with the budget until we figure out what way we're going.
Get things clear.
Yeah. 46.
I'm going to ask Shannon to speak on that since we're shifting to regional utility. And
46.
Thank you, sir.
375?
No, that's 20. This is the new budget here.
486? You gotta be kidding.
But you're taking it out of here. That's already in your budget. You're just transferring it and letting them deal with it.
We got that much set aside in here?
I don't know how you know.
Mr. Chairman, Board, there's a couple of things I want to talk about today. As Mr. Scott mentioned, the Utility Authority has put together a proposed agreement for each county to conduct the operations, maintenance, administration, management, and billing of all of the utility plants in both counties, except for a couple in Columbia County. So I want to talk about the budget that's related to that and what it means. And on the agenda at the board meeting tonight, that's where the interlocal agreement, where the utility authority and the attorneys have kind of gotten together and mapped out, well, what does it look like to do operations and maintenance? That's on the agenda tonight. I'll come back later and talk about that. But that agreement has a budget implication. So that's what I'm going to do today, is just kind of describe what our budget is, how we got to it, and entertain any questions from the board on that. Generally speaking, the utility authority budget for this year is substantially different than last year. And the big reason is because we're factoring in the maintenance, operation, administration, management, and billing services for each county's utility facilities. So that drives cost up. I started on the 9th, but on the 9th of June, but I had 23 days to put a budget together for July the 2nd. That's when my utility board met. So as I thought about how do I get there from here in 23 days, I really had two choices. I could just go get budgets and say, hey, I'm just going to take whatever somebody said and I'm just going to formulate that and rubber stamp it, lather, rinse, and repeat, and that's now my budget for the going year. I did something different. I spent time with folks in both counties and utility personnel, and I went back to budget actuals. So what did you actually generate in revenue, and what did you actually generate in expense? And that's what I used to formulate the budget you've got. So it's a little more conservative approach. It cuts out a little bit of the wiggle room in some of the other just straight budgets. We know that both counties are operating at a deficiency in terms of their utilities. So if I could, let me just point or ask you to take a look at this sheet right here. So there's a top section in revenues, then there's another section for expenses, and then there's reserves. So when I put the budget together, I took all the revenues that each county had, actual revenue, and I took all their actual expenses. And I added everything together, and revenues were not enough to pay for the total of expenses. So the utility authority is, like they did last year, they made a request to each county to supplement their budget to do work. This year we're going to be asking for more, and you see that at the top of your budget sheet. So in the previous year we asked for $150,000 per county entity. Now we're asking for $648,000 per county. So what we did on that is, like I said, all of the revenue from each of the plants, all of the expenses from the plants. Now, you subtract those two, you came up with a deficit. So what I simply did is I took that deficit and split it up into parts. Let me make a comment right here about how I split it. This topic came up in my board. So if you look in the budget sheet that I provided you there, you'll see that each county is paying the same amount. There are different ways to split it up. So let me tell you how I approached it. You could take a pure expense method and say, hey, whoever has the most expenses, you pay the most money. All right, that's one way to look at it. And if you looked at it that way, Columbia County would have to pay a lot more than they're paying or contributing into the utility authority budget. But there's another way you could look at it too. So in the expense method, it favors Suwannee County, but it's not favorable to Columbia County. Well, you could also look at the revenue. Well, when you look at that, that's the exact opposite. Columbia County has the largest revenue. Suwannee County has the smallest. So you could say, well, if you spun it that way, then Columbia County would contribute a whole lot less than Suwannee County. Suwannee County would bear the brunt of it. And it's simply because the difference in those figures. So as I thought about that, I figured that would be very contentious. Either one of those models, both counties would be saying, no, I have more revenue, or no, but your expenses are bigger, and we'd get nowhere. So here's what I did. Since each county is operating in the red, I went to figure out, well, what's the difference? And the amount that each county is operating in the red, when you look at that figure, Columbia is 48%, and Suwannee County is 52. So there's a 4 percentage point difference when you look at each county that's operating in the red. So as I discussed it with my board, they said, okay, that's close enough. If we went the other route to try and focus just on expenses or just on revenue, we're going to create contention. So they said, let's split it down the middle. Since they're both inverted pretty much to the same tune, we'll split it at 50-50. So that tells the story about the 52648. That would basically be offered in a grant that gets sent to the utility authority. There's another $731,970 in revenue. That's what we expect will come in or anticipate. And then we back out some, we hold back spending. We're going to carry some cash forward. So we're looking at $1.7 million on the revenue side. The expense is essentially the consumption of all of that. And it's broken down into 2 large areas and 1 small area. The first one is there's $1.047 in expenses, and that has to do with the actual personnel who are doing the operations maintenance work. There are contractual services, there's supplies, there's all kinds of things that go into this. It looks a little different for Suwannee County because previously Suwannee County had no FTEs that were working for the utility. You had someone doing outsourced operations and maintenance, and then you had people doing some billing and some meter reading, but really no administration, no management, no financial reconciliation of everything. So for the Suwannee County perspective, there are FTE expenses that are going to be thrown into the mix that you've never had before, but now you'll have them for the rest of this year. The other big expense part, so you've got an operations and maintenance section, then you have a utility administration and management. That's where all the billing is done. That's where you process all the bills for all the spending, for all the supplies, for all the work that's being done. And then you have reserves. We set aside a contingency of $200,000. What's important about that contingency, it's just for types of unforeseen issues that may pop up. What it doesn't do is pay for emergency repairs that could be catastrophic. So when I started the description of the budget, I said I was going to ask for two things. So the first thing is the utility authority would ask this board to consider approving a grant for $520,648 and an additional amount of $52,000 that would be set aside in a reserve part of our budget specified for emergency repairs on Suwannee County facilities. So the two things I'm asking for, the grant to fund operations and maintenance, the administration and the billing and all of that, and then an additional amount, which is 10% of the 520, $52,000 for the actual emergency repairs that if, should they arise, that money will be spent there. Originally, the utility board did not want to ask either county to transfer that money to us. We were hoping it could stay in each county's budget and just lie as a contingency item. That became problematic in two ways. Number one, as we can dialogue more tonight when Mr. Morrison is at the board meeting about our interlocal agreement. The interlocal agreement that covers the operations and management of the facilities presumes that the utility authority is operating independently, which means it doesn't really need any other entity to function. So having part of a budget line, especially for critical repairs, where we would have to go back to the county, really doesn't square and align with the intent of the interlocal agreement. The second issue that comes up if we did it that way is there are a couple of Florida statutes that stipulate you can't, a government entity cannot engage and sign contracts if you do not have money budgeted to support that contract. In the case of emergency management, or excuse me, emergency repairs on these facilities, I want to be under contract for we'll do an RFP or something, and maybe we sign an agreement with Dennis Music and his company. I want to be able to call up Dennis in the middle of the night on a weekend when there's a problem and immediately have his folks come out and work on any kind of Suwannee County facility. In order to do that, I've got to have money in my budget to support that. I can't have it sitting external to my organization and I go do, and I try to access it that way. So those are the two reasons why we're asking, instead of parking that money in your budget as a contingency item, that you actually shift it to the authority. So all in all, we're asking for a grant of $520K and some change. We're also asking for an additional amount of $52,000 for emergency repairs just for Suwannee County facilities, and the total of that would be $572,648.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Roberts?
Commissioner Hale?
Trying to catch my breath over here.
That was a lot, wasn't it? I'm sorry.
Well,
It's late.
Well, it's not that. I mean, this is, and again, I'm not trying to be the Debbie Downer here, but it's hard for me to stomach. I understand it's a startup business, whatever you want to call it. It's a whole new entity, but it's just an awful lot of money. You mentioned something about taking the revenue, and that's how you came up with it. That 52% we're in the hole for Suwannee County,
right?
In red. Is that based off our current costs and our current revenue intake, or did you go ahead and lump that all together, and that's how you kind of came up with that?
I based it off actual revenue from 2024, the year that you've completed. I thought about
for Suwannee County.
Yeah, just for Suwannee County. So you look at their revenue and their expenses, and what's the difference? And then I did the same thing for Columbia County, their revenue and their expenses, and they were upside down too. So how much? How far are you out? I thought about using 2025, Mr. Hale, but to be honest with you, since that year is in flux, I didn't know what to do with incomplete data. So my thought was, yeah, it's fresher, it's a little bit newer, but it's incomplete. So how do I project it in the 23 days I had to create it, the budget? So I just went back to, all right, let me go back to the previous period. All the execution and performance is done. Let me just build from that point going forward.
Commissioner
White.
Chairman, just so everybody understands, there's budgets in here for water and sewer.
That is correct.
In the county's budget now. Pretty much what we're doing is transferring these budgets to the water utility.
That's right.
And I did some quick math. It's not 100% accurate. But with the revenues and expenses I see in these budgets, give or take a little bit, comes to about $533,000. What we're already funding.
Right. I like the way you described that, Mr. White, because essentially that's how I built it. I actually have in a detailed sheet that I'm not showing here the breakdown of what you would look at in a budget line for the Catalyst the Catalyst water plant, the water plant at 137, the sewer plant at 136. I've got those exact thing modeled. So essentially in your go forward budget, those would disappear from the county budget and then they would show up in mine. I would hold them in representative. Now, I do think there's one caveat there. Before we say everything in those budgets are going to disappear, there are some grants that are currently annotated that fall into those different budget parts that the county has right now. Those aren't going to be moving. So, I'm sure Nina and Keith will have to take a look at this, but wherever grants are in the budget for Suwannee County, those grants are going to stay where they're at if they're tied to utilities. So those will still have to be parked in the budget. So, but everything else that has to do with the operations, the maintenance, all the expenses, all the revenue, that will essentially transfer over just those budget numbers to the utility authority.
And that's kind of what I was doing, was picking through this, trying to weed out the grants, because there's a bunch of grants in the Catalyst site that you got to pull out. So I was just trying to use the revenues for those particular plants and the expenses for those particular plants. And that's how I came up with the $533,000. Now, again, I'm saying that's not 100% accurate. That's some quick math on my part, looking at what we got. So my way of thinking is it's not going to cost the county, looking at what I'm looking at, maybe $50,000 to $75,000 more than it's spending now.
Right.
To let the utility run it.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, it's on the same page with Commissioner White. A couple of things additional to take into consideration. things we're not including in those numbers of our expenses in the past years is the expenses the clerk's office incurs processing invoices, auditing, IT, some of these other pieces that are maybe smaller numbers, but there's other expenses of doing business too that we try to account for everything. But I mean, right now we're having Public Works mow, maintain the fences and such at the sites. So there's other expenses we have that aren't really showing up in our budget numbers, old budget numbers. So I think Mr. White's on the right track.
Well, I didn't pull out the contingency money that was sitting in these budgets. I just used actual expenses and actual revenue. So I didn't rob the contingency funds that are in here or the machinery. I didn't take that out. I mean, there's more money here than what I'm saying there is, but I'm just trying to be conservative.
Yes, sir.
So basically, to sum this up, in this utility budget, there's line item expenses. If you sum all those up, they come up to X. And all we're doing basically is roughly transferring all those collectively, cumulatively, to them and letting them oversee those expenses under their budget.
The maintenance and the corrections.
Correct.
Right.
And everything that goes with it.
We'll process all the bills, run it through us. We'll process all the revenue. We'll do all of that. It's essentially like you're outsourcing it. But you still own those facilities. None of that has transferred.
It's just a maintenance and it's just a.
So what is the, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, Commissioner Hill.
And maybe Shannon and Mr. Franklin can answer this, but what is the responsibility back on each county? And obviously, I'm speaking of Suwannee County. We approved this. We had the meeting tonight. Things move forward with that board. It becomes its own. Is there still an ask that comes back to us each and every year?
There could be. There could be based on the amount of revenue that comes in. Here's a good example of something that could change how much gets asked for each year. Suwannee County approved a rate change in 2021, but they haven't changed the rates in 4 years. So if there were to be a rate change, that would generate more revenue than I counted in the budget. So if there was a rate change, that would create more revenue, so it would also decrease.
Less ask on us.
But that's an ask on you. Additionally, in the future, one of the things that's contemplated in the services, operations, and maintenance agreement, it does talk about an eventual transfer of assets because each member county in the utility authority, which is Suwannee and Columbia, it says in there that that's what they're going to endeavor to do. Once that happens, then it kind of falls to the utility authority.
That's kind of where I was going to go. Okay.
Say, all right, now you've got it. How are you going to continue paying for this? How are you going to generate more revenue? So we have a couple of things that are happening right now. We have a company called Raftellus. They're doing a financial analysis of all of the Suwannee County billing for the past 48 months and all of the billing in Columbia County for the past 48 months to create an economic model of all our expenses and all our revenues to determine what should the utility charge for water and sewer to both commercial and residential customers going forward. They're creating a model for that. And they're going to make a model that says if it was just Suwannee, what would that model look like? And if it's just Columbia County, what would that look like? But if it's combined, it's the utility authority. So they're going to do two things. They're going to show us what do we need to charge to cover our cost, what's the appropriate rate for that, and then the additional thing that they want to provide us is what type of funding mechanisms might the utility authority decide to do to go raise money on their own versus asking counties for it. Because my thought is it'll take a few years before the revenue over matches or exceeds the expenses. So in that period, I don't think our board wants to continue asking each county for money year after year after year after year. I think that what they want to do is find out if they could finance it and run it on its own and be completely independent earlier. Then there's been talk about them wanting to do that. We don't have the details to do it yet, but that's what we're contemplating, and I think that speaks to your question about how much more does each county give and how long is it going to last?
Well, it does. I mean, if you look, I know you just threw some numbers together, but if it's costing us $533,000 to run it and they need $572,000.
But where I see the problem is he just told me that we set a rate in 2021 for our water, and we ain't changed it since 2021.
That's
right.
correct.
So we're still selling water at 2021 rates, and nobody around here thought about, hey, maybe we need to look at what we're selling water for. I mean, I'm using layman terms, but what are we selling water for? Because I dang sure can't go to Publix and buy water today than what I could in 2021, but yet we're still selling it for 2021 prices, and ain't none of our costs went down since 2021.
That's right.
Whereas if you're doing it, that's going to be on you, because then I'm going to look at you when you come to me and say, hey, I need more money. Well, then when I find out that you hadn't raised your rate since 2021, I'm going to say, that's your problem. You figure it out. I'm not giving you any more money. You need to be more. But I mean, I'm just being real with you, because then I think, hey, that's your problem. You should have looked at your rates. It's not my fault you've been operating in the red. Whereas here, who do I look at? Like, hey, why didn't we raise rates? Why are we still selling water in 2020 from 2021 rate study? Well, I can answer that, because we're not good at water. I mean, we don't have a lot of water projects. We don't. I mean, and Commissioner White, Commissioner Mobley, y'all sit on that board, but I mean, I said it before, I beat my head on the wall. It's like we're trying to build Rome by ourselves, and we're just not good at it. Yeah. And I think a lot of rural communities are, and that's why you've seen these utilities pop up. But I would think that the utility would be more specialized and better at utilities than here we are trying to do solid waste and roads and ED and Parks and Rec, and I think we're good at a lot of them, but we ain't good at all of them, and I don't think anybody is. I mean, Mr. Mobley, you ain't said nothing all day. You want to pipe in? Or White? Or
look, I'm not going to sugarcoat it for you. They're losing money. They have been for a long time, and the county's been funding it anyway. Mm-hmm. And now you have somebody that is on top of it, that's going to be looking at the rate studies, looking at what's going on, what kind of equipment we got, electronic meters, whatever we got to do to make this thing more efficient. It's not a profit-generating thing here, and it's not going to be in the foreseeable future. I mean, even if he does the rate increase, and Raftellus comes back and says, well, you got to triple your water rates. Well, you can't do that to people, because it's just too much. So I don't want anybody to be disillusioned by the fact that, well, we get this rate study and we triple the water and sewer rates. Well, you've got homeowners and businesses there that you just can't do that to all at one time. So it's going to take a while. It's going to take a minute to make this work. And I have no doubt in it that it will work. How long does it take to make it work? I don't know. I can't answer that. So that's my opinion on it. There's 4 other guys here that wants to vote on this. So I've said my piece on it, and I don't know what else to say.
Is there a statute on that y'all have to, that board has to do a rate study before they can make a change? Is it something like we have to do with some of the other things in the county?
I don't know the answer to that, but I can find out. I'd have to talk to our attorney if there's a mandate for us to look at it periodically.
Gotcha.
Mr. Chairman, let me just speak on the rate study that the county had. It was not till this spring that I was aware that a rate study had been done, and there was recommendations on it. I knew this rate study had been done, but did not know that that it was designed to go up every year or every couple of years. Had we known that, we would have imposed that before but because we're getting in this transition period, I didn't feel like y'all wanted to, and I should have brought it to y'all, wanted to raise rates in May, then turn it over to the new rate study with the utility October 1, and then those rates go up again. You know, if it's their rate study that raises the rates, it's all for y'all, it's on them. So I apologize for us not knowing that earlier, or we had imposed those fees or asked for those fees to go up earlier. So we've left money on the table, like the chairman suggested, in the past several years. So,
well, yeah, I mean, I wasn't trying to cast shade on that particular project, but my point was.
Help me understand why we were running a deficit. Such a huge deficit for one thing.
My point was is we don't have a lot of utilities, and we're learning how to run them, and there's a learning curve there. Whereas I feel like if we pass this off, I mean, you got option A and option B. Option A is either we get in the utility business and we hire a $100,000 employee, buy him a truck, give him an office, give him some computers, laptop, start spending more money, or we cost share and pay probably half of that and form a utility board, hand it to them, and put all that running that utility under them and let them specialize at being utility managers. I kind of like Plan B.
So in essence, we're going to deal with this anyway, and dealing with the system we already got on all these interstates and corridors and no place to have them. We're going to have to do something about operating them. It takes trained people to run those things. Then you have to pay someone to be able to operate those water, your water, and also for your sewage system. So by going in this to connect together, this is where I'm seeing it, because combining together is combining effort, and that's going to put not everything on us, but also that now bringing them is going to be cost sharing. And in the long run, that right now maybe losing money, but in the long run, you'll start gaining at some point. But how far down the road, we don't know. But if we don't do it now, we better do it now than do it later.
I think you hit the nail on the head. Cost sharing, and either we do it ourselves and get into business, get into business and spend probably double or 30% more than what we're spending to do, or to do Plan B, or Plan B was to pay our cost shared part, is the way I see it, and let them folks specialize. Yeah, I'm not knocking you. I'm just saying,
I just don't want our cost share to be just daggum much every daggum time. But
well, it is now.
Well, allegedly.
Yeah, you just don't see it the same way. You just don't pay it in a 500.
Well, it's broken out at 25. I mean, I'm looking at every catalyst water site, professional services, 25,000. I-75 water plant, professional services, 20,000. I-75 sewer plant, professional services, 25,000. You add it all up, we're paying it. Maybe you did. I don't know. 500.
That's how I came up with the 533,000.
The 500 is still there, whether we do it this way.
Hopefully, by dialing in on it and having somebody that looks out after this every day, this becomes more efficient. I don't even know if we're billing everybody. I have no idea what we're doing, and nobody else in this county does, I don't think. So by doing this, you got somebody to look at now. And when it goes south, he's your man to talk to. So.
If I could, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I've heard this kind of mentioned to several different commissioners. There's already two things I see that I think are going to be a positive change to the first question that you asked, Mr. Hale. Number one, just through working with Raf Tellis, we've discovered that it looks like there has been a billing issue. It was hard for us to see because the initial data that I sent out was missing pieces, and I couldn't get it out of the system, so I had to work with the Suwannee County billing software to finally get information. So that's number one. I think there's some low-hanging fruit that as we move into this, we should be able to fix in the matter of course within the first quarter or so, that we're going to see some immediate change in revenue increase because everybody being billed based on their rate plan. Now, I don't know how it got there. I hate to say it, it really doesn't matter to me. I just know that if it's problematic, I'm going to have an opportunity to fix it. That's number one. The second thing I know is there is a lot of money being spent on professional services for certified water people. And they're charging almost $90 an hour. That's a consultant. My FTEs don't make that much. So there's a couple of things we could do. It is potential to onboard somebody and lower the cost by getting rid of some of these services, or we may be able to get some local people who are in the utility business at a much lower rate. So if I can get that $90 an hour rate down for some of our services, if I even got that down to $60, we've made a huge decrease in our expenses. So I see two good opportunities right off the bat by just fixing some issues that are fairly obvious of correcting some billing deficiencies and dropping expenses. Both of those items will take that 520 down to a lower number next year. What it is, I don't know. But there are things like that, to Mr. White's point and Mr. Land's point, that we can focus on it and watch it and manage it and then learn so we can know what are the things we need to change in the business to make it more effective and operate more efficiently. And I think that's part of what has been missing, I would think, on both counties. And that's not a shot, and it's not an insult for either county. It's just, if you're in a situation where you don't really want to get into it and you're reluctant to throw more resources at it, but you really need it, you're kind of just in a tight spot. And I think that's where both counties have been. I think this is going to put us in a direction where clearly we can apply resource, effort, and expertise at it and learn some things that will make it better.
And I agree, once we get our, like the Kelly site completed, I mean, there's going to be new customers that jump on that and new revenues to be generated. That $90 an hour, and that's a daily thing, right? Don't we have to?
Yes. So for, like, here's how this works. For every water plant or sewer plant you have, they're based on what service it's doing, how it's doing its treatment, how large it is, and how much volume flows through it. DEP has a specific classification for each plant, water or sewer. And the bigger and more complex it is, the more time you have to spend in that plant, physically on site watching it. So FDP has minimum requirements for that. We have a lot of minimum requirements. Not so much in Suwannee County. Columbia County has some much larger systems. So there are plants where they have to have someone in there 8 hours a day. For instance, out at the Catalyst site, it's not near as much. That water plant, you don't have to have somebody in 8 hours a day. And you have to have someone in it on the weekend, too. Well, if you don't have enough full-time staff to be in it 8 hours a day because you've got other things to do, what do? You hire consultants that are certified operators, and that's where the $90 comes in. I think it's possible to find out through the RFP or the bid process and get some competition there and see what's really possible, in our local market between the two counties. I think there are folks that could, potentially businesses that could do that cheaper.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. White?
So we can get through with this budget thing.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Do we want to hold off until after tonight to see how the interlocal agreement vote goes before we tackle how do we move these budgets? How do you do away with these budgets for these sewer plants and transfer it to him?
Well, I mean, tonight's just a workshop anyway, so we can't make anything
No, I'm talking
official.
about our board meeting. Tonight is when we would vote on the interlocal agreement to make it official.
If I could add something, Chairman.
We'll still have the grants in here.
The interlocal agreement has a budget impact. When you sign and approve that, if the board were to do that, you're essentially saying, I'm in for the 520 at a minimum.
Starting in October.
Yes, October 1st.
We've got that in.
Yes, ma'am. But we would be doing away, I know we got to keep the grants in here in these budgets, but all these expenses that are in here and the revenues that are in here, that gets transferred to him.
So I guess we combine into that one line that we have for utilities that we transfer out, just growing, that's 50,000.
So we could technically discuss that tomorrow based on how the meeting goes tonight. So we hit the pause button on all this, and we'll discuss the interlocal tonight, and then bring this back up tomorrow.
Okay.
We're going to circle back.
And the building now and all out there at Public Works, she's got to know when to stop.
I've already had discussions about how to transition on that with Amber. And if I need to, as far as finance goes, to sit down and show you the budget detail that I have so it's easier and cleaner to remove things if the board, approved all this, I can certainly work with Nina, Keith, whoever I need to earmark the sections that are coming out.
They're staying out there, they have nothing to do with this.
They're just a customer.
They're going to stay with us?
No.
Okay, so we'll still have.
No.
The utility authority will bill them. Y'all won't have to bill them.
So all of these are gone. All of our customers will be gone.
And all of our expenses,
Other than our grants.
other than the grant. Mr. Hanica, you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to clarify a couple things up here. There's some numbers going around here that I don't know where you guys are getting from. But I got them from the finance department. So your utilities that you have right now lose about $63,000 a year on average. So that's what your loss is. What comes in, what goes out. You can put whatever numbers you want on this piece of paper, but that's what your loss is per year. That came directly from your finance department. So now you're going to pay $822,000 to offset that $64,000 a year. It's just, I've said it before, and nobody really listens. But if you really look at the numbers, they're not what they appear. And I'm coming up with the 822 because of 572 if you approve it. And the 250 that we've already given the authority comes to 822.
Well, I don't know what numbers you got from finance, but I'm looking at the budget right here, and it says Catalyst Water Site revenues, $5,733. I-75 water revenues, $20,000.
I'll bring in the sheets at 5:30.
And sewer revenue, I'm just telling you what I'm looking at. Sewer revenues are $41,100. That's
Okay.
all the revenue.
Right.
And now I'm looking at the same expenses off of these budget sheets that we're using to finance those plants. And
So
you
those
take the
budgets,
revenues.
are those budgets or are those actuals?
It says projected, so that would mean actual.
They're budgets.
So you take the expenses plus this revenue, that's how I came up with that number.
I'll bring the sheets for you at 5:30.
I mean, you can, but I'm looking at it.
Well, you're looking at a budget. You're not looking at
Mr. Hanica,
an actual expense.
But Mr. Hanica, what about the lost revenue that we went from 2021 up till today when we ain't changed our billing rates? What about that? That's an expense because of money
Yes,
lost.
and that's an expense, and that's a mistake.
Is that included in the 63?
Because yes. Because no one's really been in charge of it.
So do you have our gallons usages, and what was our prospective rates? What should our rates
I don't
be?
have what the rates for.
Okay.
Well,
All I have
I'm
is
just trying
the
to
totals.
comprehend what you're saying because I'm looking at $66,000 worth of revenues, but I'm looking at a pile more expenses. Well, you got to add those expenses with the revenue because we're giving it to them. Because they're
Along
gonna be
with a
paying
whole
the
lot of money.
Huh?
Along with a
Well,
whole
the
lot of
you got
money.
in this budget right here to fund this now, plus the revenues that are coming in is going to him to deal with it.
What's going to happen when he's in the negative?
He's going to be in the negative.
He's for several years, maybe 5 or maybe 10.
Which means he's going to be back here saying,
Absolutely.
give me another 500 next year.
100%.
Give me another 500 next year.
Which is what we're doing right now. We're doing the same thing, and we're not even billing it right. We sat here and spent $500,000 a year or more on it already, and we've been billing the same rate since 2021. You can't tell me that sounds profitable.
But do you really think it's that much different? Is it 10% difference between then and now?
I think are we reading the meters every month? How much water is getting used that we're not even billing for? That's my point. It's like at my house, I hire somebody to do what they're good at, and I do what I'm good at. I don't think that Suwannee County, and it's it's no jab at any employees, but I just don't. I think this is all new to us, and I don't think we're good at it. I think we're learning.
I understand what you're saying, but I also understand that we could have hired someone that is good at it for a whole lot less than $822,000.
I just don't understand where you're coming up. I mean, I get the $800 and something thousand, but I'm telling you, what you're spending on those sewer plants and water plants, and just what the chairman just said, professional services, you're paying all that already out of the county budget. You're paying it.
And what he's saying, I get what he's saying too, because I've been questioning this 3 ways to Sunday, but the only thing that's not agreed, or I say not agreed, the one thing I do agree on is our expenses are the same. It's our income, our revenue has not been accounted for. And it may be a little unfair, but one of the questions I was going to have for you, Shannon, maybe this time next year you'd have a better grip on it and understand is, when will it start, somehow maintaining itself? I mean, I understand this is a startup business. Everybody's got to put in some money, just like if we were all going in together and starting a business, everybody's got to put their part in. But at some point in time, that business got to support itself and run on its own.
A long time.
I don't know when that is, that 1 year, 2 year, 3 year. And again, I know it's premature to ask you that right now because you're just kind of.
Well, I can tell you what Mr. White and Mr. Mobley always tell me. Let's look at Clay County. They're successful. They're doing well. They've been in business for 31 years. They bought 2 original facilities that had customers and had the potential for income. They did a bond issue to purchase those. That's how it started. That came from the utilities attorney, a discussion with him one day. So I think right now we have 17 customers. We couldn't figure out how to bill 17 customers correctly?
Apparently not. Apparently not.
Well, you're getting that from...
And I don't know that that's true. I don't know. I'm just looking at numbers. That's what I'm doing. I'm looking at expenses and I'm looking at revenue.
I'm just looking at research that I've done. We've got 16 customers at the I-75.
Not to be disrespectful, but we're probably going into the same argument tonight after 5:30 in a local, right?
Yes, you
So let's
probably
just
are.
table all of this because we're going to rehash this again tonight at our county commissioner meeting. Is that okay with you?
That's fine.
I mean, if not, we're going to talk about it now, and we're going to
That's
talk about
fine.
it again in about an hour and a half.
No, I agree with you.
Let's be proactive here, and we'll dive back off into that again.
I'll have my facts straight by then.
That'll be fine. All right.
Thank you.
And I wasn't trying to hush you up. Let's move along. We'll talk about it again in about 2 hours. Where are we at? Circling back. We got all these.
You're thanking me and telling me to sit down because you
Yes.
want to move on, right?
Yes.
Yes, sir. I'm doing that.
All right. We going back to the sheriff's office.
That's where we are.
Take that into consideration.
What's that?
We look at that or take that into consideration.
No, I think these here were Brenda. These here, this roadway stuff. This was.
That's
For
wish
tomorrow.
list.
Okay, gotcha. Gotcha, okay. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
All right. That's tab 48. Sheriff's office tab 48. Right.
No. We're here, you're here.
So average is mid-50s.
We gonna go in the order on here?
On tab 48.
Yeah, I'm there.
Sheriff, thank you for getting this information. This kind of puts things in perspective with the breaking it down for us.
Yeah, we
got 4 employees there at animal control, basically.
Yes, sir.
There's 3 court services. That'd be the bailiffs.
Yes, sir.
Is that what that is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, 3 of them, and a whole bunch of law enforcement. I can't even count all of them.
Total of 127, Commissioner, and
127.
And then I think there's 5 part-time. And then when you break it all down, Chairman, we figured out it's once we collect the the FDLE and 911 money and so forth, it comes down to 6.37% increase versus that 8 we was talking about earlier.
Well, the 7.97 is what I got off of your number, but yeah, so you're using, that's what's on my sheet. But what you're saying is you did the math with the 12.8, using the 12.8 from last year and the increase to 13.7?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I guess I was being lazy. I used the number that printed on the sheet, 7.97.
Yeah, that was, yes, sir. Yeah, you got to come out of the very bottom number.
Sheriff, what's the dispatcher additional funding?
Where you see that?
It's under dispatch division on your
Okay.
sheet, your payroll sheet there that you just give us.
That's going to be from whenever Fire Chief Hand agreed to.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
okay. Yeah, I see it now. You're talking about, yes, sir.
So yeah, 6.37.
Yes,
Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Now, earlier you got stuff on the wish list you want to talk about. Normally we do that tomorrow, but you're the last guy for today. What time is it? 4:15.
Yeah, we just got a couple items here. Can we do it now, Chairman?
What do y'all want to do? Y'all want to talk about the wish list? Y'all want to talk about the wish list? Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna get Chief Williams. He's got going to let you know kind of some of the things that we were really looking at.
First thing on the wish list that we were looking at, we always include that building request in there. Obviously, we got some other things in the works, so we can just kind of throw that to the wayside. And in looking at the wish list and trying to think about what's best suited for us, we did ask for 6 certified deputies. We've not had an increase in patrol deputies since 2012. From 2018 to current, the population's increased 10%. From 2018 to current, our call volume has increased 21%. There's a national means or benchmark that we should have about 2 to 2.5 law enforcement officers per 1,000 population. We're at 1.03 right now. In worst case scenario, 2 positions would be a godsend to us. And what we would be able to do there is we would split up the K-9 so we've got a K-9 on at all times, which would work a split shift, which could cover when we have a person off or we've had some folks where we couldn't cover it, which we've got a minimum staffing just as though fire rescue does. If you paid attention a little bit, the crimes are becoming more violent. And obviously, when you're covering 600 plus square miles with 7 deputies per squad, it makes it very difficult. The other thing that is almost a must for us really is to try to get 2 transportation officers in the corrections division. Where that's come in at, obviously the Department of Corrections is way understaffed. So the judges now order that we do all transport from prisoners back to court, etc. What they don't tell you is if that's a close confinement inmate, we have to put 2 in the van, and we have to hire a chase vehicle to follow behind that vehicle. In this past year, we've been to Arizona, we've been to Puerto Rico, we've been to all over. That's something we can't avoid. When the judge issues a court order, we've got to take care of it. We, at one time, had a transportation service that we used, but they've done like everybody else. We thought that we could do it a little bit cheaper. That flip-flops back in 2. But with 2, and we're transporting about 300 Baker Acts and other mental health issues a year to Meridian. As it's been known, is there's some uncertainty with Meridian if they're even going to remain open, the CSU in Lake City, and may have to go to Gainesville with every Baker Act, etc. If the CSU in Lake City is full currently, we have to take them to Gainesville. Our jail's done a great job at staffing that part of it, but they're at 6 per shift in there. It would definitely help us if we could get 2 road positions, 2 corrections positions, which that would bring that down to $343,944, which would put us at an overall increase at that point in time. To add the both positions, I'm sorry, $687,075, which would make our requested increase 10.6%, which is, you know, I get it. It's an increase, but it's putting 4 staff members in critical needs on the road. Keep in mind, of the 63 certified law enforcement officers we have right now, our average years of service is 6.23 years. In our agency, we've got 49 employees that's under 2 years of service. You know, this becomes, and it's not just our problem. It's a nationwide problem with keeping and retaining law enforcement and corrections individuals. You know, this is something we definitely would appreciate, which would alleviate a lot. Because just as with fire services, when we have to hire somebody in to cover a shift because of minimum staffing, the jail has to do the same. They cannot go below 4 in the county jail, which is still a tremendous burden when we're housing 180 to 200 inmates. I mean, that is a tremendous burden. And I'll give you one example. We had a inmate that barricaded himself within the county jail facility. Our deputies and the city police had to come over there because you can't just abandon post on the other end of the jail to come take care of an inmate that's barricaded himself. So there's been some increase in our service too, and yet we've not increased our personnel since Sheriff Cameron added 5 when they put a new zone in the city. Yes, best case scenario would be 6. That would be to put 4 on the road and 2 in investigations. But we could survive with an addition of 2 law enforcement positions within the sheriff's office. The last wish list item that I didn't talk about on there, that was to make sure we include our life scan physicals again, as you've most graciously funded the last 2 years, and it's been a benefit to our employees greatly, which I did not include that number in there, but it is about $72,000, I believe.
You got it, 73,130.
There you go. That's right. I meant to have it on the sheet I was working off of, Commissioner White.
That's not that.
73 is not built into your budget?
It is not, and we should from this point forward, absolutely. I just know that we've asked for it 2 years in a row at this time of year.
And that 343,944 number you give, that's for how many deputies?
That would be for 2. Now, I'm doing Franklin math now, so if it ain't exactly right, don't hold me to it. I'm just trying to get close.
Does the 343 account for vehicles, equipment, everything? Or?
Yes, sir, that's everything. And that's another thing I would tell you. Since 2019, when I started, there hadn't been but about a $25,000 increase on the cost of a vehicle, and then about an $8,000 increase on equipment, to be honest with you.
And one more thing, Commissioners, that like the state, they gave us a little extra money to help give the guys a raise and all, and plus hopefully we'll get this 1%, 50 cent, but one thing that I'm battling every year so far is that I've been sheriff is that, just like the state just gave 15% to their state law enforcement, and, we're not even near that. And so, that's going to be an issue to where they're going to jump ship from me and go to the state, which, which can't blame them. They make a lot more money and the insurance is a lot less. So, we're battling that too. So that just kind of please keep that in mind also, that we're way below the 15% that the state just got.
Yeah, we're at $50,000 in October as a starting salary. The state's at $60,000. Similar counties around us are at $53,000 and $54,000. Madison, Lafayette, Gilchrist, and there's one more, but they're at $53,000, $54,000. We're just trying to stay above water.
Sheriff, Chief.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna shoot you straight. I got a hard. This is a hard pill to swallow and tough conversation to have. But I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't have a lot of confidence in the numbers that y'all give me, and there's a history of that. We went through this budget all day today, and everybody's between 3%, 4%, 2%, 1%. You're hitting us with 7%. I understand the data that you just gave me about the 5 deputies that Cameron had, and it hadn't been, this. Why you didn't include $73,000 in a must that I think saved a couple deputies' lives? They discovered something that why that's not in your budget. I don't know. I would have that in there. I got you at 3%. I got you at 3% increase across the board. I could probably come up with do the 73 and maybe a couple other things off the wish list, but. We've had some pushing and shoving going between the board and the sheriff's office, and y'all both well aware of it. And that makes these numbers a little hard to swallow, because I'll be honest with you, I don't know what's a need and what's a want. We talked about the F-250s and going to help other counties. That's great, and we always want to repay our debts, but it goes back to the conversation I had with the fire chief over there. Law enforcement, the same thing. We got to have it. Y'all do a great job, but it's a level of service too. What do the taxpayers want to pay? How much of this do they want to pay for? They want the platinum and 6 deputies and 2 more in the jail and all this other stuff. That totals $5 million, including the building. Or do they want the bronze? How much? I know everybody wants paved roads, but we got to make all this work, and there ain't but so much. Y'all see how much we got to work with here, and you're hitting us with 7%, roughly 6.5%. And when I did the math, it's if I take the building out of it, you got 1.75 in wish list, and you got an $820,000 increase. That's in your budget. That's the 12.8 minus the 13.7. That's a 20% increase. So there again, I look at these numbers and I'm like, what's a want and what's a need? Because you're hitting me with you got everything on this list, and I don't know, maybe that's just an approach that we do at the sheriff's office, is let's just ask for everything and hope we get a little. But guys, this is a tough job sitting up here and trying to figure out who gets what. She's asking for more road graders or more equipment. He's asking for 15 more positions and a new station, and you're hitting me with 20%. I don't know how much of this is a want and how much of this is a need. And I see that, like I say, the F-250s, and I'm going to be like Commissioner White. I hear that everywhere I go. Why in the hell are our deputies, investigators driving F-250s? And I didn't know the answer to that until today. And to be frank with you, I don't think that's a good answer. Yeah, we want to repay our services, but what if no storms come to the area for the next 5 years? We were hit hard in 2 years, but prior to that, we were blessed. We didn't get many. So we're buying F-250s in the event we can go help our neighbors, which when that call comes, I would take whatever we had and we'd go help them with what we got. Same thing they did for us. But to go spend an extra 15, 20 grand on a diesel truck that costs an extra $10,000 or $15,000 a year to maintain it, like that mindset, I just don't believe in that, because at the end of the day, that expense is on the backs of our taxpayers. Like, they're paying for that. In the event that we deploy or not, they're still paying for it. So, and I'm just 1 of 5, but I've ran these numbers every which way to Sunday, and there's a lot in here that I don't understand. I appreciate this list because it does kind of put things in perspective. You got a lot of people and you got to pay them a lot because the state's offering them more money every day to leave you, so, which I think the states recognize that, and that's why they're throwing this year an extra $900 on the table versus $7 and some change last year. So I think that's recognized by the state that they're stealing local LEOs and putting them on a state job. But guys,
If you did the 3%, where would they be at that point?
I got that somewhere in my chicken scratch.
13,370.
It's about 300 and something, 400 something $1,000 increase. 380. I came up with 386. It's 3%, but that's just what's in the budget. That's 3% above the 12.8. Now, obviously, I would have built LifeScan into that because we personally know some folks that lives that saved. So I don't know why y'all didn't do that. And I'm not criticizing you for it, but I think that should be in there. You got guys running around that go from a low cardio rate to a very high cardio rate. If something happens, well, if they got an issue with their heart, they need to know that because y'all are putting them in an environment where that heart could accelerate relatively quickly with no notice.
Agreed.
So I'm good with that. I'm 100% good with the LifeScan. And, you know, some of this other stuff, I guess what I'm saying, guys, is I think our trust has been breached a little bit in some of the numbers that's happened over the last, and where we're going with the audit and the whole Cherry Beckert thing. There's some pushing and shoving still going on there, I've heard. I don't really know, but like, what do we need? What do we got to have?
That's kind of why on the wish list I cut all that other stuff out and said that worst case scenario, the 2 positions on the road and 2 in the jail would be.
But my point is it's still submitted to us as $5.5 million worth of stuff. I mean, I look at my list here, and at the top it's a request from maintenance, airport, recreation. Now it's sheriff. So you see what I'm saying? It's like, holy cow, my rec guy's hitting me for 4 items, and he has the second highest request, and my 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He's hitting me with 9. My sheriff's hitting me for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 requests on the wish list. So it's just like, but you're putting the burden.
IT stuff.
But you're putting the burden on me to tell what's a want and what's a need. Hell, I don't know, but you're telling me you need 17 of them. Mind you, the building's $3 million. So we can, and while I'm talking about the building, it really chaps me, and it really does, that 5 years ago, and I know prior to Mr. Scott being here, there was a previous administrator that tried to take money from y'all when y'all gave it back. But there's a line item in our budget for y'all's CD building that we give this board, and the board before us agreed to let y'all have anything y'all turn back. It's in our budget. It's line, I got it wrote down. In 5 years, y'all have given back $188,000 cumulatively. It's line 9900-07. 5 years, y'all have given back $188,000. So
that's not correct, Mr. Chairman.
I've asked finance, and that's the number that they gave me: $188,000 in 5 years. It's in under tab 5 under the board, CD building. So you gotta. How much is your budget? $13 million. How much are you giving back this year?
Right around 191,000, I think it is, right around there.
So
it all depends, you know, with the auditors.
2%. I mean, you know, so if you're going to, you're telling me now you're going to give back 190? We have told y'all that we would put anything you give back, just like we talked about with, I think it was Gamble that was up there earlier. We'll put in that, like, we don't want the money back. Yeah, we want it back, but we want you to get your CD building too. But that line's been there, they've told me, for 5 years. And there's $188,000 in it. So that, and I know that this board hadn't taken that from y'all. So in 5 years, we've only got back 188 to go toward a $3 million building. Meanwhile, every year I get a $3 million ask. So that's kind of a hard pill for me to say. It's like my kid saying, I want a candy bar. How much money you got in your piggy bank? Well, none. Well, I want a candy bar. Well, how much money you got? None. Well, you ain't getting a damn piggy bar. And you're like, come on, guy.
And that $3
a little
million
bit of sweat.
building request is a 5-year-old evaluation on it too. So that's not even.
About 8 now.
No, more than that, actually.
Nonetheless, what kind of effort got put into the wish list when you're just throwing whatever I just said, 17 items at me? Mm-hmm. One of them's a $3 million building. That's now, you just told me $5, $7, $8 million. Come on, guys. Like,
well,
what's
that's
the
why
need?
we've been looking at the public safety complex is what we've been talking about.
What's the need and what's the want? I don't know anymore. I don't know. I think life scan's a need.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. Doesn't matter who those people work for or who they are, it saves somebody's life. At the end of the day, that's important. But I'm just one of 5. I've said my piece. I ain't gonna say any more. I got y'all at 3% just like everybody else, and we can wade through the wish list item. But on your actual budget, I got you at 3. And I'll be quiet and let any other commissioners chime in if they like.
If you do the 3% on the 12.88 million, which was their last year's budget, equates to $386,418, brings their new budget to $267,267,040. $13,267,043. So it ain't far off of what you had in your budget. It's a little bit of a cut, but it ain't bad. Does somebody want to check me on that?
I'm doing it right now.
You're adding 3% to the 12,880.
12,880.
I got 13,266,943. Is that what you said?
267,043 is what I came up with, but it's close.
Yeah, 13,266,67.
13,270. How about that? I think $3,000 makes it even.
13,270.
Now, how do you want to attack the wish list? We got to add the 73,130 for the live scan.
Well, we need to go through there and let's just start it. I mean, I'm good with the live scan. I mean, that's proven that saves people's lives. Chief, do you do that for your guys too? Do you do the live scan too?
We do, but we're probably going to make a change.
14,191,637.
What's that, Nina?
Is what I've got to transfer out to the sheriff.
I'm going off last year's net budget.
Next year, this is what's in the budget next year.
We just changed that to 13.
Well, when you add the live scan in, that's 13,343,130.
Well, now I got 14 million already.
No, I think she missed the 13,270.
I didn't do any changes. We got 14,191,637 in there.
No.
For when? I'm confused.
That's on this sheet here.
Yeah, I took.
Which is the 14,191,637 in this budget, the second page.
Yeah, but I took 3% of the 1288, which is his net.
Last
net.
But did we have a consensus to take 3% of his net, 3% off of this?
I think we had 2.
What we're doing is 3% on his old budget.
3% addition.
A 3% addition to what he had budgeted last year.
13,318,008 was last year, the current year.
Where'd you see that at?
I don't see it.
She's looking at her green bar, not at his budget sheet.
We're looking at his budget sheet.
Plus the 42,000 and 17,000 in the 431.
What's the green bar show? I'm sorry.
We took 3% of Keith. We took 3% of the 12,880, which was his net money.
But when we send it back to
can simply share, we add those amounts back in there too, the 42,000.
Yeah, you'll add that back.
You can add that
But
back.
what we're using for the board is the 12,880 plus 3% plus the live scan comes to 13,343,130.
You add that they're not touching, they can't, the FDLE funding is there. And then your contractual services for Brantford and the SRO contract is still there. They
So we're
just
gonna-
gave you 3% on top of our net.
12,880 is not.
Does that, the way I see that,
42 and all that come back to fine and forfeiture, not to him.
right, but that's a pass-through. We're going to give it back to him.
Give what back to him?
That money that comes from SRO, like, we're not taking that from him.
I know, but you have to go to the 13,370. Because you're.
No, ma'am.
We don't get the other funding.
I-
It stays with the board.
But we're going to pass that, we're going to give that back, so to speak.
We're not taking it.
I can't,
That funding in no way touches my budget. It goes straight to
Town of Branford he doesn't ever get it. He's just showing you that he
has
gets that money for you to provide services for them.
right. So if I'm going to figure my percent of my increase, that money there is coming from other people. It's not costing the board any money because it's coming from somebody else, right?
Right.
Does Brantford not write a check for $42,000?
Right, but it's a wash.
So 13,370 is what really he. No. Okay, so
The 42, 17, and 431 comes straight to the county.
Oh, it comes to the county.
Comes to
But
the
does
county.
it gets passed through to you guys, though, does it not?
No, no.
only the SRO contract where you have to bill for those salaries, that pass through. We keep law enforcement services for Branford and the school board, school resource officer.
Right, but the money goes to the county.
Yes.
Right.
So you can't deduct that from him because he doesn't get it.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah, it goes straight
I
to the
thought
county.
that was a pass through to you.
No, it goes straight to the county.
Well, so you would add that back.
It's behind tab 25. We have that school board resource officer for 48, the town of Branford 42.
So what's the real number there? What should they do?
Combined in the 448. School, that 448 is the both of those added together.
Oh, okay. So we're back to the 13,370,000.
Less the 431 that goes.
431 and the 17 is combined.
Then the 448 that we get back paid back for the school board resource. Are we saying it right?
Before we quit figuring, can we get Vicki to come up about some IT stuff that'll affect us?
Yeah. So you're talking about $15,000 difference, 3% off the 13.
Yeah.
How much? 3% of that.
Which is 386.
Nina, we'll do the 3% off of the 13,370.
Comes to us, it has to come to us.
13,370
693.
times 3%.
401, 120.
So what is that? What you are saying, you have consensus to fund him next year?
Give him a $401,000 increase. Do I got consensus on that? I got
What number did you come up with, Ms. Neal?
$401,000 increase. That's 3%.
That's 3% of the 13,370,000.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chairman, The FDLE funding and the 911 funding, is that would that be in addition to that figure that would be in their budget also?
Less than 3%.
Is that FDLE just a grant straight to the sheriff?
The FDLE passes through to you.
Yes, sir, it does, yes.
You get that.
Yes, sir.
That's why I was confused. I knew that one went straight to you, and I thought the other ones passed through to you too, but they don't.
No, sir.
Just the FDLE one.
Right, yes, in the 911
And the 911
funding,
from
right.
Jennifer?
But the Branford, and the two school ones go straight to the county.
So what you just gave me is 419,000 less than what was in the budget.
That's what it comes.
Right? We had 14,800.
Confused. Yeah, no, but I ain't doing that.
Sounds like your number and his number is different. What the sheriff handed out is different than what you have.
Where'd you get that from?
This?
Yeah.
I'm sure.
How come that number's different? That's 653. Mine says 1.1.
This money.
Where are you looking at?
That says 14.7. This says 14.1. So they're
Of
different.
this, plus this, plus 3%. So.
Where'd you get that?
That's the one he brought back.
What's that mean?
Instead of 14,191,600.
What he brought here?
No. Did he bring you a budget
Make sure your
and
lights,
give it to you personally?
turn signals all work on your way home.
Huh? Oh, I didn't mean.
Well, I know where mine is. I didn't get it homework.
But that ain't what's in the book.
And where you got your folder again?
Yeah, that's,
Yeah, there.
it's the same. I don't have a folder.
That's what he brought.
That ain't, this is different.
So do we have a consensus of the 3% increase over the 13,370,693?
That number right? That 13 number's right there?
No, here's my I don't think that number's right, and I don't think that number's right because if the 964 is a pass through, you are deducting that out. Like, I don't want to pay 3% on something that we're not even getting. Like, I just want to be clear on that because we got everything's in parentheses that comes from third parties. Some of it's a pass through and some of it ain't. So, which I just learned today. So it's kind of hard for me to understand. Like,
The FDLE and the 911 come to us to supplement our budget.
okay, the other ones do not.
Right.
15.
The 42, 17, 68, and the 431 and go to the county. So that the top two, if you're looking at our sheet, the top two come to us and the bottom three go to the county.
We already have this matching grant in a different line though. The 6,000 CERT and the EOC matching grant is 52,685. We've got it in a different line.
Didn't know. I mean, some don't add up. The state's giving you an extra almost 200,000, 100 and whatever that.
I think it's 197, I think it is.
Yeah, right at 200,000, just off the top of my head, 197,000.
And that's based on salaries they have to turn in to justify it, to get it.
They know they got some fluff in there.
Why is the numbers different on what's in there?
I don't understand that. So we're confused up here because some of the commissioners have a budget that they got from you, Sheriff, that shows different numbers than what's in our book. So we're all confused because his 25 approved budget shows a budget increase of $653,000, but the one in my book that was handed from finance shows $1.1 million increase. So that's got us even more confused because the numbers, he's looking at a budget that don't match the number that I'm looking at.
The one you gave us when we went to your office.
Or you came by and dropped off to me in the folder?
So That's some of our confusion. Is I'm looking at a budget increase of 1.1. He's looking at a budget increase of 600,000. It's like she's looking at.
The 1.1 million is what
See
we
the
have in our
difference?
book.
Well, he has one that Sheriff gave him that shows
I
650.
don't have that.
Yeah, okay.
So we're all
Yeah.
confused.
I don't have
Michelle,
that.
what? This is,
This is what the sheriff brought to the office into his budget.
yeah, this is here, ain't right.
This is the one that's in the book that Nina has the up-to-date version.
This is the one he dropped off to me as his budget.
Okay, okay. Yeah, at one time, when I dropped off, they changed this here.
So we had to change the salary
Yeah,
according to
okay.
what they were.
Yeah.
So what Nina?
Yeah, you didn't get the updated one. Chairman, the reason that is because when we gave this one out, the state had not gave us that extra money, and so we updated, so we didn't give them the updated, you didn't get updated.
Yeah, I don't think there's any hoodoo going on. I just think like he's just looking at what.
And I'm calculating on one thing and Travis is calculating.
Our numbers ain't Jihan. Like, man, you can't
Yeah.
add. He's like, yeah, I can.
Okay, so the one that you have is correct, Chairman.
In the booklet that Nina gave you.
So
So
that
we.
means you got a good copy.
I think everybody
Everybody
does.
does. I was just going off the one he dropped off.
The book's right.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Construction contract for the catalyst.
So again,
So with
where
that
do we
being
at?
said, Ms. Nina, what number did you come up with?
I've been figuring off the wrong number.
Right there.
What tab is that on in there?
13,771, 814. But I didn't get a consent. We didn't get a consent.
No, because our numbers are confused.
We're back to that now.
Yeah, maybe. I asked about the other one. We had it approved in Congress. We amended it later. So could we do the same thing?
So going off the numbers in the book, that she stated a 3% increase over the 13,370, 600 prior year, or current year.
What is that? I'm sorry, what did you say the balance was for the 3%?
Sir?
What's the number with 3% increase?
13,771, 814.
13 what?
Agenda?
771.
But that does not include the live scan.
And that's 419,823 less than what we had as in the book. For the original transfer, so.
You going somewhere?
No.
So we still got to add the live scan in.
What I'm looking at.
Get a feel for things and then he stopped.
73, 130.
Oh, you got the 40. And you got a 40 go there.
So you said the 13,370 plus the 401 120 is what?
13,377. 13,771, 814 is your 3% from the 13,370. That is 419,000 less than what you had in the budget to fund him.
Which was his 14,191.
Which was the 14,191. And now I'm adding the life scan back to this. 13,844, 944 with the live scan.
That's correct.
Which is 70.
So 1380,
$13,844,944.
okay.
13 what?
844, 944.
So is that what we're going with?
Chairman, before we close the books, can we get Miss Vicki to run a couple things by you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
One more.
Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
admin, how y'all doing today?
All right.
Tired.
Tired.
We have some SQL servers over here that we need to bring up to speed. We got the house built for them. They just need new furniture. I need a new SQL database, and I need to be able to pull it from the vendor over to the new rating. It's sitting in an R12, and it needs to go to 19 or above. You stop getting your security updates when those applications stay old like that. That would be the Microsoft licensing for the 25, and that would also be the part down here that says Smart Cop Upgrade SQL database. They gave us back a number of 6,200 on that.
It's in the front of you.
Okay. So you need a $25,000 SQL license, and you need 6,200 for the Smart Cop upgrade.
Yeah, for the vendor to upgrade the application for you. That's what those are for. We do want to take him to a G5, just like we would like to take everybody to a G5 on the Gmail, not Gmail, the Microsoft Office 365. It gives us a little more security and a little more ability to stop spam and stuff. That's the difference that's going to be on his licensing, which we're going to be about 25 grand. Now, I'm just telling you what this all is for. Y'all decide what y'all want to do. He also has down here a server for the criminal division. Now that one that's sitting out there currently holds a lot of the investigations and stuff data. It's a Mac Daddy, but he's been sitting there for about 10 years now. We got him just after I got hired, and he's a little tired. So he needs to be upgraded, and that was the main reason we put that 2,500 in there.
That's the desktop UPS?
No, sir. That's a server for the criminal division, very bottom one. We put 25 in there.
25,000 for that?
Yes, sir.
50 plus
6,200.
plus 6,200.
6,200 was a Smart Cop upgrade.
$56,200 total.
Yeah.
Now, their yearly backup, we back them up, but then we back charge them for what the vendor charges us to go off-site.
Now, is this a yearly fee that's 25 grand?
No. Which one are you talking about?
The SQL license?
No, that's a one-time purchase. Once you buy it, it's yours.
But the yearly backup for 12,000, you're telling us that's annual fee?
That's annual, $1,000 a month to back up offline.
And that's to back up their data?
His data down to the middle of the state. We currently do that through Thrive, yes. And we do the same for Brother Barry. Everybody else. Now, he's got down here some UPSs. We use those 2,000 UPSs in those areas like the annex or over at the CD that holds that equipment and those servers up until you can get your generator running.
The $400?
Y'all can find that.
Huh?
So y'all can find $400.
No, she's over at the UPS. You talking about the 2,000 amp UPS?
Huh?
Yeah.
You can find
No, that's $5 grand.
That's $5 grand. I'm looking at something different.
Well, they're not cheap, but they work. And then, of course, he has a couple things. He likes some new desktops and new laptops. What we try to do is get him on a rotation about every year because of the amount that he has, that we get 10 new laptops in the field and 2 new desktops in the offices.
Didn't we get a bunch of laptops during the whole FEMA thing?
I'm not sure about that, sir.
Yeah, I thought that we got a bunch of laptops for computers through FEMA or DEM or
When we were
somebody.
doing the whole hurricane thing. Does anybody know?
Got 10. We bought them 10.
To the sheriff's department?
Yeah.
Do we still have those?
No, they got them from day one. We just paid the bill.
So you got 10 new. You need 30. You need more? 10 more? You just got 10. 10 new laptops.
How many do we have left?
I've got about 4 on the
We're
on
good.
the on the thing. That's fine. That's what you got, and the rest of it's just UPSs and whatnot. But the contingency fund, you might want to start looking at that 125 that I was asking for. Brother Barry and the sheriff live on a huge VMware cluster. they're coming to the end of life, and to replace them ain't gonna happen this year, might have to happen next year. We'll probably run about $300,000 on each side of the house. But we have a contingency fund we've been saving for.
So I got a yearly backup at $12,000, the Microsoft SQL license at $25,000, the Smart Cop upgrade $6,200, and the server for the criminal division $25,000. I got $68,200 in computer stuff.
Yes, sir, that would take care of the sheriff for this year.
Y'all good with that? Another 68?
What's that?
Well, we are asking for an ID badge system. The one that we have is very, very old, and it's the one that we have our access cards in, so we can get into all the buildings.
The one like I got to get in the door?
Yep. And that one is very old, and the printer isn't printing real good anymore, so your IDs aren't looking that great. That one would be a great update, because we could get one that would be running across the network at that point. That's what the 7500 would do. And then that way we could have it more unified, especially when it comes to reaching across now to the county, to the different locations that they have, because it works with the same kind of cards.
So it's the card. That would be for Commissioner. That would be for everybody, not just the sheriff's office, just for all county employees, and actually state attorney's office too.
We just ended up with it because that's where it got given, was to the
I tell you what, I'm okay adding $75,000 to the budget in addition to what you already got, the $13,844. That gets everything but $700 of it. Of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those items.
You're content with doing what?
Giving him $75,000. His total request was for all that stuff was $75,700.
Appreciate your time.
So give him $75,000. $75,000.
Even. We're just making it even numbers.
$75,000 even.
Yes,
and he's gonna buy
$13,844,944.
Vicky, leave.
plus $13,844,944 plus $75,000.
Okay, have I got two more? Have we got two more?
Here.
All these.
This IT stuff.
All this stuff here.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Mr. Scott.
So in the budget was $53,000 for computers line item. Didn't know if that was included. Any of that was included in that.
That's a good question. Where'd Vicky go?
Did we do the live scans?
Yeah, we added that in.
Okay, I can mark that off there.
Vicky, in his budget, it's got under computers, it's got $53,000. What is that? What is that?
Under his budget?
In his budget, computer expenses went from $326 to $379 to $53,500 increase.
Those aren't normally what I work with them with. That budget, their budget is theirs. I tell them what they need, and that's what they normally put on the contingency fund. But the 53 grand would easily buy them their printers, or that would continue to take care of their printers and stuff. And it would probably buy them some laptops or desktops that they need.
Where's that?
So you'd have to definitely have your printers and your toner and all that. So you're going to spend a lot of money on that. Y'all know what toner is. It's high.
We're asking what the 53 is. $53,000 increase on computers.
Michelle, was that for the same thing we was looking at for Vicky?
Is that what we bill you for, honey?
No, those are our regular expenses for like miscellaneous softwares, like I have QuickBooks and we have Accounting.
Yeah, it's different from what Vicky just said. Yes, sir.
We have toners.
Yes, yeah.
Words. We have the regular email licenses, not to include that upgrade she wanted.
I didn't hear. So are we sticking at 75,000? That's what I'm asking.
Got one more question, Mr. Chairman.
No.
It's for these items right here. The yearly backup.
I got it, Mark. I'll give it to her. Oh, you got it? Okay.
The Microsoft email upgrade. No. The Microsoft SQL license.
SQL license right here. Yep.
The Smart Cop upgrade.
For the 62, right?
Yep, 6,200. And we're doing
The ID badge, did y'all do that?
No.
No?
No, the ID badge. The ID badge is in there too.
Yeah, we did
so.
it. Yeah.
The ID badge
Yeah.
for
You paid 700 off for that one.
for 7,000.
Yeah, correct.
Well, I say 7.
It says
No, it should be 6,800. 6,800 on the ID badge.
7,500.
Okay.
And server for the criminal division, 25,000.
Very last one, okay.
Yeah, that brings you to 75,000.
I should.
So,
Yep.
and we've got 2 who agree. Do I have another?
Mobley said he was going to a visitation at Daniel's funeral home, and he said he was okay
Commissioner
with
Perkins or Commissioner Hill, do y'all agree to that? I just need one more.
Good.
Okay.
So
Got it.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
13,919,944.
Mr. Chairman, I got one question for the
Commissioner
sheriff.
Scott.
I just want to make sure that the smart cop, the fire rescue guys can use it.
Can the
With
fire
the
rescue use the
upgrades.
smart cop? I know that there's at a time theirs got turned off, it got turned back on, they
No,
turned it
I
back
thought
off.
they'd fixed that when we talked about it before. They got it fixed.
Okay. So we're good,
I mean,
so we're good to go?
Chief, did they get the smart cop situation? Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yes, sir.
Good deal. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
What else?
Okay, so
Anything
that's
else?
271,693 back to you.
What'd you say?
271,693.
And that new number is?
What's that new number? 3, 4, maybe?
3483.
we'll go with that for
3, 4.
83.
Got it. Not a bad day's work. We had almost $1 million. At 2.98 starting with.
So what stays here during the board meeting? Is it a all this stuff?
All right, are we done? Y'all done?
Push it out of the way. We can probably push it
I
out.
need to go to bed.
Do I gotta have a motion? We're not, we got a motion.
You're not doing this adjourn, you're just gonna.
I got a motion to adjourn.
Got a motion adjourned.
Second. All in favor, aye? Aye. Motion passes 4-0. Budget workshop is recessed until tomorrow morning.
Yes.
I about said closed. Recessed till tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock.
I got one, but I'll.